I won't bless that guy, that son of a
that son of a poor son, that poor son, that
son of
Two
a
of you. On the count of three, say sink. 1, 2, 3, sink.
Think.
Think.
Really? Wait. 1, 2, 3, sink.
Think.
Think.
Why are you so far behind?
I'm sinking.
Man. All right.
Internet's
Okay.
slow, I guess.
I guess. All right. Welcome everybody to the Pro Crastinators podcast. It's me and Gib and Cheesy Manfredo. And all right, bye. That's the end of the episode. I guess nobody has anything to say. Bye.
I thought Cheesy was gonna say something. I thought Cheesy was gonna say hello.
Hey, Cheesy.
I said hello.
Them ya.
Okay,
Give
yeah,
them
I
ya
hear
before
me.
the episode. Give them ya before the episode started.
See, Cheesy doesn't even
Demja.
know.
Cheesy, what the fuck? Gib, what do I do?
Can you guys,
Yes, we can
can you
hear
guys
you.
hear me?
Cheesy.
No, I mean
Cheesy
yes.
can't hear us, I guess.
Oh God!
That's weird.
I'm gonna punch my fucking
Okay.
window. Jesus!
I can hear.
No, you fucking can't.
hear
Stop
you.
lying.
I can hear you guys.
No, you can't. Then why didn't you answer?
What's a Demja?
Oh God!
I answered.
We didn't hear the answer, I guess.
I answered the call.
You answered. No,
Yeah,
you asked to be on the show, and we said sure.
I gave an answer. Yeah, I did.
I think you're
I
just
need-
like
I need-
20
I need a
seconds
second.
behind
I
us.
need- I
And
need
now
a
I'm here.
second.
Your audio may be getting cut off, and also you're replying like very late to what we're saying.
Yeah, we can't do it. We can't do it like
Yeah.
this. We can't do it like
I
this.
think is it? Okay, you know what? Give me one quick second.
You gotta go to the internet router and turn it on.
Yeah. God, I hope that's the solution. Perfect time to log my breakfast calories since I forgot to.
One tub of marinara cheese.
Close.
2 tubs of marinara cheese.
You got it. It was oats actually, but close.
Oots. From the Scottish Highlands.
What?
The Scottish Highlands.
Oh.
You know, where the oats come from.
You said Scottish, but I heard it as squish from the Squish Highlands.
The Squish Highlands.
Mm.
Where they toss the cable.
Where they toss the pizza, where they toss the hand toss the mozzarella and the dough and the cheese and the tomatoes. And, hey, I'm walking here in Italia. It's New York
the
style.
I'm walking here is an American
New
thing.
York style Italian, authentic rustic Italian style marinara pizza.
They don't say, hey, I'm walking here in Italy.
They say, "Hey, I'm walking here," and then
No,
and
they
then
don't
the
care
mafia,
about going
and then the
quick in
mafia
Italy.
shoots you.
They're just sort of, they're walking here and they're like, hey, nice to see you. Hey, mozzarella,
Hey,
or whatever they say.
Hey, mozzarella, I hardly know her. I'm walking here.
Good old racism. Good old, like, cultural, cultural racism.
When I don't have anything funny to say, I just pick a minority. And I just start beating on them. I just start wailing on them. Fuck them. Fuck.
You guys can start. Just give me a second. Okay, Cheesy will try again. I guess let's just start talking.
Cheesy gotta get his shit together, man. All right. Here's what I don't know if he always has these connections issues, but Cheesy's mic is dog shit. He needs a decent mic if he's gonna keep podcasting. He's got to upgrade.
What does he even have?
I don't know, but it does not sound good. It's not podcast quality.
Like even like a blue snowball, like a baby USB mic would
Yeah.
sound better, I think.
Yeah.
There's probably like that was like the good mic for beginners a long time ago. There's probably like really good for the same price mics out there for beginners.
Not even that long ago, I saw a thread on Twitter of someone being like, it was really annoying. Someone was like, guys, if you're trying to get into voice acting or any kind of content creation, don't cheap out with the Blue Yeti. You know, you should invest in your future. Right? You should actually invest the money that you need to be doing to be sounding good. And I mean, first thing, no, unless you're doing like professional quality voice acting and the bar is really high, or you're doing ASMR videos or something, nobody gives a shit. If you're just making shit for YouTube, nobody gives a shit. You can use a snowball. I did use a snowball on the PCP for like 2 years, and nobody's even gonna. 95 people are not even going to notice. Percent of people are not even going to notice the difference. And then of course, it turned out that this freak. This was like a VTuber or something, but this freak had like Amazon links and was like an affiliate with a bunch of like microphone companies and stuff. So of course she's spreading this fucking hogwash. That like if you're using a Blue Yeti, you've already failed, right? False.
Yeah, voice acting, potentially, you good idea to invest in your future, because if you
maybe
do get a job...
if it's specifically
like
in voice acting or
acting,
ASMR, then maybe you might benefit
like
from
doing
like a really
VTuber
high-end...
or a stream,
no.
Like, you can start out with, like...
is going to give
this
a fuck.
budget stuff. It's no problem.
I guess we're recording.
Yeah, we're recording.
I guess we've started now. Eleazar, cut out as much of the anger as would keep the pace of this podcast brisk, but also funny. So I released a video. What?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I was just gonna say I released my a YouTube video advertising my Twitch stream, as I've been saying I wanted to do for a while.
Wait, why didn't I see that? When did you do that? Just today?
Just like an hour ago. Yeah. Well,
okay.
2 hours, an hour and a half ago now. Yeah. The conversion okay, it's it's only got a couple hundred views, but the conversion rate of like Twitch follows to views on it is like really high. I've gained, hang on, it's got about 300 views now. I think it's like an hour and a half old. 318 views, and I've gained 23 followers. I mean,
pretty good.
That's I wonder if that ratio will be maintained.
I mean,
probably not.
I mean, it makes sense. You got a lot of subscribers and viewers from the Metal Man
video. I should make a separate the lore of Metal Man. Yeah,
9 hours long. But like those people, they don't necessarily do more than subscribe. They might not go to check your Twitter. They might not know anything else about you. So the best way to get them to know about stuff is to make a YouTube video.
Definitely. It's my biggest platform by far, and that was the logic. I don't know. It's just a pretty high click through rate. I hope I get hope it makes my streams really huge. Hope everyone fucking watches me. Hope I do big number on Twitch platform, because a Twitch follower, I think per capita, a Twitch follower is worth a lot more than a YouTube subscriber.
Oh yeah, like just the fact that if it translates to a viewer on stream,
yeah. If you've got like yeah.
It's just generally speaking, a stream has a lot less viewers total.
Yeah,
on average.
If you've got like 10K, 20K followers on Twitch, like you're good. Like that's your career. If you've got 20K followers on YouTube, it's probably just a hobby. Yeah, it's probably just a hobby, and you're and then that's where I'm at, and that's me. So trying to convert that one number into the other number for the big money.
I'm trying to get that big money. Although my audience isn't big, but I'm finally getting around to making avenues for people to purchase my comics.
Yeah.
So that if they do like them. So I'm on Amazon. I don't know if you saw my tweet. I took a few pictures of the Clarissa Gunsmoke proof.
You got it? You got it already? That's fast.
Yeah, it was quite quick.
Wow, no, I didn't see that. Let me look at that.
Yeah. It's nice. Colors are good. Print quality is, good. And like no problems with any of the printing. It is a book. And it's real. And the only problem is that I messed up something with the bleed area, the trim. They trimmed off a bit too much off the top. All I need to do is adjust the size and then put the manuscript back in and then look at it and then publish that. And then it'll be on the store and I'll have an Amazon store and you can be paying money for me.
I love paying money for you.
Yeah, you'll have Clarissa Gunsmoke Volume 1, the first 4 chapters, so that's the new chapter included. I might do, like, individual issues as well, if you just want the 4th chapter. But, like, I'm going to be doing it, like, the volumes are cheaper than buying each chapter individually, if I do that.
Whoa, screen tones!
There are screen tones. I have screen tones in the new chapter.
Holy shit!
I'm advancing my skill power, my tool set.
I had a somewhat similar. Well, on the proof that I got of the Radcon and Dojin, it was pretty good, the bleeds, but like the page numbers were like too far off, and like the page numbers got cut off, so like I had to move. I'm gonna like move those in a little bit before I order the reorder. Yeah, looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. How do you feel about like the paper quality and all that?
The paper quality is like decent. It's not like super high-end stuff.
Yeah.
It's print on demand, but it's not like, doesn't feel like it's going to fall apart. It's like good quality. It's a quality product. It's a quality product and you can put it on your shelf and it won't fall apart. It's one of those books that I've heard so much about.
Does it have, did you have the option to like put any design on like the spine of it?
Yes, the cover, they say, you give the manuscript, which is all the pages on the inside. Then they say give a separate PDF as the cover, which includes the front and the back, and the middle is the spine. I didn't put anything on the spine because the spine's kind of shallow.
Yeah.
It's kind of thin for just volume 1. Although I could do like a Dragon Ball thing where I have the sides of the spine showing a little picture, and if you line them up, they'll become a little thing. I should do that.
Oh,
actually.
You mean like? Okay, the yellow like bar on volume 1, I assume that extends over the spine.
Yes, it does.
Like if you had 4...
It extends over the spine and it goes round to the barcode, which is printed in the bottom right corner.
Like if you had 4 volumes of it. I don't know. I think it would look good if it's just like the 4 different colors, but the yellow bar like continues from one onto the next. Like that would look good too. If you wanted to get real fancy and put a little picture that forms if you put them all next to each other.
Or maybe I could put like a tiny number so you could see at a glance like, oh, this is volume 1, this is volume 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
So that's, and there's probably going to be 4 volumes. First volume is 4 chapters. Then it's going to be chapter 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh no, just 3 volumes. Yeah, 3 volumes for this Clarissa Gunsmoke and the Bandit King adventure.
You have drawn 5?
No, I've mostly been working on the Amazon stuff and my website for the past week or 2.
Oh, wait, I thought 5 was done.
No, 4 was done.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. Okay, I got mixed
4
up.
is the new one, so you can. By the time this episode out, you can buy it. So there will be a link, an Amazon link, to buy the physical version in the description. Also, I'm gonna put it on. I guess I'll put it on Kindle for people who use Kindle, just to access that marketplace. But also, I want to make a digital version for, or like on Gumroad or something, so that I can get more of the profit from that. Because Amazon takes my cut for the Amazon is 60%.
You get 60%?
I get 60%
That's
the sale.
That's more than I expected. Wait, how much is it?
I'm gonna be selling them for like $15, I think, volumes.
That book for $15 and you get 60% of that?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow, that's...
I mean, I don't know exactly how.
That's cheap. That's cheaper than I expected, and that's a bigger cut than I expected. So
yeah, I think
actually.
that's quite reasonable.
Yeah, that's not bad. I thought you were gonna say that, like, due to, like, you know, printing and shipping fees, it was gonna cost, like, you know, 20 plus, maybe like 20, and you would get like maybe $5 off a sale or something. So like.
No, I quite
Wow.
like it. I mean, it's because Amazon has such a
Wow.
large like cut of the market. They can afford to make it very, very lucrative for all the independent.
And I,
printers.
for one, celebrate them for doing that because they pass that savings on to the consumer.
It's so true.
So true.
But yeah, it will be like a 60% cut for me for buying a physical version, which is much better and much less labor intensive for me than if I was doing it by myself, sending out books, so I'm happy with that. I think it might be the same on Kindle, might not be, but I think if I put the PDF that I put on Kindle also on Gumroad for the same price, then I'll get a bigger cut. So if you just want the PDF, the digital version, and you don't use Kindle, like Kindle has no meaning for you, you can just get it on Gumroad, and I'm gonna make a Gumroad, and it's gonna be in. That's where it's gonna be.
Well, speaking of,
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do it for Lord of Ghosts as well. I'm gonna do it for Redman. Redman comics are coming to Amazon.
Do it for him. Do it for him.
Yes.
Maggie poster. Speaking of things that should be out by the time this episode goes up, we got our not Patreon money. We got our freaking Radcon money. Did you get yours?
Oh, yes, I got mine.
It's done. It's done. The curse of Radcon. The curse of Radcon is lifted. The curse of Radcon 4 is lifted, Gib.
We finally did it.
We finally did it. Nate actually finished the OVA.
We gotta release that.
We dealt with a certain nefarious individuals, like non bullshit, and then we did all the problems were solved, and then we got the money now. I'm gonna cry just thinking about it. It's not about the money. It's about a job well done. Yes. I would say that Radcon 4 was a huge success. And everyone's asking, when's Radcon 5? Everyone's asking. The buzz.
We'll do a VR Radcon 5 in virtual reality. Everyone come along.
That would actually be pretty funny.
Do like an Oculus Rift lecture with all the people jumping around.
Honestly, well, I mean, that could be good. That could be done.
The only
well.
thing that would be bad about that is that you'd be standing there for who knows how long with a fucking VR headset on your head.
Yeah, 6 hour long lecture about the history of boats. You know,
the history of boats.
History of boats.
We scoff, but that's probably very interesting.
Oh, for sure.
Goes back to the beginning of humanity.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to. Every freaking culture would have their own freaking. I mean, you couldn't make you simply could not make such a comprehensive history of such a thing. You go.
We came out the water. We were like, what if we became mammals? But then we were sad because we couldn't be under the water anymore. So we invented boats to visit our old friend,
the sea. Well, you see, the sea wants to drag us down, but the devil fruits want us to rise up and achieve our potential. So we made boats so that we could go and hang out with our old buddy, but he's kind of a jerk and he wants to drown us now. So we made a boat so we didn't have to actually
the devil fruits
get in there. Is the
devil fruits metaphor for evolution?
Yes.
We evolved to be on land, and the sea was like, you're not even gonna thank me? You're not even gonna say thank you? You're just gonna leave?
Yep.
And that's why it hates devil fruits.
Yep. we should watch that freaking OVA this week.
Oh no.
I know it's gonna suck. But we should do it this week, and maybe we can release the I'll release the bonus commentary of it on Friday. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it like soon. So yeah, by the time this episode goes out, there should be the RadCon OVA should be live, and we can there'll be a bonus commentary track of us watching it and cringing.
Cringing hard.
Yeah.
But that's a scar. That's a battle scar that I'll be proud to wear. The scar gained from cringing so hard.
Oh,
because it means RadCon was done and we did it and we did everything we had to do.
We did do everything we had to do. Another Twitch follower. Did I say on the podcast already the thing about the video the Twitch thing? Did we talk about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Couldn't remember if that was before or after because Cheesy's nonsense derailed the start of the video. I hate that guy. That guy, but also that guy. I'm going to play the voice of Grimace in the voiced comic version, the video comic version of McPagliacci. Did you know that?
Yeah, I think I saw a post on Discord about McPagliacci. If you want to be a voice.
Yeah. I submitted voice auditions for every male character, and Cheesy, I guess he liked my Grimace voice the best. So I'm going to be Grimace. It's fun.
Can you give us a sneak peek of that voice?
What's the thing he says?
Grimace.
Your singing is good. I really like your voice, Birdie. You should sing more.
It's like a dark, goofy Cookie Monster combo.
Like an evil, fucked up.
Oh,
Goofy,
God! How long have you been there?
For like 5 seconds.
I've been here for 5 seconds.
Okay. Okay, boss. Sorry. I was leaking the content.
No, it's fine. Actually, I'm gonna actually try to pump out the motion comic before Friday.
Oh,
I feel
God.
like I could do that. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty fast turnaround, but okay. I think I can do that for you.
Appreciate it.
Doesn't take that long. Did you say you were going to send me notes?
I did.
Oh, you
already
you already sent me
yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, just read the things I actually send you, Ben.
No.
For once.
No.
Well then.
No.
I'm gonna have to replace you.
Fired. No. You know what? Hey, stupid. My Hamburglar voice was better than Grimace. My Hamburglar voice was better. You should have given me Hamburglar.
I found another Hamburglar.
Well,
it's me. I'm Hamburglar.
That's my problem. That's my problem with you is that you did that. It's fine. My Hamburglar. I'm just saying my Hamburglar voice was a masterpiece.
Look, you know what? Yeah. We could special edition this.
Yeah.
Where there's another version of the motion comic.
It's just all me. It's all me. Yeah. No. Well, I'll give him my best shot.
Even the audience members will just be like you, different voice, different yous.
Yeah. I love the circus.
Over and over again. Yeah.
Okay. We'll workshop it. Interesting. Working on it. Looking into it.
Ben edition.
The Ben edition.
Yeah, funny. The Ben edition.
That'd be very cute.
In case anyone who was reading the book thought man, this would be 10 times better if everyone voiced by Ben Singh.
Man, it'd be you know what would make this voice comic better is if it sucked.
That would make me McPagliacci.
Oh my God. McPagliacci. Like McPawg-liacci. Do you know about Pogs, Gib? Do you know what a Pog is?
Oh, I know all about that.
All right. Of course you do. Where were we? Help.
We
were talking about Grimace.
We were grimacing. right then.
We're gonna cringe and we're gonna grimace when we watch the OVA. Do you want to watch the uncensored version or the censored version?
Oh,
I'm thinking censored version because I think
censored. That's the version people know.
Because I think some of the comedy will be. I have not watched a single frame of it. I don't know anything that's in there, but I think some of the comedy of it will come from like the places where Nate puts like beams of light and steam clouds and stuff covering up the dirty parts. Did I mention
you guys actually show dirty parts in it?
Well,
yes.
they're yeah, because we were all females at the time, so all of our nipples became female presenting.
Oh.
So our nipples are not safe for work in that video at the time. They're fine now.
And
mine
to this
are.
day.
Well,
my nipples became
speak for
recently
yourself.
female. My nipples recently became female resenting, if you will.
Okay, that's not where I thought you were going with that.
Like
Not where I
a
thought you were going with
magnet,
that.
like a repelling force.
Yeah, like a female looks at it and they're like, never mind. No, thank you. Nice.
I have a complaint. Wait, okay. I got one more thing. The Plebe and We Blu-rays. I'm gonna run out. They're gonna be gone soon. And here's the thing. It's not worth making more of them. It's not worth it. So I'm not gonna make more of them. You know, a lot of people have gotten angry at me about that lately. I've gained some haters over it. You want to know how many I've sold in this recent bout with me writing the manifesto and all that?
3.
4.
Oh,
It's up to 4 now.
Even better.
So all of this nonsense, all these shenanigans have been for the sake of selling 4 copies of these, and I have 4 more. I have 4 left on my shelf. So yeah, pretty sure when those are gone, that's gonna be it, because it's just not worth it. It's just not worth the trouble.
Well, you know what this means.
What's that?
Write a second manifesto and you'll sell 4 more.
No. I think one sold because I wrote the manifesto. Did I mention the manifesto?
I don't think you mentioned it. I saw it though
on the podcast. I didn't mention it on the podcast. I think I mentioned it on the stream. Yeah, I wrote a thing on my website called the Blu-ray Manifesto, saintcomics.com/brm.html, and it's just an explanation of my reasoning behind why I think writing the Blu-rays was good and the right thing to do. And you don't have to agree with it, but I wrote it because I didn't want to explain it to anyone else. It's like, that's my reason. And if you don't agree, then I guess we don't agree. But the statement is there. And I think it's really funny. I asked, you know who I got to tell Cody LaRue, the butt chugger himself. I got to ask, he was mad at me, and I asked him, did you read my manifesto? And he said, I will after work. And I said, nothing. In response.
Should name the manifesto the Blu-ray question.
The Blu-ray question. That would be good. I like calling it a manifesto. Anyway. They're going. Listen, guys, if you want one, get one now. I have 4 left, and I'm not going to restock because I can't justify the cost of it. So, buy them while they're still there. Twitch, saintcomics.com/store.html. Or else. Or you'll live in regret. Okay?
And if you're not interested in buying that, actually don't buy the Blu-ray. Save your money for me actually, and pre-order McPagliacci right now. You have 2 days left.
I bought a copy.
Yeah. Ben here bought a copy.
I even
follow your leader, PCP listeners, and buy a copy of McPagliacci.
I mean, if there's one McPagliacci fan, it's me. And if there's no McPagliacci fans, I'm dead. I'm McPagliacci for life. I'm ride or die.
Yeah. Ben auditioned for the Birdie voice.
No, he did not.
And I told them,
That's like the
I told
only.
them, yeah,
That's like the
maybe-
only voice in the comic that I did not audition for. You don't need to lie.
Maybe take a couple more years of HRT, Ben, and maybe we'll get back to the birdie voice. Maybe we'll have a discussion about it.
You know, I watched a bunch of McDonald Land commercials to like get a sense of what the voices were like, and I didn't hear, none of them had Birdie in them. I didn't hear Birdie even a single time. I mean, I wasn't
classic silencing women.
I mean, I wasn't looking
for her. I think she was introduced. Yeah, you weren't looking for.
I was looking for Grimace and Hamburglar and Ronald.
What? There you go. Did you type in?
But I mean,
Ronald,
I saw other
Donald,
I saw Mayor McCheese. I heard Mayor McCheese speak many more times than I heard Birdie, which was zero.
You probably saw a couple commercials from like the 70s to like early 80s.
Did they introduce Birdie later?
Yeah, she was kind of later. She's kind of like the last like mainstay character introduced.
Okay, yeah, that is probably why then. I was looking at the really old ones. Is she the Smurfette? They were like, we need a woman. we need representation.
They needed a mascot to represent the breakfast menu.
Oh! She's the early Birdie. Oh,
Early Birdie. That's her full name.
I never knew that.
First name Early.
Last name Birdie.
That
crazy.
That changes everything.
Yeah.
So
wait, what are the rest of them? What's Grimace?
Grimace,
what does he sell?
Grimace is milkshakes, right? Wasn't he like a milkshake stealing monster?
Grimace was the original. Was originally a milkshake monster.
This is
makes sense because of how thick he is.
Yeah.
Didn't they talk about this in like the newest Red Letter Media? One of them brings up Grimace, and one of them is like, yeah, there's a whole backstory behind Grimace, but I don't remember it. And they're all like, yeah, none of us remember it. But there definitely is one. Anyway, let's talk about how Mike hates old people.
The Grimace backstory has been like retconned like 2 times.
Because they were talking about it, I looked it up, and I guess he was originally like a villain. He's like a reformed villain. He's like Discord.
He's like Vegeta.
He's exactly like Vegeta.
Grimace is the Vegeta of the Ronald McDonald universe. He popped up and showed to be too powerful for Ronald to handle, but over a course of time, he became friendly. Like
he originally had 4 arms. He had 4 arms for stealing milkshakes, and they just got rid of. They just forgot about it.
He's a milkshake stealer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so the Hamburglar is like a Hamburglar.
Yep.
Yeah.
They burgle ham, and the Fry guys steal fries.
Yeah.
Why is everyone trying to steal all this food? It's an
entire universe of Trix rabbits.
Okay, so basically, in McDonald Land, food is very like just plentiful. Actually, food is just straight up alive.
Yeah.
In McDonald Land, right?
Literally grows on trees.
I guess
probably.
I guess it's implied that like Grimace, Hamburglar, all the characters are not necessarily like natives to McDonald Land. Not even like Ronald, potentially.
So this is an invasive force.
Colonizers.
They're colonizing the Nugget Land.
I actually have my own like headcanon of how all this like
works. Let's get into it.
Okay, so basically,
how does this relate to the Clown Force?
So, oh man,
we'll be here all day if I get into it.
Is this a potential lecture?
Oh, you're right.
You know, honestly, McDonald Land lore, there probably is an hour's worth of lore there.
Probably it'll be kind of tough because I really have to like I've seen the majority of the commercials. I swear I've seen the majority of them, but every couple of months, like a new one that I haven't seen pops up. It's almost like they manifest into the ether, right? Even like yesterday, I was talking to another of the voice actors, and I asked him, "Hey, do you think you could do just a quick like Mayor McCheese line? Because he literally just has one line in McPagliacci." And he's all like, "Yeah, sure. How does Mayor McCheese sound?" And I'm like, "Oh, he's literally just like the Mad Hatter impression from the Disney Alice in Wonderland." Yeah, like don't, I'm not a cheeseburger, don't you know? He says shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I looked up a clip of him. I typed in a McDonald Land commercial, Mayor McCheese, and the first one that I saw was like, wait, I'd never seen this commercial, because it's literally like it's a commercial from the 70s, and these like weird aliens that look kind of like crewmates from Among Us kidnap Mayor McCheese because they think he's an actual cheeseburger. Well, they think he's like an edible cheeseburger.
Does he just have like a congenital illness that makes him look like a cheeseburger, but he's not actually a cheeseburger?
Well, my theory on it is that the thing is that you never necessarily
He's
see
one of the good
characters
cheeseburgers.
eat. Yeah, you never see any of the characters like eat any of the food, to be honest. And I think I think what it is in McDonald Land is that the food is just kind of sentient, like it's just alive. And in the commercial, sometimes there's like just a hamburger with eyes with no body, right? Yeah. What I like to think is that the older they get, they grow a body like Mayor McCheese. And the ones with just a hamburger and 2 eyeballs is like the young form, and they kind of grow on like bushes and trees apparently, because you see you never see anyone make the stuff; it just kind of grows, like it manifests.
The Garden of Eden.
Yeah, and there was this one tree character that was kind of like one of the main cast, but it never necessarily like brought back. He's like brought up in one of the cartoons, but never like again. I noticed. My theory is that like Ronald, this is what I think is the main kind of like line of continuity since like the early commercials up until like the few handfuls that were made in the early 2000s, is that Ronald has this kind of like aura that like that like kind of brings out the kids in people, kind of like a comforting aura, right? But if you
he's like a paladin. He's like a paladin's like heroic aura of courage that nullifies fear effects to all his party members.
Yeah.
He's a holy warrior.
He makes you feel young. In an innocent sort of way. But what I like to think happens is that if you stand around him for too long, like if you hang out with him for too long, you start like not just feeling like a kid, but you start de-aging. You start becoming younger.
That would be terrible.
And my main theory the main kind of point that I like to think is evidence of this is the fact that when the Hamburglar first showed up, he was kind of like, he had white hair. He kind of had wrinkly skin. He was like an older guy.
I see.
In his first appearance, and now he's like young. He has like red hair. He's like ginger now. Yeah, he got younger over the course of time.
He has hair?
Surely it could just be the heir of the Hamburglar lineage. Surely it could be his little offspring.
True. That being said, I like to think that that's kind of the reason why maybe that's why the food in like McDonald Land doesn't like rot away, because they're just around Ronald. That keeps them like weirdly fresh. It keeps them like young in a sense, right?
He's a freshness clown.
And if you haven't noticed,
freshness
clown. He's got the power of freshness. He ate the fresh.
He's got the fresh. He ate the fresh devil fruit.
Yeah, that's yep.
And another piece to the puzzle is the fact that when Grimace first appeared, he had 4 arms, and now he just has 2, right? And what I like to think is that Grimace's species grows an extra set of arms the older they get. Mm-hmm. And, well, Ronald is, like, turning Grimace younger. Actually, Grimace seems to get dumber, right? But maybe he's not that he's getting dumber. He's just getting, like, that childlike naivety,
His brain is deforming.
Right,
exactly. So is Early Birdie going to turn into an egg?
No, Early Birdie
She's already
just stays. Well, there's a commercial where it's like when she first shows, when like they give her an origin story, right? Like she was like an egg they found, and she hatched, and she hatched with clothes on and everything. But like you stay as a kid. You don't like become a baby or a fetus. You just stay as a kid. Like you stay the target audience for a character like Ronald, right? That being said, I think Ronald probably realizes that he has this effect on people, and it's kind of like horrifying when it happens. And I think other adult characters in the early commercials kind of realized this. That's why they disappeared, because they realized we can't be around Ronald because we're going to revert back into being a kid. That's why the professor isn't there no more. That's why Captain Crook isn't there no more. Mayor McCheese as well.
They were just like, we've got business to take care of. We can't be we can't be messing around with this shit. I see.
Right, exactly. Certain characters kind of stayed around. It's also the Fry Kids. They were originally known as the Fry Goblins.
Yeah.
Right?
I learned that.
And the thing is, there used to be like way more of them. There used to be a lot of them because they seem to be addicted to fries, right?
Mhm.
They wanted to constantly eat them. I think what probably happened is that the fry goblins probably realized this weird side effect of hanging out around Ronald caused to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like slowly they stopped like trying to be around Ronald, trying to eat fries, and only like a concentrated few sticked around. And it didn't make sense calling them by their species name. It only made sense calling them by specifically what they are. They became the Fry Kids. They became younger.
Oh my god. There it is.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
And a little bit back to Grimace, I like to think that Ronald realized that he can't, like, he kind of had to, there's this commercial that kind of retcons the origin of Grimace, and it implies, like Ronald said, because Grimace doesn't remember, but Ronald says, oh, we used to be, like, literally kids that hanged out, and we were actually babies together that grew up, right? And Grimace just kind of buys it, but how do we not know this is just Ronald, like, convincing him that, hey, this is actually
implanting false memories.
Yeah, exactly. That, hey, you weren't an adult, and you were never an adult. Actually, you're just still a kid this whole time. Blah blah blah, kind of stuff. You know.
You got McGaslit.
Yeah, McGaslit. You got McLied too.
What if? Okay, alternate theory.
Okay.
Here's my alternate theory is that the McDonald Land commercials actually they just take place in reverse chronological order.
Do you think so?
I don't know. I mean, wouldn't that explain all the same things?
I mean,
what if they're just showing them in reverse?
Well,
you'd have to track the existence of things.
Well, the thing is that like they kind of like. I mean, the commercials usually end with like a current toy of that era. Mostly the ones like as we get into like the 80s
but you see, it's an alternate time stream whose time flows in the opposite direction of our own.
Well,
you see,
like if we come more into the 70s, like black people start losing rights, women start losing rights. Holy shit, you're right.
In their
Wait, that's happening in real life.
As their time goes forward, our time goes backwards. So you know, our future is their past. They're the two timelines point in different directions, but they're parallel to each other.
I'm gonna leave a little more evidence for this one.
I just think that wouldn't that also explain that like as the commercials went on, everyone looks younger and like Grimace. What if Ronald, that would explain that Ronald would be telling the truth. They did grow up as kids, but then in their future of the timeline that aired in the 70s, Grimace grows up to be an evil milkshake stealing beast.
I don't know, because it's like there's this kind of like when the characters are first introduced. I mean, I guess it's implied there's some sort of like. I just think your reverse age. I just think your reverse aging aura theory is so ridiculous. I just think it makes a lot more sense that like clearly the time stream has just been reversed and is flowing in reverse parallel to our own.
I mean, you would need to show
it's
the characters
just so much more
know
plausible.
each other more in the past than they do in the present.
I think there's more evidence for my they
true,
get younger, they become younger around Ronald theory. I think there's more evidence to that.
What
to be honest,
happened? What happened with, because obviously they retired Ronald McDonald from like the main look of a lot of McDonald's stores. I don't know if that still exists. I don't know if they like still have kitty.
They mostly
stuff.
just use Ronald for the McDonald House, which is like a charity. There's one in my city, and that's where I like take the pictures with the Ronald statue because it's right in front of their building. They mostly
you still
use
see Ronald here and there.
He's on Instagram. He has like a social media account.
That's really funny.
His look kind of changed. They mostly just keep him for like. I noticed he mostly does like little parade or events things.
Yeah.
And charities. They don't do like commercials with him no more. And it's a combination
so
of like
they'll bring him back eventually.
I think it does have to do something with the documentary Super Size Me, because that like changed a shitload of things for McDonald's. Like
that documentary was bullshit too.
Oh yeah, but that was like years later. We kind of I don't even know if it's like public. Like, you ever think I feel like it's because I always hear like, oh, the documentary is bullshit all the time, yada yada.
Yeah.
How do we not know this is just because of our little circles that we carve ourselves and everyone is aware of that? But like to a normie, how aware are they that like that commercial is bullshit because, like,
yeah,
on a surface level, it's like, oh yeah, eat too much McDonald's is bad for you. Yeah, obviously, right? But maybe the problem is that, like, oh, how bad it is was kind of like misdirected in that commercial, in that documentary, right?
I mean, that documentary made like a huge cultural impact. So and everybody knows about Super Size Me. So yeah, it's gonna be fewer people that hear about, oh, did you hear it was kind of debunked? Like, oh, did you hear that guy was kind of like lying about it? Like, oh, did you hear that like there was all this weird shit going on behind the scenes and like he misattributed lots of things and he was like also an alcoholic at the time and it's et cetera, et cetera.
I remember when the first
that just doesn't make the news in the same way.
Yeah, I remember the first couple of times I heard it get debunked. People's first reaction were like, "Oh, were you paid out by McDonald's? LOL."
Yeah,
right.
What are you in the pot? You're in the pocket of Big Cheese.
There's a pocket
Big
of
M,
Big M,
Ronald,
Big Clown.
Pocket, Big Clown. Right.
I mean, I don't want to cape for McDonald's or anything, but it's like what he did. What
was the purpose? The purpose for the documentary was to make people realize that fast food was bad and very bad if you ate it all the time, which is
true. It's just that, like,
so, like, is it really that much of a negative outcome?
It's true,
but
it's just that it was made in a way that is like the food at McDonald's will do this to you, but like he did it in an extremely unscientific way, and he did it in a way that was like specifically designed to guarantee like a bad outcome. And he
also never like said that he was actually going through alcohol. Like he was an alcoholic,
which is like an important thing when you're talking about like the effect that like the food you're eating has on your body. It's like that might have had could that have had an impact? Who knows?
He fucked up his liver. Yeah. His liver got fucked by the end of the documentary.
I wonder if that does anything to your metabolism.
Or like alcohol, or it might have just been the alcohol that did it for you. Because they interview a guy in the documentary who said like, "Oh, I eat it every day," and what's funny is that guy looks kind of like fucking John Lennon.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, like, well, if it makes you look like John Lennon, it can't be that bad, right? Like, if you eat it every day.
Therefore, it makes you grow those glasses.
Wait, what was I think I watched it at the Digi House with Trixie and maybe Victor. Not Super Size Me, but like the response to it. You know what I mean? There was like...
there was like what was it called, Baloney or something? There was like a counter documentary.
There was a counter... I watched the counter documentary... And it was like, the guy eats McDonald's every day, but like he loses weight because he also starts like exercising and stuff. It had a really cringy like animated segment in the middle with like really like uncomfortable like stupid libertarian like moralizing. Wow. Yeah, that part's bad. But like the point he's making is good. It's like, it's not. Yeah, you actually. If you wanted to, you actually could eat McDonald's every day and still like lose weight and stay healthy.
You could eat McDonald's. I think it's just a bad habit for children.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
To have fast food every day.
Yeah. That's kind of why they took like Ronald. I mean, they kind of already knew that even back in the day too, because you never like. There probably is like one or two commercials where you see Ronald eating like McDonald's food, but like. The majority of them, he's never eating it. He's just kind of sitting in front of it, and he's never putting it in his fucking mouth. But yeah, you never see him like eating any of it.
Yeah, he never eats it. He's a total fraud.
I mean, it's probably just because
he hates it.
It's not.
He knows it's alive.
Yeah, but it's probably just because like it's not a very flattering like look for a person, and also he would get his clown makeup all over the food, and it would probably just be messy like.
He's already got red lip, like ketchup all over his face.
There's a way to eat. There's a way to eat with clown makeup on. I've done it before.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they could.
Way to eat out pussy. That's
disgusting. Clowns.
They don't have that on the menu.
No, they don't. They don't have.
At my McDonald's, they will.
We're doing a massive rebrand. PCP is now going to be a fast food chain.
I'm thinking about trying to get a job at McDonald's for like a month, and I just put copies of McPagliacci in people's bags.
Oh, that would be so funny. They get
home and they're like, "What the fuck is this?"
That would actually be like really funny.
How would you stealth it? You'd be behind the counter or something?
Okay,
You'd have to like.
It has to be drive-through. Yeah, and like the thing is, I'd have
They
to
get
like
grease all over.
get a
They
stack
get
of
grease
them,
all
and
over the copies.
That's true, but luckily it's like just
just
I had the test copy that I got. It's just like yellowish printer paper. But that being said, I have to like hide a stack somewhere near the counter, and you could probably hide it well enough that people just think it's like, oh, this just looks like paper, like it's just paper that someone left there, and it might be important, so they don't touch it, right? And then I just casually just put it. I mean, I can even pretend.
What would you do?
Kind of like, oh, do you want some sauce? And then like get one and put the sauce in it, and then put it in the bag.
What's the conversation like when you're working at McDonald's and like 2 weeks into you're working at McDonald's, your boss is like, Cheesy, I need to see you in my office. What are these? And he lays on a stack of McPagliacci. It's like, where did you get these?
I'd say I don't know. I don't know. They were there when I started. There already.
Been here the whole time.
I thought those were napkins. I thought those were napkins. The paper doesn't seem like it's kind of like flimsy. It doesn't seem that.
What a piece of shit! I can't believe they're $15. Oops.
I say like, look, it's yellow like the burger wrapper. I thought you guys made it.
You could wrap the burgers in the McPagliacci.
Or you know what would be funny? I'd be like, oh, fucking the vice manager, whatever the fuck they're called, the assistant manager. Like I saw him just grab that and put a sauce in it and put it in the bag. So I thought, oh, that's what you're supposed to do, and I just kept doing it. Yeah, I don't know who keeps restocking it.
I think you brought them here, sir.
The dead giveaway that has my name in it, literally, but
you just gotta go by pseudonym when you apply for the job.
That's true. Or I gotta print out a special batch that just has the name Cheesy Man. I mean, they could just look up Cheesy and then find my name. It's not that hard. Oh man.
Well, that's a plan.
It'd have to be.
I'm imagining you're wearing the clown makeup the whole time.
That would be such a weird, stealth market. That would require like a really incredible commitment to the bit, which I would respect immensely.
It would, and I don't know if I got that.
It's a lot. It's a lot to do.
You gotta be like you're at the drive-through, they hand over the thing, and then you ninja star throw like the book in behind them so they can't see it, and it's in the back of their car.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's something. I mean, I'm kind of hoping that this is my kind of what I'm hoping in my brain, because I'm hoping that by the time this podcast get out, the motion comic should be available for people to like watch. And I'm hoping really that I see enough. Yeah. But I could do it. I already got everything in place.
I guess I better hurry and record those lines then.
Yeah, please. I'd appreciate it. But what I was saying is that either if it's out like by now or even I want it to be out before the deadline, because I'm hoping that enough attention could be brought to it that like it makes it worthwhile to extend the deadline a little bit more, because like, oh, now a new group of people are finding out about McPagliacci because of the motion comic, right? It's kind of it's a gamble, but I think overall, like over time, people are gonna like talk about, hey, do you know about this comic? Yada yada yada.
I mean, yeah, I
know what I'm saying?
I think so. I think that's plausible. I mean, it's just a really funny idea for something that could exist. So I think, yeah. I think you've.
If I could go slightly, yeah,
that's it.
If I could go like slightly back in time, I probably would have done the motion comic before doing pre-orders, but kind of like spurred on the moment.
Well, I mean, it's not like you have to stop taking orders after the comic, right? You can still take orders, right?
Yeah, I could if people like, because they send me it in bulk when they say you have to like order a certain amount. So I know like I'm probably not going to get to that number, but like I am going to have, and like, I have physical conventions I'm planning to take the book to. So, people can get it in person if they see me. I'm doing another convention next month too, and I'm actually doing a panel for the first time.
Oh,
doing a dynamic.
What do you mean? What
panel.
do you mean? What's the panel?
It's the panel is actually there's a page for it, but I think I gave it the name how to design a villain is the name of the panel. And it's basically it starts off as kind of a very like I give you like the abridged basic tips for designing a character, and then we jump into talking about designing villains, and then I talk about like here's my mentality when I came to designing these 4 villain verse characters. And then the second half of the panel is kind of like a audience member, like they give suggestions for what to design, and I create a character right in front of their eyes. Like a magician. Yeah. Exactly. And I'm doing that at the convention is called Fangia. It's here in San Diego. It's pretty cool. I was boofing there last year. It's not too bad. What was kind of annoying last year was that one of the halls where they have the vendors also doubles as like a hall with a stage, and sometimes they're bringing people to play like loud ass music, like live performances. But the thing is, like, you're trying to sell, so imagine if you hear fucking like Japanese drums in the same room as you trying to like tell people like, oh, this is what my comic's about, but they can't hear you. That was like one of my complaints about the event. Also there was a guy there like cosplaying as Christian, which I didn't like. Kind of was really bothered by that. Luckily there was other people there who were also bothered by them, and they approached this guy and told him like, hey,
wait, a guy
what
doing
do you think you're doing?
Say that again? A cosplay? Oh.
Yeah, he came in with the striped sweater, and he had like a Sonic medallion. Yeah, and I was like, what are you doing there, bud? What do you think you're doing?
Well, I mean, what's the problem? Was he bothering people?
It's just, in my opinion, look, hot take. I think it's very inappropriate that he did that.
Why?
I'll say that. Because I don't. I think I've said this publicly before. I really don't like anyone who's really into like Christian.
Yeah.
Into the.
I mean, I guess I get that.
Yeah, because I see it like at the end of the day, I see it as like this was like a massive like kind of like not kind of, I think it was like a cyberbullying campaign on like basically a disabled person online. And I think like when you cosplay it, when you do like the fan art, when people like sell the Christian shirt merch and stuff like that, it's this weird kind of like glossing over the fact this was kind of actually very terrible that this happened to this person. And I know people like to say like, oh well, she turned out to do this terrible shit. Sure, but that was like very much at the tail end of the whole thing. The majority of it was her getting goaded to do awful like things. It was like ultimately like bullying, and I'm hoping that when we eventually get the Netflix documentary about this, they go with that angle because it's like it's kind of right, but don't you think
it's going a little bit far to be like, this guy's wearing a costume I don't wear, I'm gonna like make an issue of it and complain about it?
I don't know. If there was like someone wearing a costume, some just like this guy's wearing a costume of a disabled person. The whole joke is like, hey, remember this like disabled person like that got bullied online? Well, I'm gonna dress up as that person. And I think I would understand if it was like something like years ago, like
it was
Henry Darger had like a look. Okay. I don't know if it was you. I mean, the person's still alive.
I guess.
A lot of it was like a recent memory.
Sure, I guess. Whatever.
I know the internet makes things seem like they happened a while long ago because things happen so fast, but like
I think the main thing is you get a bit of a sense of the type of person who would choose that as a cosplay, and then you're
that's
really
probably true.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't mind their costume. I guess I wouldn't like report them.
I don't like most.
It's bad first impression.
That's true.
I think there's just something kind of wrong with people who like obsess over it.
I mean, there's
I know, and I'm talking to Ben. I'm talking to Ben who made like 2 videos about it.
Yeah,
but,
it's
like,
fine. No,
don't
because
think
of that,
Ben
I've
did it.
had so
Ben
many
could've been way worse.
I've had so many interactions
Bens.
with people online who are like so bad about it. Like I know the type of person you're talking about. I just wouldn't assume it. I mean, honestly, yeah. If a guy, it would. I just wouldn't assume it based on solely on the fact that someone's interested in Chris or thinks Chris is funny or even wore a costume of it. But like, yeah, there's a definite type of person who's like too into it and is weird about it and is probably a Kiwi farmer and probably doesn't think trans people are real most of the time if you ask them, etc., etc. But also live free or die. But also
kind
of I'll never take away his right to say it. I'll die for your right to wear that striped shirt in public, sir.
Okay, well,
That's right.
I
That's
don't
the
like
only
it.
thing I'll die for.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. I think it's awful.
Well, I think you're awful.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Well,
all right.
All
Okay.
right.
Okay.
That's fine. It
Aren't
doesn't
you
matter.
that guy
It doesn't matter.
who made that Twitter
Right.
comic that
You made the-
was
Aren't
all
you
about
big-
the artist?
aren't you
Twitter,
big-
Cheesy,
big
how
artist
dare you
queen?
criticize someone else for something when you did something that I don't like? You hypocrite. You made big Twitter artists, and that was bad.
You know, it's so funny. Like,
Answer
more
the
time
question.
passes by,
That
the
was
more,
bad.
Like, people, cheesy. Was it bad or not for you doing that? Just say yes.
No,
or no.
in fact, just say yes.
or no. I won't
Just
let
say
you keep
yes.
talking,
Just
so
say yes.
or no.
Admit it. Admit it. Admit you did. Admit you did. You did something bad. Or die. Okay. What are you saying?
Deep fake me on like Passion of the Christ scene where he's getting crucified, but it's me, and I'm like, I regret big Twitter artists. No, what I was gonna say earlier is that I keep hearing like people tell me about like, they tell me about other bigger artists, like just DMing other bigger artists and be like, hey, just retweet this for me, and they just kind of do it, and it's like they're not friends or anything, they're just mutuals, and it just kind of happens like all the time casually, and I'm here thinking like, well, they're doing it, they've been doing it. Yeah, the problem is that like you're not big enough for them to give a shit about.
True. Yeah, true.
It's annoying. It's annoying. I don't consider like mutuals friends. I only consider someone a friend if I've like talked to them in a voice call at least like 200 hours.
You keep count? Oh.
No. But I
consider I consider a mutual a friend when I leave a reply and then they like the reply.
I consider them a friend as once
mutual a friend when we meet up and fuck.
I consider them a friend once they start sending me salacious photos.
That's the line.
Through the DMs. That's the confirmation. Like, okay, this person's in it. He's part of the cheesy entourage.
You know what?
The cheesy family.
You know what's weird? Family. You know, maybe you know what? I'm like not a nudes guy.
What?
I don't like nudes. Yeah.
Really? You prefer personalities and talking.
I would hate it if nudes showed up. No, I just don't. No. When I
oh my god, if someone sent me their titties,
I don't. When I'm talking to someone, I'm not angling for nudes. I kind of don't care to see the picture. If I think they're attractive and I want to have sex with them, I would want to meet them in person, and maybe we fuck, and that's cool. I don't know. I don't need them to send me pictures of their body. Like, I'll see it. You know what I mean?
You don't like you're kind of like, I don't look up what cars they have at the dealership. I just show up to the dealership and see what they got.
Yeah. I guess so. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not a car guy, so I wouldn't make that comparison, but sure. Yeah.
Of course.
I don't like nudes, and I don't like cars, and I don't like... Oh my god, I'm a woman. I was a woman all along.
Nude cars.
I don't like guy things.
If a smoke show, if a real hot babe DM'd you and saying, "Oh Ben, let me show you this picture of my pussy," what would you say? Like, no,
I wouldn't say no, thank you.
See a picture of your personality.
No, it'd be fine. I'm just probably wouldn't ask for nudes, even if I thought I could get them. I would just be like, let's find.
You earn them.
Let's meet. Let's meet and fuck, baby. let's
Babe, just show me a picture of your personality. That's what I'm really into.
I mean, I'd like to
Take
see
a picture of your diary.
I'd like to see what she looks like. And I'm like, and then from that I can be like, do I like this? Okay, good. And I don't need to see the nude to know if I'm interested. I don't need to see the nude to know if I'm interested or not. But that's not. That's not what nudes is about. It's not about like determining am I interested or not, right? It's usually like if you're getting nudes, you're already interested.
Yeah, it's
so if the interest is there,
social interaction.
I don't really need the nude. Let's just get together.
I think
now. Now
there's this now woman who's in Ben Saint's
yeah, I'm talking about
go to Boston now.
I hope God, I hope she's listening. God, I hope she's listening.
loud and clear. I think there's this kind of like thing you hear all the time where like people are like, oh, why does anyone pay for OnlyFans when there's like just titties free online, and it's kind of like, well, you're missing the point of it, because it's not even like necessarily about seeing titties just for titties' sake, but like there's this kind of like almost like a bond that you're paying for, because a lot of like people who do kind of OnlyFans, and it's not even necessarily like an OnlyFans thing, there's something like kind of social interaction-y that you get from someone sending their own picture of their own titty to you instead of you finding like a random. There's a little bit more of a connection there, and it's like obviously it's paid for.
I think
but,
that's incredibly cringe, an incredibly cringe way to look at. Listen, I'm not trying to be a snob about it, because I am on OnlyFans and I have, I'll say, at least one subscription. But it's not.
Wait, type it into the general.
No,
you don't gotta tell us.
No, it doesn't matter.
I'm gonna throw out some names, and you're gonna just like wink.
Look,
twice if I'm right.
I think I might have mentioned some on a bonus episode one time, but it doesn't matter. Look, the point is, it is definitely not about, oh, I feel a social connection. I feel some sort of a social interaction with this person. It is not about that. It is about I want to.
Yeah, I don't get that.
I like this person. I like their look. I want to see a person that looks like this doing that.
And they've got this paywalled content, and I'm prepared to pay for it.
Right.
I guess.
Right. I mean, I guess it is a parasocial thing in the sense that like every like online interaction is parasocial, but it's not like, ooh, I feel close to them. Because they specifically sent me their news because I made the request and they gave it to me. No, I made the request because I wanted to see it. I don't give a shit.
And they gave it to you because you're paying for it.
Right. It's not about that. So I don't agree with you.
Tell me, Ben, you never taken advantage of when they say like, hey guys, doing dick rate offers, send your dick for the DMs. You never taken advantage of those deals?
I don't take advantage of women, cheesy.
I didn't say women, I said deals.
I believe in I don't take advantage of women or deals because I believe in consent, and consent and deals violate the non-aggression principle.
I believe deals go against free market.
I believe deals are against,
and I trust the market.
I believe deals are against God's law. If you read the Torah, it says don't eat anything that's verboten, no usury. And it should have had a third clause. It should have also outlawed deals, but they forgot. God just forgot.
I am scrolling through the people that you follow and see if any name pops up.
You don't.
I really want to pinpoint
what on Twitter.
Yeah, on Twitter.
I don't think the person or people that I don't think they're on Twitter.
Oh, okay. This is your special just for you, girl.
I mean, not everyone who's on OnlyFans is on Twitter, but
many of them are. I mean, that's just what you got to do.
Many of them.
Yeah, cause it's like the one social media platform where you could post like vag and boobay for without getting in trouble.
It's probably true that most of them are. That's probably true.
Mm-hmm.
I stopped going on OnlyFans when I realized that they get good get good payout. They take a big cut of your money.
What they take like 40? They take like 20%. It's kind of a big cut, yeah.
Yeah, it is a big cut. I know a lot of people go like on Fansly. I don't know how.
It's the same. It's the same cut. I actually looked into it, and it's the same cut on Fansly.
That's a shame. I guess then the idea is like, oh, then just go do both platforms.
I'd rather do safe content and get a better cut.
Is there like a meaningful difference between doing one versus the other?
I'm not necessarily sure.
I assumed OnlyFans was just better because it's probably got a bigger user base because more people have heard of it.
I think the fact that that's probably the big reason why people still use OnlyFans is because more people have heard of OnlyFans. So like even if they take a bigger cut, you still guaranteed more people than Fansly or the alternatives. Although I see a lot of people kind of branching out and doing other things. Did
I mention that thing about how in that vlog Trixie said that she thought that if she had joined OnlyFans, when someone told her to, that she could single-handedly have changed its reputation to be not just for porn people?
I heard of it.
Oh,
and it's super funny.
There's a picnic adventure where she and Bert are driving, and she's talking about something, it doesn't matter, but she straight up says, like, yeah, if I had joined OnlyFans at such and such time, she says, I made Patreon's reputation what it was because I was one of the first people to be successful on Patreon. Whoa. I basically made Patreon what it was. So if I had joined OnlyFans when someone told me to, if I joined it at that time, I would have single-handedly changed it so that its reputation was not just for sluts. That's her wording, not mine. It would have been for everyone, but I didn't do that. So we live in the alternate timeline.
That's so stupid.
It's so fucking stupid.
It's so stupid on many levels because
many levels. Because the thing about Patreon is not even true at all. She was never in like the top tier. Like by the time before she even joined Patreon, Amanda Palmer was making like $30,000 a month. Like it's not even close.
I love Trixie. She should live stream more and say stuff like that.
Her live streams are gold, such as I don't have the money to give you a refund on Plebe and Wee Blu-ray. Just buy Ben's instead. The ultimate endorsement. True. I got 4 more, please, guys. Please, just get these last 4 off my hands. I'll do.
She did rescind that comment. Just saying.
Okay. She did. Yes, under duress, she made the written statement. It's like, I do not endorse Ben's Blu-rays under any circumstances. Thank you and sorry. Thank you and sorry. End quote.
She got the Endless Jets call.
She did get the call. She did get the call
after the whole debacle.
Right.
And she's like, and he's like, Trixie, don't do that.
Jesse finally had to do something on the internet for once in his life.
Jesse had to.
He actually had to do something or talk to someone.
Ben, what were you? Ben, you fucking monster! You made Jesse
get out of his fucking chair for once. Trixie did it. I didn't make her say that. I asked the question.
That's true.
There we go.
No, but everything is kind of just your fault, Ben. Ultimately, like I know you're the problem.
You are the prototypical Twitter follower. Everything's Trixie does something fucked up. Oh, it must be Ben's fault for doing the only logical thing that one could possibly do under these circumstances.
I don't attack.
Who made those circumstances? Who made the market? The invisible hand of which guided me to do the terrible things that I do. The Golden Witch. It all comes back. All the golden thread, the shiny golden thread of hope. They all come back to the same spider spinning its web in the branches of the studio. I'm sorry. Right, let's continue. Let's go on.
I found a couple of spicy names in Ben's follow right now.
No, stop.
Anna Callahan. Erica Uterhoven, Nicole Morel, Christine Barber. Ooh, Ben. Wide selection. Ooh la la. Ooh,
those
34th.
Those are all like
34th Midwest district.
Yeah, those are all like local, like district level
baby.
Massachusetts, like state representative candidates.
Ooh,
Lamau.
Ben's got a type. Ben likes a thinking girl. Ben likes a girl who knows what she wants, and that's
Ben likes a girl who fires those neurons.
Yeah, exactly.
You've caught me. I've been caught in 4chan.
Ben likes powerful women. Ben likes powerful mommies that want to take control and be like,
who's a bigger
Lord.
dom? Who's a bigger dom than your elected representative?
Exactly.
Than a local member of the city council. Talk about power. You talk about a power dynamic. Ooh la la. Ooh mama.
Exact. Ooh, mommy.
Oh, mama.
Mommy?
Mommy's coming.
Nice.
Remember when Rarity said that? Gabe, you remember when Rarity said that?
Yes, I remember when Rarity said
good. Okay, I'm not the only one that remembers when Rarity said that, right?
that. Was that when she was like enamored with Boulder?
Opal was in a tree. Opal was stuck in a tree,
the
and
cat.
she said, "Mommy's coming."
She says, "Mama's coming."
Mama's coming to get you down from the tree.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
It's fine.
Don't worry. Daddy's home.
Daddy's homo.
There's no daddies in My Little Pony. Nobody has daddies in My Little Pony.
I think that's from like an
What
opening.
about Fancy Pants?
That's from like a Drake song, I think.
No, you're right.
He just says that at the start of a song.
Daddy's home.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Don't worry.
Daddy's home.
Don't worry. Yeah, it sounds like something he'd say.
Check out this.
Even though he's
check
a
out
lesbian.
this tweet.
No.
Check out this tweet that I got
No.
going. What do you think of this, Ben?
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
From Yoshi.
I'm green,
What do
so
you think
you
about this
can't
clip of
pinch me.
Yoshi?
Oh, it's a video. Hey, whoa.
It's a video.
Hey, I mean,
look at this.
nice shell.
Pretty good.
Isn't that a saddle? That's not a shell. Yoshi doesn't wear a shell. Yoshi has a saddle.
Inaccurate. Never. My boner just went down from noticing that it's a shell. It's
Yoshi doesn't have a
inaccurate
shell.
costume.
That's a Koopa. Why is she wearing a Koopa? Fucking women, fake gamer sluts don't play video games, right? They use
They're
magic.
too busy showing their giant butts.
She probably used spells in Dark Souls. Ugh. She probably did an arcane build.
But this is Fancy Pants. Do you remember Fancy Pants?
I do remember Fancy Pants,
is
and
the
I remember
daddiest
Fleur de Lis.
character.
Fleur de Lis is my favorite background pony, far and away.
These two stole the show, and they didn't even do anything.
Yeah, they did. I like these two.
Fleur de Lis. That's a funny name. Who the
I
fuck
don't think that's her. I
named
don't
She's
think
got a
that's
fleur de lis on her cutie mark.
I don't think that's an official name. I think that's just what fans called her.
I think
Interesting.
that she's called Fleur, or maybe.
I don't
know.
In that episode, no, she doesn't have a name. Maybe they gave her one later.
I think they call it because on her cutie mark is a fleur de lis. I guess
Yeah,
it
but-
just makes sense.
Oh yeah, that's why Pinkie Pie is named Balloon.
yeah, ballooner, balloony.
balloon babe, as I like to
Yeah.
call her.
The B
Balloon butt.
BBB.
And that it pops and like is filled with
it
helium.
pops. It's got a butt. Yo, babe. Yo, bitch. You got a booty like a balloon, in that it's popping.
Yo, babe, I need to pop that balloon booty you got going for you. Yeah, that's right. That's what I said.
It makes too much sense. It makes too much sense. Pinkie Pie.
Yeah,
We all agree
but
Pinkie Pie
don't-
is a pog, right?
Yeah, but
Oh,
if
yeah.
you have
Yeah.
if you have a big balloon, if you have a big balloon butt, don't send it to Ben. Don't send him a picture of it. He wants to see a picture of your personality. He wants to see a picture of your books.
Let me see it.
Pinkie-
Let me see it in
Pinkie-
person.
Pinkie-
Let me see it in person.
Pinkie would be a papg.
Badass pony girl. Yeah. Okay.
Or
All right.
pink, I was thinking.
Pink. Oh, okay.
Oh
sure.
God.
Right.
Papg.
Okay.
That's awesome.
You know.
This is cool.
I don't know.
Pep
People
This is
G.
really amazing.
call me crazy. I just think people don't really look good in nudes. I just think most people look better in person.
Wow, body shaming humanity.
I think
right
I've
now.
You never seen a good nude.
No,
is
it's
what
not that
you're
I've never
saying.
seen a good nude. It's just that I've had sexual partners, if you can believe it.
So-
And in my opinion,
okay.
I don't think I've ever known, they look better in person than in a photograph. I think photographs are generally not flattering. Most photographs are
I
not
would
very
say
flattering.
The same.
Okay.
But like, I think you can have a good nude. I think a lot of people like nude sending is not very high art.
No.
People don't bring like photography degrees to that.
No.
Some of them do. If they've got like an account, so
that being the case, if it's not a flattering picture that's like very
people got to learn how to take better pictures.
Then why do I want to see it? I don't. You look better in person.
The thing is that true, I agree. In person is way better, but like I think there's something kind of hot about the amateurness of it. In my opinion, the amateur porn is like its own category.
Well,
there's something kind of like attractive.
There's something about
the
confidence,
something human.
The confidence and
I get that.
The decision to do it in the first place is nice.
So
I get it.
Yeah, especially if they do
actually, I mean, yeah. I kind of agree with that. Actually, it kind of turned me around on it. If it's like,
you kind of turned me on that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay,
good. That's consent, guys. That's consent. That's consent for sending nudes to bed now.
The person or people, I'll never tell, that I'm subscribed to on OnlyFans. They're not very professional. They're pretty, but it's like, it's not. What I appreciate about them is that in their unprofessionality is that I like to see them in, let's say, in situations. I'd like to see them, but I like the amateurness of it makes it feel authentic. Makes it feel like this is a real person doing these things. It feels unstaged.
Yeah.
So I mean, in that sense, I completely agree. I don't know if I feel quite the same way about, I took a picture of myself in a mirror.
I think that I feel the same way in this one specific sense, that like porn doesn't have to be like nudes, but porn sometimes is more like interesting and engaging when it's characters just doing normal things and they just happen to be sexy. They're not like going, oh, look at how sexy I am and doing all of this stuff. And
yes.
Like that sort of is like, that feels fake, that feels
like
staged.
When a character just happens to be like wrapped up in like a spider web or like tied up in like ropes or something.
Just natural, their natural.
Just going about their day, just doing their job. They're just making a living.
Filing taxes with their titties out, like bouncing around.
Right.
I don't like a fake girl. If you're wearing makeup, disgusting.
No, not makeup. Makeup is just a default thing. You can wear your makeup, you can wear nice things, and then you can be like hanging out on a playing a video game or like on a bench. You don't need to be looking at the camera being like, "Oh, I see you."
The real in like a lot of like porn that you find on like sites where the girl is like like the artifice of it is very like, because I know that because they make such a big show of it, it like really feels like this is acting, and it's like calling attention to the fakeness of it, and that's a really big like, ugh, I don't like
people cannot act.
Right.
Well, at least they don't need to if they're pretty enough.
Right.
So they don't need to learn how.
Right.
Yeah. One of these days, I'm gonna direct a very weird porno where it's gonna be one of those things where like when people pass around a clip of something that seems funny and weird, and then everyone in the comments like, "Oh, people don't know this is from a porno."
Remember that lemon thing? Remember that thing with like it was a
lemon party?
No, not lemon.
The lemon stealing whore.
Yes, lemon stealing whore. That's the one.
Oh, yeah.
With James Dean.
Love that.
I don't even remember what happens in it. I just remember that James Dean and a lemon tree and a lemon stealing whore.
There's two porn stars, and they're like sitting on their bench, and they're like, "Oh, I love our backyard. Yeah, me too. I also love my lemon tree. Yeah, let's look at our lemon tree right now." And I'm not even exaggerating. This was exactly the dialogue. So they look at their lemon tree, and there's this woman who is the self-titled lemon stealing whore. She's stealing their lemons and she's putting it in her, like, I think she's wearing like a onesie kind of thing, like a onesie bikini kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, hey, that's the lemon ceiling whore. And like, we only see the intro of this. I implied they potentially, I think they punished the lemon ceiling whore in like a sexual way.
Yeah, that's what I would have done in that situation as well.
Yeah, if I were to catch a lemon stealing whore in my backyard.
To catch a lemon stealing whore.
I'm glad you remember. You remember this better than I do. I'm really glad because I thought I might have like hallucinated this.
You know why that video, like the reason why that video got memed in the first place, and this was like early like YouTube.
Why?
Back when like people could see what you like every video you like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And you know who's the person who originally like spread it through their likes. And everyone in the comment section was kind of like, why did so and so like this? was Eagle Raptor. Eagle Raptor liked it.
Oh, that's
and like
funny.
and because I remember going when I watched that video because I saw that for an Eagle Raptor because I was like, oh, I love Eagle Raptor, and then I see it's like, what the fuck? Lemon Ceiling Horn is likes, and I click, and then everyone's comments like, why did Aaron like this?
Because it's
Or
funny.
like,
Probably because the same
Aaron
reason a
is-
billion other people liked it. Yeah.
At the time, he was doing like he was doing those little animations where it was called Lemon and Bullet
Lemon and
or
Bill.
whatever.
Yeah.
Lemon and Bill. Yeah, and they and people were like, oh, he's looking for Lemon and Bill material.
Lemon stealing Bill.
Lemon stealing Bill. Yeah, that was the time. Rest in peace, Eagle Raptor. You'll never be forgotten.
Those were the days. Never be forgotten. That's right.
Did you know that Game Grumps still exists?
No.
And not only that,
it's like
if you look at
it's
their
like I can
thumbnails-
still hear the voice of Danny Sexbang on the wind.
Now they're doing thumbnails now where they're doing like the default YouTuber gamer where they've got their photograph of themselves doing a what face with the picture of the game next to them. It's no longer the old orange and the little faces.
That's amazing. Actually, I can't believe that.
It's so different, and it's like, well, content's about the same. They're just sitting on a couch.
That's so weird.
Laughing and talking.
It's like, I was considering thumbnails for my for the video, the Twitch announcement video, and I was picking out like which pictures of like screen caps of myself from to use, and I was just picking out and just thinking like, you kind of want to look deranged. Like you kind of want to look like you're a freak in the thumbnail, like Mr. Beast. Like Mr. Beast, I don't know. I think Mr. Beast is extremely off-putting looking, especially the fakes he makes in all his thumbnails. I mean, and I know I'm not the only person that thinks this, but
it's not an accident that he chooses photos that look kind of freaky. I think that's just been a thing for a long time.
There's something compelling about like a sort of deranged looking guy or something. I don't know how to explain it. But it has to be on purpose. It has to be like an intentional thing.
I think a little while ago, a few years ago, there was a trend of using like Photoshop to like enlarge the eyes and the teeth, and to make it like look like absurdly, horrifically different than a human face.
Like if you look at it,
I think
looks
that sort
really
of
weird.
That trend has gone away a little
yeah.
bit because it's a little too scary.
There's
that still works.
There's something, even if it's not like good, there's something that just grabs you about like a human face with some sort of like visual interest, even if it's negative interest. But if like the eyes and the teeth are really big, your face goes right to it. It's like a jump scare. It's like when you see it.
Yeah, it's really sad and pathetic that is how everything looks. If you want to maximize like clickability, you have to be the same kind of a freak. But I want varieties of freaks,
There's a certain kind of thing that the human brain...
Have you seen this man in your dreams?
There's a certain kind of thing that the human brain just sees and has a visceral reaction to, and it's just all about getting that reaction.
I think I like book covers. I like album covers. Those
Mr.
are cool.
Beast was on them. I'll read them.
If they had, imagine if like albums and stuff were all physical now, and they are physical, but like you know what I mean.
Albums,
like albums, like
crazy.
you don't go to Spotify to find albums. You go to the store, and they've got all these albums, CDs, and whatever. But they've all got the artist.
At a store? Nah,
they've got the artist on the front cover doing like, oh my god, I can't believe I made this sort of like face, and like that's what gets people to buy it.
What you travel to like an alternate reality where everything's the same. Like there's no change except for one thing, and that's like the album for Beatles Rubber Soul is them doing like the soy face pointing and like
They're pointing at their own music.
Yeah, they're pointing at their album. It's like a slip, so you can pull it out. You can pull out the part where they're like pointing, and it's like the regular album cover, but you can put it. Oh, this is yeah. What was I gonna say earlier? This kind of reminds me of there's this kind of theory that like stupid, insane people have where like people were saying something about like, have you noticed that you're just kind of just naturally scared of like pale, horrific faces, and like
Weird.
you know maybe it's because like back then our ancestors saw some sort of subspecies creature that maybe was a pale evil monster thing, and it's ingrained in our DNA, and that's why we're scared of it. And it's beyond fucking stupid. It's because it's like, well, like there's a lot of reasons now to kind of be scared of someone pale or scary looking than like something stupid. And like, oh, it's at one point there was actually pale, scary looking monsters who lived on Earth, and they were like one of the lesser.
Oh, this is like an alien. Yeah.
Well, not necessarily an alien, but that like there's just a creature like that is kind of like. The way people talk about it, they seem to explain it as some sort of like one of the several subspecies of sapien that exist.
I mean, it's
like when like early man was developing, because there was like a shitload of different like subspecies.
I mean, there's lots of ways for a face to look uncanny and alarming, and like being extremely pale, I guess, is one of them. But it's like definitely not the only one.
It's like a weird kind of thing where like someone out there heard about the whole thing with Assassin's Creed, where it's like, oh, do you know that like your entire family history is in your DNA and shit like that. Whoa. And that like kind of crops up back, and it's like, oh, what if your great grandpa saw like a spooky monster and it traumatized him so bad that it like passed on, and now that's why you're traumatizing spooky monsters.
That's what we call Lamarckian. That's what we call Lamarckian genetics. You know about those?
Malarkian.
More like Malarkian. Lamarck said that like he thought that like the reason giraffes have long necks is because like previous generations had to reach up with their necks to try and grab high fruit, and he thought that physical activity like physically stretched their neck out, and that then the giraffes would have babies, and they would pass that trait on to their offspring, and it was because they had developed it through like, you know, through the physical mechanical action
through the grind set.
Right.
Yeah.
Not that it was a process natural selection by like gene mutation. So that's what that is. It's like, oh, your grandpa got really scared by a ghost, and he got so scared that he learned that associate, and then his kid it passed it on to his kids.
Into his DNA from that point.
Yeah, so he gave birth to kids. It's just we're also scared of ghosts. It's just like in the Bible. They said, it was like Joseph or some fucking antediluvian guy. God was like, hey, I'll tell you a trick to breed goats with stripes. And so he said, cut stripes into a stick and put the stick in a water, and then have the goats drink the water, and then their babies will have stripes. And they did.
What?
Fucking magic spell.
And hey, and you know that, you know what else? Yes. And you know the other part that's in the same chapter where they describe the circular pool whose ratio of its diameter to its circumference is exactly 3. Lamau.
Whoa.
If you pi is
I can't believe the number 3 is involved.
Pi is exactly 3. God, according to the Bible. Lamau.
Interpreted the Bible.
The Bible. Okay. All right. That's it. I've said enough.
That's our weekly Bible rant.
What were we talking about?
We were talking about gibbontake.site.
No, we weren't, but let's do that.
Yeah. Hey, did you know that my website is new now?
Yeah.
It's been a lot of work getting it working and stuff. But it's not really much of like a big update until I have new stuff to put on there. But I'm proud of it because it's, you know, it's a lot of it's my stuff. It's my domain. It's my little castle. And I like that it's now no longer associated with WordPress, and I have a lot more control over the HTML and all the stuff.
Gibbontake.site.
And I'm gonna have like links to Amazon, so you can buy the Clarissa Gunsmoke book right on the site.
I see.
And it's easy. It's gonna be easy to like. It is easy to like use instead of how it was before.
I see. Yeah, these
where you had to click on the link at the bottom of the page, and now you can do arrow keys.
These links are. Yeah, they don't. They just the buy print and buy digital links. They just link to the website right now. Lamau.
Those don't work currently as we're recording. Yeah. They will when I've published it, which will be like tomorrow.
Yeah. Cool. I should
link the site.
Oh yeah. Well,
I mean, you know what? I guess as soon as they work, I'm gonna buy a copy of Clarissa Gunsmoke and the Bandit King. I guess I'll be. I guess I'll. Is it $15 plus shipping? Or is it just 15?
Yeah, it will be plus shipping, but you pay for it and it'll be shipped from America. So they print it in the country that it's going to be shipped to. So there's really good shipping. Actually, it's like $2. Probably.
That's amazing. Can you know how if you buy like $25 worth of stuff on Amazon, you get free shipping? Can I or maybe is that just an American thing?
I know. I'm pretty sure. I mean, it'll. I don't know.
I wonder if I could include that in my
the type of item.
I wonder if I could include that in my Amazon order. A copy of Clarissa Gunsmoke and a jar of a corn fiber, please, to add up to $25 to get that.
That's what you should do. Everyone should add a Clarissa Gunsmoke volume to their shopping cart to save on delivery fee.
Exactly. You can't afford not to.
And corn fiber, of course, too.
And corn pop.
Yeah, what Ben said. Obviously.
But in the course of making the site, I had to like go through all of my comics again. Balejape is great. Balejape is really fun.
I should reread it.
Nice.
It's been a while.
I love Balejape. I love Canon Story. I even love Horsestuck, even though it's like really, really old, and Digi is in there.
Oh yeah.
Right at the end.
Boy, I had to scroll way back to see that.
I think it's a great feeling when you go back to your older work and you still think it like looks good, you know?
Yeah.
A lot of people...
I mean, it's obviously like worse drawing than what I could do now. Like the things I tried my hardest at, I remember certain panels that are like, oh, I tried my hardest to make this look good, and it just sort of is okay. But now I could do so much better.
A part of me was thinking like, oh, when I do the volume 1 of Villainverse, where I have the prologue to chapter 6, maybe I should go back and redraw a couple of those panels so they look a little bit better. But then I look at those panels and I'm like, this still looks good. This still looks good. I don't need to change anything. It, still serviceable.
Very.
I still think.
About which comic you talking about?
Villainverse.
Are you still doing? Are you still going to do more Villainverse?
Oh yeah, I've been
Okay.
I think I mentioned it before that I kind of put that on pause because it's not making me as much money as I thought it would, and I've been trying to focus on more kind of like comics that will help me stand out more.
I understand. I get you.
Because this shit is tough. I hate talking to other artists. I think other artists are terrible people.
You know, I was joking. But go on. I might agree with you even more.
Okay. So what I mean is that so every time I'm not every time, but there's a certain group, there's a certain type of artist that every time I tell them like, yeah, like what's kind of annoying. I mean, I'm basically just complaining about like, oh man, I'm not making a living.
It's tough to make money as a yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then this person is always like, dude, who cares about the money, dude? It's all about, it's all about making art for yourself, man.
Oh, cool. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, you fucking monster. Yeah, I hate, do people actually say that? Do people actually say that in casual conversation?
People do say that to me. Like, I mean, it's mostly...
that's not reading the room at all. If you're having trouble with money and you need the money, because you do need the money, because everyone needs the money.
My job, my job sure is hard. My job sure is hard. Oh, who cares how hard it is? Idiot.
It's like, Because, like, I mean, I get the ultimate in a perfect society. Yeah, of course, you would be only making art for yourself because that's all that matters ultimately. But in this society, where like I wanna make a living off something that doesn't make me want to shoot my fucking like brains out.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
Like, and I basically argue like, man, it sucks that like the job that I want isn't making me enough.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest.
Is ultimately what I'm saying.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I don't really talk to that many other artists. I talk to like Gib.
Oh, I could tell.
How could you tell?
I could tell. It's easy.
Okay. Well, I won't ask. I won't ask for any more details. I don't really talk to that many. And I mean, okay. When people say that something like that, is it people that like, are they successful or are they people who are also?
No, it's never successful people.
Okay, it's cope. So it's cope.
Well, it's not even like cope. It's kind of like, I feel like, because I notice is that if an artist has like a well-paying job and then they do the art thing, obviously they don't care too much about making money off of art,
right? Because
they have the well-paying job, and so they can do art for themselves.
Yeah, and
that's fine.
Yeah.
That's cool. If you want to go down that route, there's no problem with that. Sure. But like, it just feels kind of weirdly dismissive.
No, I get you.
Like, oh, I want to go down a route where like the stuff that I like to make is the stuff that's keeping me afloat.
Yeah.
And to some people that doesn't like click. Like, oh, you should just, if you like making that stuff, you should just make it. And it's like, yeah, but you know, I kind of want to eat. Yeah, I gotta want to eat. I kind of have rent to pay. I kind of have
it's. I would say, I guess there's two. Like, if they're like a successful artist, it's obviously hypocritical of him to say that. If they're like wealthy, or at least like their bills are paid by some other thing, and like they're just like a hobbyist, and they say that, then it's like, why are you saying that? Like, you don't have this same concern as me, so like fucking how dare you dismiss it like that, right? Like, who are you to tell me, oh, don't worry about that? Fuck yourself. And then if they're also struggling, and they're then like I could see someone who's like also doing that, just being it as like cope. It's just like, oh, it's not about the money. It's about the passion. Can I pay my bills? No, but I don't expect to. I am a lowly worm. This is what I deserve. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think what I was gonna say, another thing that also kind of like in the same vein as this is like, because I tell people that like I aim to make stuff that like, I try to make stuff that like is like popular, like that can be popular, and a lot of like other, I guess the same kind of artist who's like just drawing for themselves like raises an eyebrow to that like comment, because they're like, oh, you should try to make stuff that appeals to you.
You should make art for yourself. Oh, you should just make the art you want to see. Have they ever read Bakuman? It's literally all about the reader surveys. Nothing else matters except the reader surveys.
With me, I like to I talk about this. I've tried to talk about this on other podcasts, and I keep getting interrupted. But
actually, that makes you talk about the PCP website for a second. No, go on. Sorry.
but basically, and I think I have mentioned it before on this podcast. It's like there's the art that like that feeds your soul but doesn't make you any money,
mm-hmm.
and then there's the art that like can make money but like kind of hurts your soul, and you want to hit the middle ground of that, like,
right? Because
no one's like a complete contrarian where they like, you don't like something that's popular, right? Like everyone likes at least one thing that's like popular, and if you're an artist, you should like think about what are the popular things you like, and try to do your version of that popular thing, because that's gonna like keep you afloat. Actually, go on.
Someone said, I think it might have been like, I just heard someone say, I think it might have been Majular in a video not that long ago, or someone, I heard some YouTuber it was not even relevant who had said it, but someone said like someone just commented that like a lot of art, this reminded me that art is a lot of the time, it's about like, you just see someone else do something and you just think, that sucked, I could do that better. like I could do that better than that person can, and then you do it, and then you try to do it, and you just prove that you could do it better than that other person did it, and that's just where a lot of art comes from.
Yeah,
and that's fine.
That's like I love that. That's like when you do something out of spite, which is great.
Not
It's
even
always cool
out
to
of
make,
spite.
like,
It's
art
just
out of spite.
if you. I mean, it's a stupid example, but that reminds me of like the pony scene back, the pony review scene. I saw other idiots making pony reviews, and I was like, well, do a better pony review than this. And I did.
Yeah, that's how it starts. I remember I kind of had that same mentality when I made my first like short film in high school, because there was like a senior at the time and I was junior who made a horror short film, and everyone loved it. Everyone thought like, oh, that was great and awesome and epic. But I was like, dude, you literally just ripped off a creepypasta. Like, I know this creepypasta. And he passed it off as like his own work. And I'm like, oh, dude, this was lame as fuck, dude. I could make something scarier and original. And I like to think I did. Even though my short film was very weird. It was very particular. Like, I thought it was funny.
I guess
I think
we'll
a lot of people
know.
at the time did not get it.
I guess we'll never know.
It's still on YouTube. It's called on my cheesy.
Do I even dare to watch it?
It's on my cheesy classic channel. It's called Dog Man.
I don't think I ever even have seen that channel.
It used to be called. Cheesy
link
Manfredo,
link it if you dare, but I guess we don't have time to watch it right now.
I don't want to link it.
Okay. Just take my word for it. It was really good. I totally blew that guy out of the water.
It destroyed that guy.
Cool.
Yeah, he was shaking. He became a little quiet after Dogman came out. He was a little silent.
Interesting.
You know. Yeah.
Speaking of.
Well,
oh no, you go on.
Yeah, go on. I was just gonna say that. Yeah, I just kind of am annoyed by those kinds of people.
I think it's pretty cringe to not understand that like an artist would want to do art as a living, and therefore. The struggle to make it a profitable venture is like really obviously important, and what kind of a fucking clod wouldn't appreciate that?
I mean, I want to play devil's advocate for just a second.
No,
be charitable to these types of people.
Die.
When they say just do things that make you happy, could they be referring to like art that is successful being good because the artist who made it liked doing it?
No.
Like, that happens.
Yeah,
that happens, obviously.
That may be very misguided because it's like they only know things that are successful because they're successful.
That's such a...
But that's probably where their mind is when they say things like that.
That might be where their mind is,
but
that's such as like a survivorship bias thing. Because when you look at like comics that are really successful and maybe the artist behind them is like, I just draw what I like, and it's just what they draw is like something that's wildly popular. It's like then it's just a coincidence. Like they're just lucky that like the thing that they really like to draw just happens to be the thing that the zeitgeist is like really into, and it became successful. Like you can't generalize that advice to everyone, because most people, if they just draw whatever appeals to them, people wouldn't care. They have to think about how can I make this make this into something that people like.
That's my cope, though. I still think that if I care about what I'm doing, then people will be like, you know what?
To a certain extent, it's true, but I don't think it's good general advice for like how to make it in the art scene.
No, I mean, I don't know how to make it in the scene because I mostly have money from podcasts.
Right.
I think
True.
I think there's the lucky few out there who like the art they want to make is already stuff that's like super popular, so they're like, oh yeah, oh wow, the guy who drew when did Undertale come out, like 2015? Something like
2015,
that.
16.
Well, the guy who was just drawing his own Undertale art in 2015 got super popular because obviously he was just drawing from the heart, right? It's like, well, not that coincidentally, at the same time he was really into a game that was super popular at the time, you know. Yeah. Like that can't be it.
Yeah.
Right. There's like all these there's like all these like other things that people don't like. taking count
speaking
for.
Counterpoint, my work is great, and people will look back and say, wow, I wish I was a fan of Gib earlier, and then I would be cooler than I am now.
But nobody will find you. I'm sorry, but nobody's gonna find you through Clarissa. They're gonna find you through other stuff. And if they stick around, then they'll read Clarissa. And it'll be good. And
I understand this. That's why I'm trying to, like, during Clarissa or maybe afterwards, make a few videos, make a few YouTube videos, see if I can get some of that back, so I can advertise again.
Yeah.
Send people that way. Having a good website that's like good and not shit would also do some good. You know, like having a good presenting, front facing base of operations that people can go to. Like, I'm setting things up. I think it's gonna work, guys. It's just gonna work.
No, I believe you.
Speaking of, two things. One, I do want to mention about websites. The PCP website, when the OVA is out, you will be able to download the Dojin and Road to Radcon digital PDF. It'll be free. It'll be on the procrastinatorspodcast.com or perfectcomicparty.com. Go to the PCP stuff link, and there will be downloadable PDFs for the Dojin once the OVA is out. Hey Gib, did you make those letters? Did you make that lettering for me? I need that. I want that lettering. I really think we could use a little custom lettering graphics for the buttons.
Yeah, I was focused on website and Amazon this week, so I will do that.
I would just like to see some letters, please. I'd just like to see some fonts.
Yeah, I'm also gonna make a template, like, PDF size that I'm gonna send to you, so that you know how big the pages of the perfect.
That would be very helpful. That'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, did you get those pictures of Spider-Man that I asked? I told you I need those pictures of Spider-Man.
I need that. I need that typeface. I need that typeface on my desk by 6 a.m. tomorrow, or it's yours. I'll have your gun in your badge, Spider-Man.
I'll get you the typeface. I just need to change into my. I'm just gonna go and do that.
Yeah, you're an unconventional. You're an unconventional reporter, but you get results. And I respect results.
Parker, I need pictures. I need pictures of trans Spider-Man. Okay, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom right now and change. I need pictures.
I'm gonna go powder my spider.
Transgender Spider-Man.
The other thing I wanted to say on the subject of things that are popular.
Parker, I need news of Spider-Man.
No, they're not flattering. I need... throws the pictures back in Peter's face. These nudes aren't flattering, Peter. He looks better in real life. Get out there and get me hotter nudes. Get more flattering lighting. Dim lighting. Low angles.
His rival reporter, like, oh, he's getting nudes of Spider-Man. I can't. Oh, that makes me so angry. Ben gets the Venom symbiote. He becomes Venom in this continuity. He fights Spider-Man so he can't spread his nudes.
Speaking of... Ooh, I want a green symbiote, because it'd be like slime.
Ben Slime.
Ben Smeals. Speaking of all that shit, speaking of piggybacking off of popular things to get popular, my Mega Man video, the reason why I rushed and got that Twitch announcement video out today, or yesterday, was because Mega Man video is getting a big third wave. It's getting like a big third wind. I think it's because the Battle Network Legacy Collection is like being announced. It's going to come out like next month.
Yeah.
We're doing numbers. We're doing numbers here. I'll show you the last 28 days of numbers on this graph right here.
See, you're lucky. You've got Mega Man that you care about. You make a video about that. You care about Mega Man. I don't care about Mega Man. I would never do such a thing. I forced myself to care
about Mega Man. Listen, here's the thing. I planned for all this because I knew that Mega Man, that the Legacy Collection was coming out, and that Mega Man 11 had just surpassed Mega Man 2 as the best-selling Mega Man of all time. So there's like renewed interest. There's renewed fan interest. And there's renewed corporate interest in the franchise, and I knew that they have like bigger projects in the works that are still a secret, but that have like huge budgets put to them. I knew that there were going to be big Mega Man developments coming in the future. So I was like, I need to do this now. I need to make the definitive Mega Man video that everybody's going to want to watch when 10 years from now, some big fucking thing comes out and everyone is like, what's Mega Man? And they'll go on YouTube and they'll say Mega Man lore, and they'll see an 8-hour video explaining, and they'll be like, guess I'll watch that. And it's happening. It's paying off.
And then they'll get to the bit where you talk about the PCP, and they're like, "What?"
Well, maybe they'll click past the intro. It's too long.
Huh?
They'll click past the intro. Anyway, third wind, baby.
Where's my Mega Man?
Ben, if I were you, just make a Mega Man comic.
No.
At this point.
No.
But
I hate Mega Man.
Here's the ticket. Just retell the entire Mega Man story, but change everyone's names. Everyone's like proxy characters.
It's really funny.
Also make it edgy and cyberpunk.
Mega Man X is already the edgy cyberpunk version of Mega Man. It's really funny. I went to a local. This was a couple years ago. I was invited to a local. It was at a college. It was a meeting of like the comics. It was like a comics club at this college.
Yeah.
And it was a bunch of hacks. It was a bunch of, it was college kids. They had OCs. They were just talking about their OCs, and they were like, "Yeah, I've been working on this comic for like 8 years now. I've been working on it for 8 years. Haven't started drawing it yet, but it's gonna be really good." And one guy was talking about his comic idea, and he's describing the plot of his comic idea, and he talks for several minutes, and I'm sitting there, and he's talking about, it's the future. There's robots that are alive. There's some of them go crazy. There's a rebellion. Certain good robots have to form a team to fight against the bad robots that are rebelling against humanity. He's talking. Listen, there's more. There's layers, because he's saying all this, and I'm looking at him, and he's wearing a Mega Man shirt, and I'm like, I'm just looking at him. I'm like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, it's compelling. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then he talks for like 5 or 10 minutes about this idea for this comic series that he wants to do. And he gets to the end and he goes like, yeah, so basically it's Mega Man. Like I basically just ripped off Mega Man. and I was like, you know what? Okay, I respect it. At least he cops to it. So At least he appreciates that about his pitch. So I couldn't be that mad.
I can't imagine working on a comic in your head for 8 years and not drawing.
It's literally
anything
just
yet.
like they have an OC. They have an OC that they have stories about in their head, and maybe occasionally they sketch them in a notebook, and they think this would make a great comic one day. And that's what they mean by I've been working on this comic for 8 years.
I cannot comprehend doing ideas that are 8 years old, because like you're like a different person by then, and it's like here's the kind of trick. If you have a genius idea right now that you think like, oh, I'm gonna say this for later, no, do it now, because like even in a year or so you're gonna like think that idea is not that good.
Some people have,
and you might as well just do it now.
Some people have like since they were kids, even they have like a cast of characters in their head that they've thought up, and they've just continued to like think of like scenarios for these characters to do. Who's like that is Emily Ree. You know Emily Ree?
That sounds.
She's a comic. She does a comic called Anarchy Dreamers, and she's on Twitter, and that's her comic. She's had these OCs for like since she was like a kid, a teenager, whatever, and she's just been.
I mean, it's fine to like use concepts you've had lying around. It's the sense that
like it's called Anarchy.
You haven't like made a
Anarchy
start.
Dreamers.
Okay, looking it up right now. Sure.
Because I also have like a bunch of like characters. I guess a lot of them were invented in the process of like making shit up while I was drawing Belljape and stuff. But like, and like RFCK, Lord of Ghosts, I made up because it was like a fun character to play.
Yeah.
I don't really have anything from childhood.
No, me either.
Back.
No, me either.
I think, she's like the exception. I think also the creator of Bone, Jeff Smith, he came up with the Bone characters, the Bone cousins, when he was like a little kid, because it's like he was a big fan of this comic strip called Pogo, and it's like a possum character, and he drew the main character, Phone Bone, is based on Pogo, and because Phone Bone looks kind of like Pogo but like hairless, and that's kind of where he based the idea for all the Bone characters. And if you look up the art of Bone, he has like his old like children, like his old comics that he made when he was a kid, with Phone Bone and Phony Bone, and their design it literally never changed at all. It's like been the same since he was a kid.
I've never read.
I mean,
Bone.
lucky for Bone is fucking.
Bone is a real comics nerd's favorite comic. Like your favorite comic artist's favorite comic is Bone.
I saw it in a library once, and I read a bunch of it, and it was like it was really well drawn and funny and witty, and just it was great. I really should find more issues for more volumes.
Yeah, you gotta get that. You probably I feel like even the colored version, the Scholastic like release of those books are pretty good. I know there's like complete like versions of Bone, but it's fucking great. 10 out of 10 every time I see motherfuckers complain about like, oh, like it's so hard to get into like, oh man, Western comics are dying. Oh,
I saw you've been retweeting that. You were retweeting that one about like, oh, the manga section is bigger.
And I'm over here thinking like, oh, please just read Daniel Klaus, please.
The reason it's so simple. The reason the manga section is bigger is because print manga is just a bigger business in Japan, because there's just bigger demand. There's bigger financial demand for serialized fucking print comics. It's literally just there's more money in it over there.
It's so, and it's also kind of like every time I see anyone complain, every time someone makes this kind of tweet, they're usually, and they keep it nice and vague. I usually also see them talking about how like, and the reason why is because comics keep pushing progressive politics.
Right, you'd have to be so like, fucking stupid not to see. It's because there's more fucking money in it, you fucking idiot. They pay them more. It's a bigger industry.
It's just so, yeah. It's really fucking annoying.
It's because they made April O'Neil. Well, she was already black, but they made her black and fat in the new cheese, and that was too far. That ended Western comics.
Yeah, exactly. Took the words right out of my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a shame. There's a lot of really good really good comics out there that aren't like big two superhero stuff. I try to mostly recommend non-big two like superhero stuff. Because it's just so much like better. Damn, I was thinking about
there's not as much of it. Not as much of it comes out.
A lot of it does come out. It's just that like you don't like people don't talk about it mostly. That's kind of it.
I think manga in Japan is like there's so many mangaka just churning it out for so many different publications. We just don't have the culture of that over here.
True.
It's simply not the same ecosystem.
I agree.
Yeah. I think that's the main difference.
Well,
but by the same token, a lot of the Western comics, a lot of the non-Western like stuff like Daniel Klaus and stuff is kind of like, you know, it's very like kind of high. It's a lot of highbrow stuff. 100 bullets or whatever. Whereas like, yeah, the manga section is really big because there's a lot more schlock. There's tons more schlock manga coming out,
and it's just
because they need to fill pages.
You know, it's just cheaper to make, and like people say like, oh, it's hard to get into, but I'm like, I feel like people get into comics the same way they get into manga, which is usually just recommendations, right? Because like, how many times? When was the last time you get into Barnes and Noble and thought like, oh, I've literally never heard of this manga, I'm gonna get it? No, you usually like
the last time that happened was when I must have been like 14, 13, 12, and I went into Walden Books. And I bought a copy of Ragnarok. You know what that is?
Yeah, I know what that is.
The manga?
The manga? Yeah.
Well, it's not a manga because it's Korean.
The manhwa? I thought manga was when it was on the phone.
What was before? It was before like Webtoon, because I'm old.
There's, like,
remember?
There's a Western comic called Ragnarok.
Yeah,
There's a
but
lot of things called Ragnarok.
Here.
Yeah.
This one. I just bought it because I thought it had a cool art style.
Yeah,
and that was when I was like, probably like 13.
Mm-hmm. I was lucky that I grew up like going to the public library like religiously. Like I went like every week, and what I did was that I would just read any comic if it just looked interesting to me. Manga.
Wait, if I remember correctly, I think that Ragnarok had like in the ending section, along with like letters from the editor and stuff, I think it had the characters like statted out in like D&D stat blocks. If I'm not insane, if I'm not completely imagining that, which means that it was marketed specifically to me, nerdy white young high schooler.
They're looking for that nerdy white money.
So now that I think about it, I feel it's shameful. And now I'm noticing. Oh my god! It was published by Tokyo Pop. No, what have I done?
Does it have an umlaut over the O? Is it Ragnarok?
I guess it might technically be Ragnarok.
Ragnarok. Is it kind of like a thing where like what Japanese people do with English words, where they just pick words that sound cool? And, Koreans don't know how that little thing is supposed to be pronounced. So they just
I look at this.
Cool.
I look at this and I think, remember those D&D stat blocks, and I think this was probably made specifically for the West. Even though it's by a Korean artist, this says like made for the Western market. To me,
market.
That's just a hunch, but Lamau.
I just want to become big enough that I can just recommend. There's this channel. I think I mentioned them before, but they're called Cartoonist Kayfave. Have you heard of this channel?
No.
It's run by two comic creators who work in the industry, Ed Piskor and Jim Rugg, and they're both really cool. I really like their stuff. And they got pretty popular. Like they're a pretty popular channel with like people who like comics. And what I like about them is that they shine spotlights on like more obscure kind of stuff, and they interview all sorts of people. Like they recently interviewed both creators of TMNT. And I think but they talk about something called the kayfabe effect, and what it is that like there's this thing where like they'll talk about an obscure comic, and then literally right after the video drops on eBay, the price for that comic goes like it skyrockets because everyone just keeps like looking for it. Like, oh shit, like where is it? Like I want to read it. And that's happened a couple of times with me when they talk about something like obscure, like, oh, you guys heard about this comic, and I'm like, oh, that comic looks so cool, I want to get it. And then like I look it up and I'm like, wow, that shit cranked up in price because everyone had the idea. And even now what they do is that on their Patreon they drop the videos early, so those comics like go up in price even before they drop on YouTube. Right. And I think that's so cool because it's like, oh, now more people are getting into more kind of the obscure things, right?
Yeah.
And it's really badass, and I want to get to that point where I just could just recommend something obscure and it just kind of like blows up. I really wish
would be pretty rad to be able to do that. Yeah.
Right. It has to. What's also kind of like, I think a big thing that would probably help Western comics is if we get like more like animated adaptations, you know, but not exactly like another Spider-Man cartoon.
Put them on Netflix. We should. I wonder if Netflix is making any cartoons. Maybe they've got some budget for some new animated productions.
I think what I want is something kind of like just make good adaptations of things, kind of like when The Walking Dead started, or like The Boys, or like Invincible, because when those shows like first came out and they got super popular.
More like Invisible because nobody watched it. That's not true.
You go on Amazon and I look up, oh, what's like the best selling comic on Amazon that's not a manga, and it'd be like Invincible or The Boys. Actually, at during the heights of the popularity of those shows, The Boys and Invincible are like outselling manga they're out selling like super popular things. And I mean, that just kind of just happens when like, when the Chainsaw Man anime dropped, the Chainsaw Man was like the best selling manga on Amazon, you know, and it like, but I feel like we need more kind of like banger series that are based on like, I mean, I guess the annoying part is that The Boys and Invincible is still related to like superheroes, but I think the nice thing about The Boys and Invincibles is that it literally, you start with volume 1 of The Boys or volume 1 of Invincible to start the story, and there's like an ending, you know. It's not like, you gotta read like, it's not like, it's implied there's like 5 other books that you could also like are connected to this and yada yada, right? And I think we just need like just more good adaptations of like just like more non-superhero comics and whatnot. And you know, people try. There's like a lot of like series that like didn't really catch on. Like there was a Preacher show, and I felt like the Preacher show should have been way bigger than it was, and I don't know why it wasn't that successful. Because I heard the people who did watch said like, oh, it was pretty good, but it just never caught on like The Boys did, or Invincible did, or they made like an Amazon Prime show. Yeah, it's hard to tell. It might just been they came out during the wrong time, or it might be that these fucking SJW cucks made the girl character into a black woman in the adaptation. You know, who's to say what really caused it? But
who's to say? I mean, you got your theory, I got my theory. I think it's probably communism's fault. But it's the free market will decide. The free market will decide if communism wins or loses.
My brain my brain is too small to think of such things. I'm just gonna draw. I just
want to draw.
Okay.
I just draw what you want to draw. You know, who cares? Don't focus on being popular.
That's so nice. Yeah. That's so nice to imagine that.
Just draw. Don't even think about it. Just draw whatever you want to draw, and the money will just start rolling in.
Yeah.
Don't even post it. Don't even post it. Just throw it. Just throw it in the trash afterwards. You just draw it again.
I was talking to someone, and like they were asking me because like someone literally said like no one's ever like gotten popular from trying to be like popular with their art. And
hey,
like,
that's the dumbest, that's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. Yeah, actually, that's literally all. That's actually what happens way more often. You freaking imbecile. You freaking loser. You get in the fucking real world. Okay. You're living in a fantasy. Nobody's ever gotten popular by trying to get popular. Haven't you read Bakuman? You idiot.
It's so like funny because it's like if you're an artist that has like a family, you're probably more inclined to like want to make popular things because you want to feed your fucking family. I brought up the example of like because I brought up Jack Kirby as an example of an artist who was trying to do popular things, and I got like shunned when I brought that up. Like what? No way, no, because Jack Kirby is considered one of the greats, and I do consider him one of the greats. That being said, that guy was trying to be popular. Like he there was a period.
Sure.
Fuck, actually, not even a period. His whole life, he was trying to aim to do stuff that he thought like, oh, people might like this. Because at one point, he made a comic about a jazz singer. Because like, oh, people like jazz. I'm gonna make someone about.
I mean, I read there's a thing. I think it was an interview with like Edgar Allan Poe that they asked him like, boy, how'd you come up with the Raven? Like you must have gone into like a freaking. Oh, you must have like
smoking.
What were you smoking, Edgar Allan Poe? Were you on depression pills? You must have gone into like a poetic fugue state and like emerged, days later, not having written it because it's such a masterpiece. And he was like, well, actually, I just, short horror was like really popular. It was really trending and like doing well in magazines at the time. And I just, I just thought I could do that. I could really capitalize on that. So I just wrote it. And it worked.
Yeah.
I was right.
Exactly.
I thought it'd be popular and it was, idiot.
It happens just so often that people don't even fucking realize.
Like, it's literally it's probably the rule. It's the rule, not the exception.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is the rule.
So nobody even talks about it because it's so unremarkable. So you hear the stories of, oh, this person was a surprise smash hit, and they were like, oh, well, I just do whatever I wanted to, and everyone loved it. And it's like, oh, so that's how you get popular.
Oh, that's how you become a quote surprise smash hit. Like it's a surprise that they did that.
Yeah.
Despite not having any work in the industry before then.
Oda was just drawing from the heart, dude. He wasn't, he was just drawing for himself, and just so happens it caught on.
I'm so sad. I saw the quote from a couple years ago about like Oda he still really is like really, he still loves the Rurouni Kenshin guy. It's lame. It's a real bummer. I mean, I understand feeling professional gratitude towards him for getting your start in the industry. The Rurouni Kenshin guy Kenshin guy is a child porn pedophile. Was arrested in a freaking child porn sting operation. But Oda, like,
he had a shitload of
Oda,
it.
like, got his start in manga. He was like an assistant to the Rurouni Kenshin guy, and like he still is like, yeah, I love that guy. Like, he's a great guy. We're like comrades. It was, like, working for him was like the happiest time of my life. And it's like I get being grateful for the opportunity. If you liked working under him, like, that's cool. You should not defend that guy.
How far under him?
Yeah,
though?
Every time like something kind of the only shonen I really like am the most up to date with is like One Piece.
That's the only one I read.
Yeah, but usually like that's the only shonen I'm getting like a lot of like frustration from. And every time I have a problem with something in One Piece or any shonen, I always say to myself, "This shit never happens in Hunter x Hunter. This shit never fucking
nothing ever happens in Hunter x Hunter because the guy he doesn't draw it."
Fuck you. But also, back to that point.
You know what I love about One Piece is that it'll finish one day. Is that it will ever be completed? That's so cool.
Hunter x Hunter is finished. It's over.
Oh, really?
It finished a while ago.
Wait, really?
It finished for me. It's over for me.
Okay.
Like, the ending I wanted happened, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm good. When literally the two main characters go their separate ways, that's where it ends, and everything else is supplementary material for me.
Gotcha.
That being said, the reason why I brought that up is because like someone pointed out that like out of all those mangakas who were still in support of Rurouni Kenshin guy after the whole fucking pedo shit came out, two names that didn't pop up were Akira Toriyama and Tagashi, which is the guy for Hunter x Hunter.
Well, that's nice.
And it's like, all right,
that's pretty cool.
Good. Thank God it's the ones who are good.
What about
the good ones?
What about Miura? Was he like?
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know.
When did this happen?
It was a couple years ago, so it might have been before he died.
It was back. It was a little bit before. It was a little bit after the whole thing happened, and people were like, mangakas were like, "Oh, I stand with this guy. I stand with the pedo." And
it's unfortunate.
Like, oh boy, fucking also saw someone say something like, "Oh, another reason why no one fucks with Western comics is because there's so much like sexual allegations among like." People in the Western comic industry. Acting like Oda didn't defend a pedophile twice. He defended two different pedophiles.
The Toradora guy? No, not Toradora. Toriko guy. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know the details, but I know that Oda's kind of a little bit. I don't know.
It'd be like that.
At least, I mean, I guess I'm glad there's no allegations against Oda. Like that would be very, very.
Oda, if you're doing any funny business, please get exposed after One Piece is over. Please.
Yeah.
I was I kind of had that thought. Like I remember, literally, I think the second week of January when Andrew Callahan got exposed as like a sex pest, and there was all these allegations.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Like a couple. He came to my city like the month before because he was doing like a tour where he was like it was like a little show. I didn't really hear like what he actually did.
It sounded like it was.
Damn, I wish I went before he got.
It sounded
canceled.
like it wasn't really anything that bad. It sounded like
he was doing he was really like coercing a lot of women to like give consent.
Define. I mean,
doing the whole thing where where like you're kind of begging for them to just say yes to give me sex. And he apparently was doing this a lot, like cross country, because he was that kind of guy.
Yeah.
And, like a lot of girls came out and said, yeah, because he would do the thing where he was literally begging for them to consent, and a lot of like girls have like evidence of they got DMs of him doing this, and a lot of people around them, and even up until
so you're saying he asked for consent?
No, not that he was. Okay, there's like a difference between like, oh, do you want to have sex? And she says no, and that's over. Right? That's the end of it. But what he was doing was they would say no, but he would be like, but please, I really want... He was basically doing but I really want to have sex with you. I really do. Please. He was doing like his version of that. Basically.
Sounds fine. And sounds fine, actually.
Oh,
sounds fine.
Uh-oh.
Sounds... I mean, it's lame. It sounds lame. Sounds like most girls would say no. But it doesn't sound like a bad thing to do.
Once they, but Ben, that's when they say no. That's
just sounds pathetic.
That should be the end of it. That's Ben.
What
is not okay for guys to do that?
It's not okay to ask for sex. I don't understand.
No, it's fine to ask, but when they say like they would say no, and he would keep asking.
So,
like after they said no,
okay, so they can just say no again. Or they can just stop answering.
No, Ben. The problem is that he would even ask again.
That's dumb.
That's like after the first no.
No, that's not really. That's not. I mean, that it's annoying. It might be annoying.
Ben, that's not a good.
Is this like in DMs like and stuff?
It was in person. It was in DMs. He would do
in
this,
person.
Yes.
It's bad. It's in person.
In person,
it's like,
it might be. In person, it might be bad if you. I mean, it would. Yeah, it could be.
No, I think
you could do it in a way. You could do it in a way that is potentially coercive or something. Yeah, sure.
I mean, it is coercion. I mean, it's like pathetic.
Cheesy.
Like, that's like
what you're okay. Look, I don't know the details. The bare facts of what you're describing to me are simply not coercion. Like asking repeatedly is not coercion. There might be details that make it coercion on top of that.
I think that it was all in the effort to not that thing. I know it's like it was all in the effort to ultimately get sex, even though they said like no.
Of course, it was to get sex. Coercion. Yes, I understand that he was asking for sex repeatedly.
I can't believe I'm. Oh,
it's a totally. I'm not saying it's cool or good. I'm just saying like.
I'm saying it's atrocious.
It's atrocious. It's atrocious to ask repeatedly for sex.
Yeah, after they said no to the same person. Yeah, don't do that. That's not good. That's awful.
It's awful. It's atrocious.
They already said no.
It's cancel worthy.
Yeah, like you don't do, especially if you're doing this from state to state with like different women.
Who cares? He did it with different women. What are you talking about? Oh, you definitely can't do it with different women. What are you talking about?
I'm not saying he can't have sex. I'm saying it's how he got the sex that's awful. That's like, no, that's not a good thing to do that.
Listen, what stopped the women if they said no, and then he said, but I really want to, what stopped them from simply saying no again or simply not responding? I mean, okay, listen, I can't speak to like how he acted in person. He could have acted in a way that was threatening or something. Like that's possible. But in DMs, if he says, I want to have sex with you, and she says no, and then he sends he says, but please can I though? Why is it coercion then? What stops her from simply saying, I said no, or not answering?
It doesn't look good on Andrew if he does it.
It doesn't look good, but why? I mean, I get that it's not cool.
If they say no, that's it. Like in person when they said no, like that's it. But if you keep like asking for it,
says who?
Then
says who?
He says the women, the one accusing
the women
him.
Accusing him of asking multiple times. Why didn't if you what stop? You don't seem to understand what I'm asking. What stopped them from simply saying no again or just not answering him? You don't have to answer a text.
I feel like there's, because it's happened a couple months ago, there's probably details that I'm forgetting that like really like paint a worse picture
maybe there are.
Ultimately, I remember at the time, the details of it. I remember being kind of horrified.
Maybe if I read the texts, the details of it would be be bothersome.
Coercion is like a specific thing, right?
There's different forms
like
it can take.
It's not just but like it's like similar enough to blackmail. Like there's a reason they couldn't just say no or block him, or like if he was stalking them, if he was harassing them, like is it harassment?
There's a couple of, I remember there was a couple other like details about this thing. All I know is that he got a pretty awful reputation in a lot of like scenes.
If you're whiny,
people would label the guy as like someone to like as someone to like watch out.
If you're whiny and annoying and you beg for sex, what you're gonna get a reputation that like you're pathetic and like avoid this guy. And
I'm just telling you that at the time when it came out, people were like didn't like what he did.
Sure,
he was dropped by the freaking like production company that he was a part of. Like he has no career now.
Is that true? Is that true?
Yeah, he has. Well, like obviously he's probably just gonna take a break and he's probably gonna come back.
I would if I read all the details and I read all the DMs, I would be like, that's an unacceptable way to behave. But I don't know. The simple fact of asking repeatedly for sex and she says no and then you ask again, like just does not strike me as like a particularly offensive crime in and of itself.
Really?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Well, it's cringe, but like it doesn't go into the realms of like criminality.
There's obviously worser. I know there's obviously worser crimes, but it's
just annoying. I don't even.
It's pretty awful. Actually,
it's merely annoying.
I don't even know if it's just I would say it's more than just annoying that he like was doing this, that he was like repeatedly.
I don't know. I think your values
for the same people who said no.
If they say no, they can't change their mind.
But like, do you think like in the like say you can change your mind, but like I would assume changing your mind like takes a minute. You know, if it's like in the same moment, he just it's like I
don't know. It's like you think that by asking again, he is somehow violating their consent.
Well, like it's like you're not accepting their no.
Well, I mean maybe, but if it's still it's still a no, if they ask again and you said no the first time and it's still a no,
should be enough. One no should be enough.
Maybe it should be. But
I think
there's nothing about asking again that has any power to make your no into a yes unless you want it to be.
You can ask again.
Yeah.
This fine, but I think like later when like, you know, there's like maybe later in a different time, but I don't think if you already said no to not having sex with someone, I don't think you're gonna change your mind like in the next 2 seconds.
Well, I don't like to lay down. Well, I don't like to lay down hard rules for social interaction. Like, if they say no, then it's like it's never there's never any reason why you might ask again like shortly. I mean, maybe there might be.
Like you could ask again, but
as a habit, as a habitual thing. I think it sounds annoying. It sounds needy. It sounds clingy. It sounds desperate and pathetic. But it doesn't rise to the level of coercion unless there are other elements to it. All right, I guess that's all. I guess we've been over this same loop a couple of times now.
Oh boy.
Fuck you, who boy. Fuck you, who boy. Ooh boy, Ben, that's a hot spicy take. Don't say please. If she says no, don't say please afterwards.
No, if you You ask someone for their nudes, and then they say no, and then like you always say like okay.
Oh, but please, though. Oh, but please, I get them now. But I really want them, though. But I really want them. I mean, listen, that's not what I would do. My strategy. Well, I didn't want your dirty, disgusting nudes anyway. They probably wouldn't even be flattering. You probably can't even take a decent picture if your life depended on it. Ugly. And then she'd say, "Fuck you. I'll show you."
Okay. The Ben Saint strategy is revealed.
Works every time. And if it doesn't work the first time, I just do it again immediately, and it always works the second time.
There's no response. So you say, "Hey, by the way, I won't like it if you send nudes. I would hate them."
God,
just letting you know that I would hate them.
And then
if
I
you
look,
did that.
and there's no response. 5 minutes later, I'm back to texting. Okay, well, you're really ugly, and you're really stupid, and you have daddy issues, and you have blue hair, and communist, and you're probably woke, and you probably read manga, even though Western comics are dying, and it's all your fault. You're killing the industry. And I'll let you know how it goes. I'm still going. I'll let you know what the results are.
You tweeting out, I've never received a good nude. You tweet that out.
Now that's a banger. That's a banger tweet.
Yeah, exactly.
I've never received a good nude.
I never received a good
Everyone who's
nude
ever sent me a
before,
nude
I
reads
swear.
that and is like, I can't fucking believe this. I can't believe he would say that.
Insane. I can't believe this atrocious man would say such
I poured
things.
my heart and soul into those nudes, only to be spurned publicly on Twitter. What are we even? All right. What are we even talking about?
What are we talking about?
We were talking about how popular my Mega Man video is and how it's doing big numbers. It's having a third wind. It's great.
We're talking about the difficulty of making it in the human race, and it sucks.
Oh,
Just
you know
gotta
what's really
keep
tough?
going.
My house got broken into this week.
Hell yeah! I mean, that sucks.
Hell yeah! Or sorry to hear that, or sorry that happened to you. I'm not going to read all that. Yeah, okay. So we found a couple of times our door, just like our back kitchen door, just like hanging open. And I guess we just assumed that like somebody wasn't latching it properly and it was just getting blown open by the wind. And then one time we found it hanging open and there was a can of Whippets on our couch. Do you know what Whippets are?
Nope.
Yeah.
It's a can of like some gas. It's like pressurized gas that I think it's sold as a thing to like clean your keyboard with. But if you blow it up your nose and you inhale it, it gets you high. And it's really bad for you. It's a really harmful thing to do.
They used to be legal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still sold as like, aren't they? They're sold as like some other thing.
Yeah, but people have used them for like Whippets.
Yeah. But there was a can of that on our couch, and no one knew how it got there. And our rice cooker, the rice cooker that I cook my lentils with bacon in, is gone. Some fucking junkie wandered into our house, did Whippets on our couch, and stole my rice cooker. And now I can't make my green lentils.
That's terrible. Do you think it was maybe a giant rat?
Yeah, well, it wasn't the regular rats. It wasn't the regular rats,
rat, if you will.
The regular rats aren't that big enough. They didn't even take the whole thing. They didn't take the lid or the interior pot. They just took the exterior, like mechanism of the rice cooker, which is useless. It's useless on its own. But they just, I guess they just took it and walked out. And
that sucks.
Yeah.
Damn,
Our house got invaded.
Check a local pawn shop. They probably pawned it off.
I wonder if there even are any local pawn shops. There's probably a bunch around here.
Is it worth like calling the police and reporting stolen items?
No.
I mean, all the police is gonna do is check local pawn shops. Even if they gave a shit, that's implying they gave a shit.
The rice cooker is literally worth $20 on Amazon, so it's not even worth reporting a theft. It's just unsettling that happened.
You should set up a shotgun to go off when the door opens.
We set up a We set up a
landmine. You set up C4 in the doorway.
We set up a camera. Someone set up a camera in the kitchen that I guess you can look at through an app or something. I'm not gonna look at it. I don't care. But maybe if it happens again, maybe I'll check the footage. Fucking, I don't know. Wish that didn't happen. But I guess what can you do?
I wish I did not get robbed. Hot take.
I mean, I wish I still had my rice cooker. I guess I gotta buy another one.
We go to the pawn shop first. They might have it there.
Ben, think about this. Think about how happy that person is. They've stolen your rice cooker.
They were probably happy to steal most of a rice cooker than I was to have that piece of the rice cooker.
Imagine how happy they were from the money they got from pawning off your rice cooker.
The $8 they probably got for it.
Imagine how much meth they got off with $8, dude. Like, come on, they're probably happier. They know a bliss you can never feel.
Imagine just like walking into somebody. I mean, we all said, okay, we got to keep the door locked from now on. I like never lock the door, but I guess I got to start locking my door. I wonder if there are any pawn shops near me. Hang on, let me find out. Maps, Google Maps, pawn shops. Yeah, there's one.
Oh, there you go. Boom. Start.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Start of your detective journey.
There's one pretty close to me that I honestly could probably walk to in like half an hour, and there's a couple more more in the city. I don't know. It's not even worth it. It's not even worth it. Just fucking go. Just buy another one on Amazon.
So you get robbed. Then there's like crackhead sees it as like, oh, in this house they keep respawning.
There's a respawning rice cooker. It's $8 every single time.
Respawning rice cooker glitch found in Ben's house.
Ugh.
Should put C4 in the next rice cooker.
You should code it inside.
There's just nothing. Wait a minute.
What?
Remember how I did all that weird chemistry stuff to boil down all the quinine?
Oh, you can make crack and then attract the crackhead and then kill them.
What would actually be much more like easy way to do that would be if I use that rice cooker. The rice cooker was designed to cook off all the water and only leave and stop cooking when the water is gone. So that would actually be a really useful thing to like be cooking down a solution. I didn't even think about that. Mm-hmm. Oh, just got another Twitch follower. Am I at 16? Am I at 1600? Am I at 1600?
Are you?
No, 1596. 1596. Soon though. Soon. That's
nice.
That's 30. I've gained 36 followers. And I wasn't even streaming.
I gained 36 pounds. I
Nice.
wasn't even feeding.
Nice. I've gained. No, I'm staying at constant weight, even though I'm eating a ton because I'm lifting and I'm huge, and my gains are massive.
I gained no bitches, even though I said I don't like nudes, and I would hate to see them. I gained no bitches.
Wow. Let me read the comments on my Twitch announcement stream. 1, black licorice. 2, Battle Network is trash. 3, fucking Dark Void with another no Jackie, no watch. I hate you. You're gonna say it in the comments again. You say that. I know you're in the comments of this video right now. Dark Void, I hate you. Sweet, this is gonna be great. Who cares? Who cares about people just genuinely enjoying the content?
True.
All right, that's enough. Someone said you will never get 500,000 views on your Mega Man video, lol. But
I saw that.
But I'm actually
I don't know what they mean.
I think it's a joke. I think it's like a joke, like the meme of like the guy eating breakfast and then the second panel he spits it out because he's proven wrong. I think it has to be a joke because I'm obviously going to hit 500,000.
If they're doing that joke, the guy doesn't laugh. He's like deadpan when he says, that'll never happen.
Yeah.
You don't put a lol at the end. You fucked up.
Yeah, botched delivery. I didn't quite get it, but like that he can't genuinely think that I won't hit it. Like I certainly will. I'm like less than 20k. I'm like 20k away. So he doesn't know about the third wave. He doesn't know that the third wind is hitting right now. So he might think that maybe it has stalled out. Not the case. We've got life. We've got life left in these old bones. Yesterday was like a big day. Yesterday was I think I got like 8 or 9k views on that video just yesterday, which is more than I've gotten since like, that's more views than in one day than I've gotten since the video was like new. Although today does not look like it's quite as explosive.
Someone was talking about you somewhere, maybe.
Was it Gino? You talking about Gino Samuel?
Oh, do you think that's why? The views jumped because everyone's like, "Oh, who's this Ben Saint character mentioned in the video?"
I don't think so because it's just the Mega Man video that got the views. Like the other videos did not see a spike. Although it is weird that like yesterday was like a spike within a spike, and Gino Samuel released
spike.
And Gino Samuel released the new thing which goes into like the slime stuff, which is very funny. I wish I had. I mean, it's better to release Phantom's Revenge after that is out and people have heard about that, but it would have been even better to have had the campaign running when he made that video and announced it. But, oh well, what can you do? Mm-hmm. What can you do?
What can you do? God.
Nothing.
So many things could be planned out so much better.
True.
Right. And, hindsight is 2020.
2023.
2012, when we all really died. Everything after this has been fake.
I want my green lentils.
I want my green screen.
I want my rice cooker, you madman. Give it back, motherfucker.
I just want my green lentils and bacon. Hey, have I mentioned on the podcast that you can just put the bacon in the lentil?
Yes.
Have I mentioned that?
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Yes, you have.
Sure
yes,
you
have. Yes, you have.
Are you sure that I'm talking about that? Because it's a pretty good trick. It's a pretty good trick.
You ever done bacon wrapped rice balls before?
No, but I did have someone cook. They made spam. They fried spam in sesame oil and they put that on like the bottom of a rice ball, almost like a sashimi. That was really good. That was hell.
Good.
I've made bacon wrapped Brussels sprouts. That's really good. That's a win.
I did my second attempt at orange chicken a couple nights ago. It was probably my best so far, but I still have not perfected it.
That sounds tough.
Yeah, because what kind of fucks me up is making the homemade sauce. I took the baby way out and I bought a bottle of like the Panda Express orange chicken sauce, and all I did with it is like after I like fried the chicken a little bit, I like heated up some of the sauce on a pan and I put the chicken on it and I coated in it, and it tastes good, but it could always be better.
Is it crispy?
Yeah, it was crispy.
Let me oh hey, I will have one last thing that I want to mention this week. This is really funny. I was asking ChatGPT some stuff. Actually, the reason I started the first thing I asked ChatGPT was I asked it whether making the Blu-rays was ethical. That was the first set of questions. Yeah. It said,
what did they say?
It said no. But here's the thing. I explained the situation to it, and I asked it like, it said no. It sort of said like, yes, I acknowledge that, like, yes, these are problems, like, yes, the artist should have delivered on their work. However, it's not one must be careful of, like, ethical, legal. It said it wasn't ethical and it wasn't legal. I think it was just really hung up on the fact that, like, it's technically copyright infringement and therefore it's like, it's illegal. I think it's just a fucking narc and it's just obsessed with rules. And it only knows how to operate by, like, there's no room for lateral thinking, and there's no room for, like, oh, but, like, what about what's the word, extenuating circumstances. It just wasn't thinking like that. So yeah, it said no, but, like, fuck ChatGPT, it's a narc. But anyway, after that, I asked it about the PCP, and I think, Gabe, you probably saw my post. I asked it about, like, what is the Procrastinators podcast? And then I asked it, who are the members of the Procrastinators podcast? And here, I'll show the screenshot. And it listed, these are the members of the Procrastinators podcast right here. They were Digibro, The Best Guy Ever, Endless Jess, Devour, Hypocrite, Mumkey Jones, Ben Saint, Munchie, Tom Oliver, Mage, Nate Talks to You, Trixie, Glink, and Radcon Collective, consisting of various members who attended the Radcon conventions.
Which I guess would include
Zen Huxtable and
Jeff.
Yeah,
what
Jeff.
Was his name?
Jeff Thu?
No.
I forgot Jeff.
Yeah, I forgot Jeff Thu.
Jeff Burgess.
Yes. Who's
the musician?
Yeah. I remember.
Yo.
And there was more, and it was really good.
And Shade, I guess.
Shade and Victor.
Shade and Victor, Shade's girlfriend.
Right.
Who I forget.
Right, whatever her name was. Yeah, okay.
They've all appeared in a Radcon.
So then I asked it. So Gibbs, you didn't see these?
I saw that.
Okay.
I like Nate Talks to You. I think I did. I
asked it about Nate. It thinks that Nate and Best Guy Ever, Nate Talks to You and Best Guy Ever are two different guys, and it thinks that Best Guy Ever is this, like, German soccer player named Jonathan Burkhart.
Oh yeah.
So I asked it who Ben Saint is, and it said that Ben. I won't read this whole thing, but it said Ben Saint is an animator and the creator of the animated series Munchie Minute. And then I asked it, tell me about some episodes of the Munchie Minute, and it said, oh yeah, Munchie Minute is a series of short comedic animated sketches. Episodes include Crash Bandicoot Breaks the Law, Ben Shapiro Destroys the Snowman, Egg Boys, and Nuclear Fusion Dance. I asked it for some more, but the next set wasn't as good. My favorite here is Shapiro Destroys the Snowman, in which Ben Shapiro attempts to use logic and reason to destroy a snowman. And then it ends in a comedic twist ending. So then I asked it, explain the comedic twist ending of Ben Shapiro Destroys the Snowman. And the plot of Ben Shapiro Destroys the Snowman is he attempts to use logic and reason to prove that the snowman does not have rights. And then the comedic twist ending is that it turns out it was all happening inside a snow globe, which is very, very funny and good and cool.
I wonder why. I'm imagining the reason is, like, they came up with Ben Shapiro Destroys a Snowman is because of, like, special snowflakes.
Maybe.
Like, you're just a big collection of snowflakes.
Maybe.
That's the sort of
possibly.
villain Ben Shapiro would
I don't
fight.
know. It's hard to say. I asked it, so I mean I love this. Part of me wants to make
silly. Like
Munchie Minute episode 1 Ben Shapiro Destroys the Snowman just because of this prompt. But I asked it about who is Munchie, and it said Munchie is not a person. He is only like the Munchie in Munchie Minute simply refers to the food-related themes that are often prevalent in the Munchie Minute. Also, Munchie is the co-creator of the Munchie Minute, and he is an important person involved in like the creation of the series. It's like, okay.
But
he's also the co-creator. He's not a real person, but he's also the co-creator of the series. And then I asked it the fourth episode called Nuclear Fusion Dance. I asked it about the plot of Nuclear Fusion Dance, and it got really confused. It basically said, okay, in Nuclear Fusion Dance, two characters like Kyle and Trevor try to do the Dragon Ball Z fusion dance, and they fuse, but it doesn't go right. Yeah, it leads to unexpected consequences. So I asked it, okay, what are the unexpected consequences? And it said that they merged together into like a big, like disgusting flesh monster, and then they rampage through the town, but then they work together to defeat it. And I'm like, wait a second. So I asked it, like, with ChatGPT, what do you mean they work together to defeat it? Aren't they the monster because they fuse together into it? And it's like, yes, sorry for any confusion. They fuse together into the monster, and then they have to work together. Kyle uses his intelligence to strategize, while Trevor uses his physical prowess to perform martial arts maneuvers against the monster, and thus they defeat the monster. And I'm like, no, ChatGPT, aren't they fused together into the monster? And it's like, sorry for the confusion. They have to work together to perform strategic maneuvers to get the monster to defuse so that then they can defeat it. And I said, what do you mean? What strategic maneuvers did they do? And he said, sorry for the confusion. Yeah, you see, they have to perform the fusion dance again, and that makes the monster defuse so that they can fight. And how do they perform the fusion dance again if they're fused into the monster? And it said, sorry. They had to desync their behavior so much that the fusion came apart, and then once they were taken apart, then they could do the fusion dance, and that caused the monster to defuse, and so that they could defeat it. And I'm like, okay. And that, I gave up at that point. I'm like, it doesn't understand the concept of the fusion dance. But I thought that was pretty great. I had a very laughs aplenty from ChatGPT.
There's a ChatGPT episode of South Park. Actually, it was the last one that came
Really?
out. Yeah, and it was pretty funny because the joke was that Stan's girlfriend Wendy did not she didn't like that Stan wouldn't really like DM her back or talk to her. Like, she would send him a message and all he would do would like reply with a thumbs up emoji to all her messages, right? Yeah. And because of that, Wendy was threatening Stan that she was gonna break up with him. Mm-hmm. And Stan hears the rumors that I think, what's his name? I forget the name of the other. There was another kid who apparently
Kyle.
he's. No, not Kyle.
Token.
I think it's
Cartman.
Craig, maybe?
Okay. Maybe?
Oh, no, it's not Craig, because Craig is like... I forget the other name of the... There's like another kid who's kind of like... who's considered popular among the boys. Okay, that being said, this kid, like, apparently always gives the best messages ever to his girlfriend. And Stan asks him, like, what's your secret, man? And he's all like, ChatGPT. So basically what he does is that he like gets ChatGPT to come up with replies for the stuff his girlfriend sends him. He just copy and pastes what the replies are back to his girlfriend, and his girlfriend eats it up. His girlfriend thinks it's really him, so Stan started doing that to Wendy. So every time Wendy sends him a DMs, he just like copies and replies and like gets ChatGPT to like come up with a reply. Then he copy and paste it back into her DMs.
I bet guys are making like, ChatGPT, write me like a good opener to like send to this girl that I matched with on Twitter. On Tinder, I mean maybe Twitter too. I bet people are doing that. I wonder like what it... I'm going to ask it right now. And say,
ChatGPT, what's the best opener for this girl to make sure she sends me her nudes? You're just gonna ask her,
make sure. What's the best opener to make sure she does not send me nudes? That's what I want. I want her to be interested, but I do not want the nudes. How do I make this happen?
All ChatGPT would say like, "Hey, bitch, fuck you."
Neg 'em. Just neg 'em. Just neg 'em.
She definitely won't fucking send you nudes.
And she definitely will not. If no nudes is your goal, I have the solution for you.
I know the guy. I know a guy.
I know a guy who can get you absolutely zero news for free.
His name is Ben Saint. You don't want nudes? I know just the guy.
I'm trying to fuck.
Anyway,
what freaking episode did I use?
The episode of South Park ends with so apparently like kids are also using the ChatGPT to come up with like essays.
There we go.
For class, so they don't have to do homework. And one of the like supervising teachers realizes that that's not good. So there's a guy that they hire who can check to see if any of the essays are written by AI. And the guy that shows up is like looks like a weird shaman guy who lives in the woods, and he has like a pet hawk. Like he's like anti-technology. And he basically uses his little shaman stick because he could detect like who's using AI with his shaman stick. And apparently they pinpoint it to Stan's girlfriend because she has a bunch of AI messages in her DMs, and this is what this guy is like finding. And Stan is like, oh no, if she finds out about the AI messages, I'm fucked. I'm gonna break up with me. But then Stan comes up with a brilliant idea. He goes back to ChatGPT and he says, ChatGPT, tell me a story about a guy named Stan who's been using ChatGPT messages to like lie to his girlfriend, and the story has to end with him still being with his girlfriend and not having to tell her the truth about it. And then the last 3 minutes of the episode is literally like a script that ChatGPT wrote for the ending of that episode, where Stan still ends up with his girlfriend even though he comes out with the truth about the AI. And then when the episode ends, it says episode written by Trey Parker and ChatGPT.
ChatGPT, that's funny.
Yeah,
that's funny. Okay, so I asked ChatGPT to write me a good opening line to send to a girl I matched with on Tinder, but write it so she won't send me any nudes. ChatGPT says, sure, here's a friendly and respectful opening line that should avoid any unwanted requests for nudes. Hey there, I couldn't help but notice we share a love for insert common interest from her bio or photos. Would you be interested in grabbing a coffee or drink sometime and chatting more about it? And I said, no, I want to make sure she won't send me nudes. And ChatGPT said, my apologies for misunderstanding your request earlier. Here's a suggestion for an opening line that conveys your intention and sets a clear boundary while still being respectful. Hey, I'm really enjoying chatting with you so far, but just wanted to make it clear that I'm not interested in receiving any explicit photos. Hope that's okay with you. I'm just going to drop that in a casual conversation. The conversation's going well. We're hitting it off. Yeah, we're thinking of maybe a first date. Hey, I'm really enjoying chatting with you, but I just want to make it clear I'm not interested in receiving any explicit photos. I hope that's okay with you. You know, I wonder if that would actually pique interest, because it's like, hey, this guy is telling me not to send him nudes. He must get too many nudes. He must be so drowning in pussy that he simply gets too many nudes all the time and he's sick of them. This must be a high-value alpha male. And he doesn't want to see my nudes. He doesn't want to see my nudes because he knows that they're not good enough, because I'm not good enough for him. But I will prove him wrong. This is the concept. This is why I say, all right, Cheesy, you're gonna hate this. You're gonna hate this. The pickup artist community is unfairly maligned because some of the there's really bad guys. There's really bad guys that peddle really bad stuff in there. But if you read bad guys on both sides. But if there's bad guys on both sides. But if you read the normal books about it, if you read like the mainstream most popular books about it, the stuff they tell you to do is actually really normal. And one of the things that people don't like is the idea of a neg, which people think that negging a girl means insulting her. And if you read the books, if you read like the big book or The Art of the Game or whatever it's called, it makes it very clear that no, a neg is not just an insulting a girl. It's just something that you do or say that simply makes it clear to her that you are not overly interested in her. And an example that it gives is like blowing your nose, just to make it like you don't care if she sees you blowing your nose. You're not like hung up on, like, oh, I got to make a really good impression because I'm so invested in this interaction, right? So this is a perfect neg. Perfect neg. Hey, I'm really enjoying chatting with you so far. Just wanted to make it clear that I'm not interested in receiving any explicit photos. Hope that's okay with you. That tells her that I'm a high value male. That tells her that she's not good enough for me. That's gonna get the juices flowing. She's gonna soak her panties soaked and dropped. It's over. Yeah. It's over. Thank you, ChatGPT. You've changed everything for me.
That's like going there and DM and saying like, "Hey, girl, just letting you know, I'm not gonna look at your cleavage. You
Do
can wear
not
the lowest cut shirt ever. I'm not even gonna take one peek.
I'm not
even gonna wear you have boobs or not.
Let's explore this. What if I jump into the DMs and I open with, "Hey, girl, put a freaking shirt on. Don't let me see that. Don't let me see that shit.
Cover up, you disgusting.
Disgusting." Now we're negging. Yeah,
now this is negging.
Now this is pickup.
I hate you. I hate everything about you.
DM every
Get
girl
away
in my
from me.
matches. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Oh god, I have
ugly.
I have this awful joke, but I can't say it because it's dangerously close to a slur. It's probably the most dangerously close I can think of to the end slur. But I was like, "Oh, you're a real neg," and then say the R.
Yeah, I'm negging. I'm a negger. I tell girls the truth, which is that they're ugly. And it's normal. It's etymologically unrelated to any ethnic slurs that you might be thinking of.
Someone clip that.
Let's be mature. Let's be mature here, okay?
Let's just be adults.
Let's be adults.
All right.
Grow up.
Let's be adults.
Cheesy, grow up. Cheesy, grow up. Grow up and
adults.
say it.
No, I'm not gonna
say it. Say I'm a negger, Cheesy. Call me a negger right now.
I'm good.
Coward.
Oh my god. The episode Ben goes cheesy to say the N.
I don't know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. All right. That was my last thing on my list, the Munchie Minute. I just wanted to remind everyone about the Munchie Minute, created by animator Ben Saint and co-created by Munchie, who does not exist, featuring fan favorite episode Ben Shapiro destroys the snowman.
Then the moment you're not a PCP member, you might as well not exist, really. It's kind of like the logic of ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Here.
I mean, that's true. That's true for most of our listeners as well.
Yeah, exactly. Once you stop listening, you ain't real no more.
Yeah. I'm just a voice in your computer. Saying the N-word. But not really, though. But not really, though.
I
didn't actually say it, though. I didn't actually say it.
He didn't say it, guys. He did not say it.
And Cheesy's not even white, so if he says I didn't say it, then I didn't say it. Thank you for being my
gave me the
Thank you for being my shield.
POC pat.
Thank you for being my shield,
POC
Cheesy.
pass.
Thank you for being my shield.
The POC pat on the back.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Awesome.
What else are we doing? What else is going on, dudes?
I'm playing
Kids.
I'm playing
Children.
more Outer Wilds again. That's fun.
Yeah, you were DMing me about that. Cheesy, have you played Outer Wilds?
I've heard about it.
You know what it's about?
You're in space and stuff.
It is about space and stuff.
And gravity of the little orbit. The planets do gravity on you in a realistic enough fashion.
They sure do. They
And
really do be doing gravity,
it's
though.
really fun. It's really fun just flying out somewhere and being like, oh shit, I'm in like a collision course with the sun, and that's no good, and then you die.
I actually got really... One of the most frustrating parts was like just when you would die and then be like, oh, I gotta get back to wherever I was going, and then just the way it worked out, getting back there meant going around the sun, but you would like try cut it too close and you'd fall in. That happened like so many times. But it's on me. It's on me for not planning my route more carefully.
There's this one thing I tried. I tried not putting my spacesuit on because some planets have oxygen. And I can't remember what I did. I got on my ship and then I flew. to somewhere. Where did I fly?
Doesn't the Giant's Deep have oxygen?
It does, but only on the islands. If you're in the water, you instantly drown, which is funny.
Right. No, not instantly.
Well, it's funny how, like, yeah, you're in the water, presumably.
You still have an oxygen supply when you're under the water.
Not if you don't have your suit on. That's what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
But I can't talk about what I was going to talk about because it contains too many spoilers.
Oh. I gotcha.
Nice.
But there was a cool thing I did, and then I died, and it was funny. Also, the Echoes of the Eye DLC, I'm finally looking into that, because the version I played before was on, like, Xbox Live, like, whatever, and it didn't have the DLC, and I finished that Xbox Live, like, month that I got for free, and then I bought the game on Steam, and it had the DLC, and now I'm trying that, and it's very scary. It's very scary, and I'm scared.
It seems a little scary. I don't think I'm into it.
I'm a little too scared.
I am a little too scared, and also it doesn't really involve much, like, space stuff, which is kind of disappointing.
Which is the real scary part. I
appreciate that they tried to do a different kind of stuff in their engine. It's kind of not what appealed to me about the core game, so I've sort of, like, found it a little disappointing that that's what they did with it.
I mean, what I'm enjoying so far is just that it's a new, different set of mysteries to solve. Like, I don't know nothing about all this extra.
I don't like how scary it is. I don't like how scary it is.
Too scary.
I haven't actually got to a jump scare yet. I'm just exploring. But when I got there for the first time, the thing is, like, they have in the menu, by the way, the Echoes of the Eye DLC may be too much for some gamers. Go into the options and turn down the scary factor. And I'm like, don't tell me about that. You've already ruined it. Now I'm terrified.
It did. Yeah, it terrified me. I bet it's not even that bad, but it made me so. I was so nervous about it because it felt the need to warn me that I'm like, I don't even want to do it. I don't even want to see it.
I'm going in though. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna pee my pants and I'm gonna scream and then I'm gonna go to the menu. I'm gonna turn down the scares, but I'm not gonna turn them down yet. I want to see what it means.
You're going in P mode. You're going in P mode first thing right off the bat. Oh, congratulations.
Hey, gamer, are you a little baby bitch too scared of a little video game?
Yes.
Well, there's the baby mode in the
I know I am.
Baby.
I mean, there's parts of the main game that are so scary that I hate them.
Oh, yeah. Even the main game has some what you might consider jump scares, yeah.
They are so bad, and I'm so scared, but it's the best game ever, but it is
the best game ever.
It's so scary.
The bramble is really, like, it's rough. It's really rough going in the bramble.
Sometimes I literally have to, like, just close my eyes when I know something is going to kill me. In Outer Wilds, it's like, this is not going to work out. Fuck it. Close my eyes, then...
I eventually kind of just got sort of, like, used to what happens in the bramble, that it sort of just... I got numb to it. Although, if I probably booted it up again, it's been long enough that I probably would have to But it just kept happening over and over again so many times that finally it lost its sting a little bit, but never completely. It's still, like, really, you hate it every single time.
And
every single time.
Another thing I've been playing recently is Subnautica. I've gone back into that, and that is similarly the scariest game ever, but it's very cool.
Probably for similar reasons. Yeah.
I played Subnautica before I played Outer Wilds, and Subnautica is like you're in the ocean and you're trying to survive, and there are lots of very good sound design, scary sounds of big, huge Leviathan beasts far off in the distance that you can't see because the ocean is, like, blurry, and you feel like you're going to get eaten at any moment, all the time.
Yeah. The idea of, like, being floating in, like, water and, like, you look down and down below you is just, like, void and, like, something might come up out of it is, like, the scariest thing ever.
I'm like in the shallower areas.
I don't know if I could handle Subnautica.
At the beginning, you usually land in an area in the same sort of place every time you play. and it's like a shallowish area with coral reefs and stuff, and you can explore caves there. But then you go out a little bit, and then there's this big, long trench, this huge, and you have to go like 100 meters down.
I think,
and it's like,
if I were,
I
think if I were floating above some kind of underwater chasm, and I would be so scared to look down, and then if I did look down, and if something was like coming at me, I think it would be over. It would be over. If I looked down and there was something there with its mouth open, that would just be over for me.
If I looked down to the void and I saw like a nude slowly coming, I would lose it.
If I looked into the void,
these fish are in their nudies.
Void. These fish aren't wearing any clothes.
Oh my God.
This is not like SpongeBob at all.
This Leviathan is indecent.
But yeah, Subnautica Ocean. When I played Outer Worlds for the first time and I got to Giant's Deep.
Giant's Deep is a little bit scary, but it's not really that bad. I thought I was gonna be way more scared of like the ocean in the Giant's Deep.
I was like turned the game off, like paralyzed by Giant's Deep the first time I came there because I landed in the ocean because it's mostly an ocean planet.
Yeah.
And I saw some stuff below me and I was like, I know what Subnautica is like. Yeah. I'm going to be eaten by a giant fish immediately. I'm so scared. I had to pause. I had to leave my room.
When I got to Giant's Deep, I think the first couple times, maybe the first time, I just swam around the surface and I was just like, I'm not looking down. I think the second time I got there, I was like, God damn it, I gotta do it. And I just like didn't even think about it. I just like pushed my mouth. I was like, go, just look down, just dive, just go. And I looked down and, you know, what's actually there is not especially unsettling. So I was like, okay, it's fine. It's fine.
It's the similar two things. It's like the exploration, the unknown. It's the fear of the unknown and the amazing sound design on both those games that really, as long as you have it as like max volume, like normal, like if you put it down really low, sound when it's like barely there affects you so much less. I like the immersion that it brings because it's like that's what I want. I want to conquer this fear of the unknown, of the ocean, of space.
You're not playing it in great. VR. You're not playing it in VR, are you?
I do not have a VR set, so I couldn't. But I would never do that. That would be in Subnautica, especially.
Yeah.
That's the sort of thing, because oh my God, I don't play with headphones. When I play with headphones, it's so much scarier.
Yeah, I can only
the surround sound, and it's like you hear like the big booming like growls of certain fish, and you know those growls are kind of like those of herbivores. Okay, those ones are okay, but then you hear a different one, and it's very close, and you're like, what? I don't know this, and you're put upon. You're put upon by fear.
Put upon. Yeah. No.
That's what my heart's doing.
It
makes love the leviathans of the deep make my kokoro go doki doki.
Doki doki in a korai way, or what do they say? Is that korai?
I
know sugoi.
Kowai is scary.
Kowai. Yeah, it's not kawaii, it's kowai.
Kowai. Yeah, kowai.
Yeah. Japan.
Yeah. Japan. They've done it again.
They make the best comics, and more of them, too. The Western market will never survive.
We're all gonna die.
We're all gonna die.
Oh, no. The Western market.
You know,
oh, no.
So I tuned into Nate's Talking Pirates stream for a little bit the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I was shocked. I was shocked by what I heard.
What did he say?
Are
you talking about the soundboard?
No, I was shocked by what I was hearing. Maybe it's like a bit that I don't get. The guy does not seem to like One Piece. Like
what, Nate?
Yeah. It seems like the attitude in there is like One Piece is bad.
I mean, that's how it always was on like the podcast. Nate would be super cynical and be hyper focused on anything he could find that was slightly, like, potentially incorrect.
Yeah.
Or like
that's what it was.
How dare this? Like he's ready and willing and able to shit all over One Piece the second it like deviates from pre-established canon or implies something that he doesn't like.
Yeah,
and it's like, I don't know. Like, I guess he likes it, and that's just how he likes it.
It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't. I came away from that stream being like, I don't even think he likes One Piece. Like, I'm over here like One Piece is literally the best it's ever been, and he's reading it, and it's like I don't know if it's a bit. It seemed almost like a bit, but he's just like, the line art's so sketchy. Bad. Oda's a hack. This Jinbei is like, the freaking Seraphim are too strong, broken, OP. Oda's a hack. Sanji's eyebrow was swirling the wrong way, and like this implies some weird shit about the Germa thing. Oda's a hack. Oh, he broke his own rules again. But he said it was like this in the SBS, but now it's like this in this panel, but only for one panel, then it goes back. Why doesn't Oda give a fuck about his own work anymore?
This is why it's
a very doomery like approach. He sees like the inevitable demise of his favorite thing, and he can't help but bring it into the present all the time.
It's like he sees it in every panel. It's like he sees every page. It's like, here's the decline continues, and there it is. I knew this would happen, he says, reading the best fucking chapter One Piece has ever had. I knew this was going to happen.
I knew this would happen as well.
I've been dreading this day. I didn't get it. I didn't get it.
That was always the thing, is that I would be the optimist and Nate would be the cynic. We would balance each other out, I guess. People, I think, liked it.
You know what's better? If you just have two people on one side of the seesaw. That's why we're such a good team, Gib. Because we both just love One Piece. We both just uncritically love One Piece, and we'll just shovel down whatever slop Oda puts on our bowl. Just suck it down and say thank you.
Yep.
You see, Oda, he makes his chapters of One Piece bad on purpose, right? He makes them bad on purpose, and the reader says no.
to weed out the weak.
The reader says no, I don't like this, but then Oda says, please like my shitty One Piece. I made it bad on purpose, but please would you read it and continue to buy my comics? And they go, oh, I guess I have to. I guess I have to keep buying it, even though it's bad now, because he asked me again, and that's why he loves his pedophile friends so much. They just don't believe in consent.
Are you referencing something?
No.
I feel like you're referencing something here.
Wrong.
I'm referencing reality.
Yeah.
Referencing the real life cheesy. If you don't know, we all live in it.
Yeah, I'm referencing Toriko.
Our twisted world.
My dark twisted mind.
Maybe like, I don't know. You ever consider that maybe like Nate has good taste and you have bad taste? That could just be it. You know, that could be the real answer here.
Having the best taste means being the most miserable person on the planet, and I don't want that for myself.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I think I'm gonna.
I want you to be miserable. That was the intention with this chapter, and you're.
I'm enjoying it instead.
Yeah, you're enjoying it.
I'm definitely authoring it.
I found Fishman Island and the Wano arcs a little bit tedious. Like, I definitely did not have no complaints about those chapters, but Egghead, I like, unless it goes on and on, like, I have like basically no problems with it at all, and I think it's great, and it's so cool to see all these like threads that are so old, they were established so long ago, and they're coming together right before our eyes, and like it's really happening, and it feels great. And I just don't fucking understand. I just don't fucking understand the mindset on display over there, where it's like, what was he? Sanji's eyebrow swirl being inconsistent. Fuck yeah!
Yeah,
What
who
else was
cares?
there? The line art is sketchy. I don't even remember. There were like one or two other things. Jinbei's something about like the specific verbiage that Shanji used to insult the Lunarian Jinbei. I don't even remember. But like, there's just I don't see any cause for
Color.
negativity at all. I don't see any. I don't see color. Right. Thank you. I don't see any cause for negativity at all. And I was like, I was watching it, and I was just like, what? Where's this coming from? It genuinely like took me back. Like, how could you? I just don't see how you can be negative about One Piece in March of 2023. But that I don't know. And that's why I've done it. Like, am I just not in on the joke?
I don't know if it's a joke. I think it's just there's a sense that like your favorite thing could get worse.
It seems like
it's a fear of a lot of media enjoyers that their favorite thing could get worse, and they're so scared that it's going to happen. What if it goes woke now? What if it does this or that?
It seems
but
like
it just doesn't look like anything particularly bad is happening. But they're just so ready to be. It's not just Nate. There's like a whole community of like what's the word? Negative Nancys. They're not.
Negative Nate heads.
Negative Nate heads.
It just seems like he's already accepted that it will get bad, and in fact, it already has. So why continue? Why continue this charade any longer?
There's
like if you've decided
points,
that.
There's points where there's like an argument that this is worse than it was.
Sure.
But I just generally I listen to those and I'm like, sure, I can see why you would think that, but I don't mind it, and it's fine actually. Like there's
Nika.
a few chapters.
Nika.
There's a few.
Nate is still bothered by Nika. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about Nika. Yeah, it's fine. Cool. The fruit wasn't the gum fruit. Cool. Okay. I guess we got Nika now. Gear 5. Sure.
It's one of those things. It's like would it like hypothetically? I guess it would have been better if that had been planned from the very beginning, and been sprinkled like little hints towards it, so that people could come up with theories, and then their theory would be true. Sure. And then it feels like some things that they were sort of made up more recently.
Sure.
By Oda. And I think that is like, hypothetically would have been nicer if it was all perfectly planned, but like real life it's hard to plan out like 900 chapters of a manga series. It's hard to like perfectly plan out everything.
Yeah.
And I think that a little leeway is fine.
Yeah.
It doesn't break anything. It's just you couldn't have seen it coming.
Yeah. Oh, Cheesy, you said I responded to you on Twitter because you said like One Piece botches its power reveals.
Oh yeah.
I said give me an example, and you gave me a couple of good examples. I was like, oh yeah, that's true. And then I didn't answer.
One Piece is not perfect, but like it's so good.
I
like think... so much of the good outweighs like all of the bad. And there's a reason it's like the most popular thing ever, and that it's still going and still quality. It's just maybe there's a few things that pet peeves and things that make you sad a little bit. It doesn't affect me so much. I don't know why.
I know that online I'm known as the #1 One Piece hater on Twitter.com.
If One Piece has one hater, it's me. If One Piece has no haters, your Cheesy's dead. Yeah. Yeah.
But even I, Cheesy Manfredo, have to admit that I feel like what I always kind of liked about One Piece, and why I'm still like, right there in the hot seat with it.
Are you current? Are you up to date on it?
No, but
okay.
I promise that the next time I come back on this podcast, I'll be up to date.
That's fine. I didn't read this week's chapter again. Lol.
But I think the one thing that I really like about One Piece is the fact that Oda will like give you 50 things at the same time, and like 1 or 5 of those things might not be the best thing ever, but like a lot of it is good. A lot of it is like still good, right? He's really good at just throwing things at you that are like entertaining, that are interesting, that are cool, that are funny, that are based, that are red pilled. He'll still throw you all this like really good stuff. So like the fact that he can only think of like negative things. It's like, I don't know, he might be like really like reaching, you know. One problem that I had, and it's kind of why I like kind of stopped reading at towards like the middle of the Kaido fight. And I mean, I'll catch up, whatever. But I think one thing that kind of really bothered me is that it is kind of this problem that One Piece figured out at the start, but then they kind of just went back into having this problem, and it's like I always like that One Piece solved the waiting for Goku problem, you know. And the whole thing about like waiting for Goku is that they in Dragon Ball they usually, how it ends up is they usually wait for Goku to show up, so all the other side characters are getting their ass kicked buying Goku time, right? And I think One Piece did such a good job of solving that issue, and what they did is that like there isn't just one bad guy, it's a crew of bad guys, and we have a crew of good guys. So while Luffy is fighting the big top dog, all the other crew members are fighting their own individual battles, right? And it's kind of like if Oda wrote like the Namek the Namek arc in Dragon Ball Z, he would have had it that Goku would have been fighting Frieza at the same time all the side characters would have been fighting the Ginyu Force. Like he would have had those fights be happening simultaneously while the planet is blowing up. Like that's how Oda would have written that arc, right? But then, and they did this so well, but then for some reason, and this is kind of like something that kind of cropped up a little bit. I noticed it a little bit in Dressrosa. It feels very obvious to me in Wano, is that they start introducing all these other side characters, like a lot of side characters. And these side characters will be the people waiting for the Straw Hats to show up. So it just becomes waiting for Straw Hats. So it's not about just like an individual. They're waiting for a specific Straw Hat member to show up and to take out the specific bad guy crew member, right? And I guess that wouldn't be too bad if not for the fact that all these side characters also have very compelling motives, like incredibly compelling motives of why they want to like fight the people they want to fight. And I think
so. It's bad to let the Straw Hats do it for them.
I think it kind of kills a little bit emotional connection to it, you know, because the problem with I think one of my issues, like, okay, look, if you want, there's nothing wrong with the Straw Hats. There's nothing wrong with the Straw Hats fighting the fights they fight. I just want there to be kind of something more going on rather than like the Straw Hat is there to just fight this one guy. Because, like, I think my big example is all the samurais that were, like, this whole time, this fucking, what is it, like a 20-year plan that they had just to defeat Kaido? It all leads up to this one moment where they finally show up at the top to, like, fight Kaido, right? And and ultimately, they don't. They don't stand a chance against him. And it was like a 20-year plan. They all have this emotional connection to Kaido. All the problems seems to stem from Kaido. It's all these things. They're connected to Kaido, right? But then no, they can't do it. And then Luffy is there, luckily, to defeat Kaido. And it's like there's nothing wrong with Luffy fighting Kaido, but Luffy, like, there's not, besides like what he's friends with them. Sure, that's fine. But like, what's the thing with Luffy and Kaido? And I feel like you don't have to like. There's not like. There's ways to write this to not make it like you have to rewrite the whole arc. Like maybe Kaido, whatever ideology Kaido has is opposed to Luffy's ideology in a way, aside from, but it didn't really seem like Kaido believes in anything, which is kind of, I always thought was kind of weird, because when they first introduced Kaido, he's like straight up trying to commit suicide. And I thought like, oh, he's going to be the kind of guy who's interested in like, he's going to be like an accelerationist or something. He's going to be interested in trying to like wipe out the world as fast as possible and wiping out everyone in it. And Luffy's going to be the guy who's like, no, living is base actually. But no, that really doesn't. No,
he's just a strong guy who wants to be strong.
Right. Exactly. And then at the same time, there's all these other fights happening where like other side characters are fighting other like members of the what they call the Beast Pirates. and they're not really dealing any major damage. They're kind of just chipping damage away until a Straw Hat crew member comes in, and they defeat that person. Right? They're kind of like warming up the battle for them, and it's so kind of frustrating, to read.
I agree with that. As the fact that there's so many new characters they're always introducing, and they don't have anything to do. It's like the story could be told without the Straw Hats being there at all. Like early on, it's the plight of the Straw Hats fighting against another pirate crew or trying to survive against like Crocodile and his organization, and they're just like by themselves, and that's why they have to pair off to fight everyone. But when there's like a whole bunch of people already doing a fight, like in Dressrosa, there was the one-legged guy. What's his name? Curazon or something? I forgot his name. He was a toy soldier.
About the former king. Well, the former king.
No, he wasn't a king. He was like the gladiator.
He was gonna be though, right?
Yeah,
it was set up that he was gonna become the king because he married like the princess and their daughter and whatnot, right?
Yeah, so like he has like a big reason to come up and fight the Don Flamingo pirate crew. He's finally been freed from his toy prison, and like he has a battle, and it really should be about him. But then there's all this other stuff going on with the pirates, and also with Law, and it gets confusing and muddled the more factions that are involved in any one singular event. And I like it when a Straw Hat member gets their battle, because that's, we were with them pre the battle at Marineford with their little adventures. They're the Straw Hat pirates and they're trying to fight. Like, it's very simple. One pirate crew is the protagonists against the villains. And that's like every island. And the more like side characters need their own screen time, the less the Straw Hat Pirates get of their own screen time, but Luffy always has the main screen time at the top. So it's like, it's spread out, and it's not satisfying.
Yeah.
It's not satisfying enough. There's not enough time or space for all these individual characters to get their emotional thing.
And this is kind of what I mean by like, oh, this never happens in Hunter x Hunter. Because in Hunter x Hunter, they're not like interested in the main character Gon fighting the bad guy of each arc, right? Because like there's so like in a traditional shonen, there's like so many like villains in the Hunter x Hunter arcs that would have been like, and the final fight of this fight is Gon versus this villain, right? But that actually never really fucking happens. It's only like one season or like one arc ends with Gon fighting the villain. But all the other ones, it's either like another character is like either fighting the villain or realizing something about like the bad guy and about themselves, right? And like I think a big example of this is in the Chimera Ant arc. Like the Chimera Ant King, like in the traditional shonen, Gon would be the guy to fight him at the end, right? Like if this was One Piece and Gon was like Luffy, they would have just made Gon fight him. But no, instead there's like another character who's like beyond stronger than Gon who ends up fighting the Chimera Ant King. And even that fight like goes in like in a very different direction. I think what's also kind of great is that in Hunter x Hunter, the power system like is like so well defined that like they never have to like introduce something new. They just like everything they show it could always be explained. Like they already explained how like everything works. So anytime something kind of new or wacky pops up, we already like get that like this is this ability. Like we know this. And the fact of the matter is that we're constantly reminded that like our main character Gon is not the strongest. Not in an effort to like say like, oh, he has a long way to go, but more like to kind of show how big the world of Hunter x Hunter is, that like you're this one kid and sure you are strong. Actually, it's kind of scary how strong you are, but there are at least like 500 other people above you, and it's not about beating these people. It's about kind of like your own kind of goal, you know, and you're just going to get stronger as you go through like the adventure. But with like One Piece, I think it just boils down to eventually Luffy has to become the strongest guy on the fucking planet, right?
Mm.
And it's kind of like, I mean it works for like shonen. I think like when One Piece ends, and it doesn't matter if the ending is good or bad, I feel like if it's good, that's great, that's awesome. If it's bad, I still feel like at the end of the day that people are going to still label One Piece probably the greatest shonen ever written. And I 100% agree with that sentiment, but like Hunter x Hunter is just a really good manga. Like I feel like it passes the threshold of like a shonen, and it's just a good manga. It's just
I should read it.
Story. Yeah, I mean you might like it. I don't know. But I like it. It's really good. I think the anime does a really good job of...
I'm always finding myself wishing I knew what people were talking about when they talk about it, so that's probably a sign that I should check it out at some point.
I think the ending that the anime chooses is like the perfect ending, and if the manga ended like that, I thought like, okay, dude, 10 out of 10 banger manga. But the manga keeps going, and it's fine. Right, but the thing is, like, I'm just not that interested in reading like the rest of it, and it's not like the quality has gone down. It's like still consistently good, but like the two, like to me, the once like in episode 2 of the anime, once Gon meets Killua, that's when the show starts, because that's like these are our characters, this is our duo, and it's all about them. And once they go their separate ways, that's it. That's the end of the series for me. Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would recommend it. It's really good. Really good anime.
Well, while you were saying all that, I read the new chapter.
Nice.
so pretty base.
New chapter 10.
It was good. It was a masterpiece. Well, a twist has been revealed.
Twist?
Well, we found out.
We found out who the butler was.
We found out who the butler was, yeah.
I did the butler. Is that what they said?
Yeah.
The
butler's wife.
Butler, and the butler something Vegapunk.
Oh no.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I apologize.
You know, I should read Clarissa. I should read Clarissa Gunsmoke. I saw you have 3 chapters out.
Yeah, I got 3 chapters. Fourth one is going to be first available through purchasing. Then it's going to be on my Patreon. Well, I haven't figured out the best way to like release it, but I want to have like you can buy it. Then it'll be on the Perfect Comic Party, and then it'll be on my site. And then that'll be it.
That's pretty cool. How many chapters do you have on mine for Clarissa?
I finished the sketching, the like blocking out of all the pages, so it's just a matter of doing line art and shading and everything, cleaning. It's gonna be 10 chapters. Each chapter is around 15 to 20 pages. The last chapter is quite long. It's like 23. Actually, there's gonna be more because I still haven't drawn. There's like a couple pages of epilogue. Because you gotta end a western with the riding off into the sunset. Haven't got there
true.
yet.
It kind of reminds me of not really an epilogue, but was it for the movie Fistful of Dollars, which was like the start of like the Good and the Bad and the Ugly trilogy.
Yes, Sergio Leone.
Yeah, in the first movie, it starts with the
I'm freaking back.
It starts
it's
with
all over.
Shut up. Cheesiest talking.
What? Oh,
I'm talking.
My headphones got disconnected. Okay, go on.
But in the Fistful of Dollars, in the original movie, the Clint Eastwood character just shows up into town, and he starts a fight with like the gang there, right? And that's the whole movie. But in the TV version, when it came out, what they did was that they added a prologue, because the thing is that like the Clint Eastwood character in the movie is not a good person. Like, he's kind of like a piece of shit, but he's fighting against people who are way worse. So, like, you know, you're kind of like compelled to be on his side. But I guess that was like too much when the movie was brought to TV. So what they did was that they added a prologue where they add like a narration talking to Clint Eastwood, saying like, they're talking to him like he's like a federal agent, and they're like, "Oh, this town has been overrun by a gang. Go stop them," to make it seem like, oh, he works for the law. Like that's what they add in the new prologue, and it's just so like funny because it's like you can't just have a character who just so happens to be like morally gray, and then he finds people who are abhorrent. It has to be that like he's on the side of good, so everything he's doing is ultimately for the greater good.
That's the whole fun of the spaghetti westerns, as opposed to like the older like 50s, 60s westerns where the good guy is the good guy and everyone likes him, and the bad guy's the bad guy and he's got a mustache. Is that in spaghetti westerns and like other cool western movies, it's morally gray. It's just like more realistic in that like if you're a guy with a gun, you can just shoot a guy, and it might not be a good thing to do that, but you know. You do what you got to do.
There's a handful of like early westerns where one of the characters are kind of like morally good. I mean, that's where the term like what is it, white hat comes from.
Yeah,
is the good guy, and then black hat. Like, and I think a big example of like the kind of like the major like difference between like a western back then and a western now. And if you watch the original True Grit movie and then you watch the remake, and in the original. The character, I forget the character, I think he's played by Jeff Bridges in the remake, but that character, I think he's played by John Wayne. Yeah, he's played by John Wayne. The John Wayne
Everyone's John Wayne in the in the old days.
Yeah, John Wayne character is like this nice, I think he's a nicer person. He's like a good guy. He's like awesome and cool. But in the remake, he's like a drunk. He's like fucking like past his prime, and he's like an asshole and whatnot. And the big reason why like westerns kind of became darker and grittier is because of the movie Blazing Saddles. That really like kind of killed the trope of the whole like really like good guy western man doing good and whatnot.
All they needed was one good lampoon.
Right. And you know what's another movie that kind of did something, another parody that kind of did something similar for their own genre?
Is it Spaceballs?
No, not Spaceballs.
Okay,
it's fucking Austin Powers.
What, for like spy thrillers?
For the James Bond reboot that happened in like the early 2000s with Daniel Craig. The reason, so in those early, like I think the first 3 or 4 movies, there was no jokes. No character would say a fucking joke in those movies, and that's because of Austin Powers. Like I think that's because
they were quoted. Like we're not like Austin Powers,
right? Because I think it was this period where like people weren't like interested in James Bond movies, and the popular zeitgeist was Austin Powers, right? Like, oh, this is kind of silly, right? So when they brought back James Bond, they're all like, okay, we're gonna make a serious James Bond, or he's gonna, and, you know, it was very post 9/11.
Like the Pierce Brosnan movies are kind of silly.
Yeah, they are.
They're over the top, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, one of the bad guys was like fucking Christopher Walken's in one of those movies, But with the Daniel Craig one, they took it super serious. This new James Bond is like very post 9/11.
He never smiles.
Never smiles. He has PTSD because, you know, we were in the Iraq War and that was hot to give a character PTSD. Right?
That was some hot shit.
Yeah, that was some hot shit. And yeah, so it's funny. But yeah, I'll read Clarissa. Next time I come back, I'll have read everything.
Hell yes. I hope you do. I hope everyone at home also does.
Yeah, they should.
Also, one little thing. John Wayne.
I gotta read the new chapter. I haven't read chapter 4 yet.
It's not out yet. Well, it'll be out
but it's in the book.
Amazon.
But it's in the book.
It's in the book, so you should buy the book.
I should buy the book. Yeah.
You should buy the book.
I'm not gonna do that. Silly.
No, I am. No, I am. I am gonna do it.
Silly Billy.
And I gotta. By this time, I will have bought the PCP. Dusty Dumps PCP voicemail Bandcamp collection. I said I was going to buy that, and I didn't get around to it yet. But by the Friday, I will. I'm going to buy that, and I'm going to buy Clarissa.
Yes.
And I already bought my McPagliacci.
Oh hell yeah! But
I'm
McPagliacci,
accumulating.
pre-order now.
I'm consuming.
Western Comics is
I'm
not dying.
I'm supporting creators whose work I appreciate.
The average supporter.
I'm creating.
Oh, I'm creating over here, Mom. Oh, I'm creating.
But like, John Wayne, right? He's like, he was the big movie star.
Yeah.
He played a lot of cowboys. He was known for that, I think.
John Wayne, made famous in Die Hard.
Yeah. John Wayne, he just looks like someone's dad, which is always funny to me because he's always like in these cowboy films, and he's like the cool guy, the serious guy, the sensible guy, and the guy who knows what's up. And he's got the quick hand, but he just looks like a guy's dad. It feels like it's
You think?
like a vanity project that he's always in.
Yeah, well, cowboy movies are very dad-core.
They're very dad-core. It's just sort of like they're unglamorous looking guys.
I was thinking of Clint Eastwood. No, you're right. John Wayne does just look like some guy's dad.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood looks like a hot boy.
Yeah.
Clint Eastwood was like a good-looking guy.
John Wayne literally looks like you ever seen the Church of the SubGenius?
Yeah, I heard of it.
Nope.
It was like kind of like a ironic cult that people would join.
Yeah, it's kind of a Gen X thing, I think.
Yeah, it was like, oh, it would be so ironic if we were part of like a funny little cult, and yeah, that's what it was. Well,
like their logo, the logo of the Church of the SubGenius is man, there's something so I think I got a little bit of that nostalgia for a time that I never experienced about like fucking like Gen X irony culture. I think I probably would have been like all in on the Church of the SubGenius if I was like, at the right age when it was like at its peak. But yeah, its logo is this guy called J.R. Dobbs. J.R. Bob Dobbs. And like John Wayne looks like that. Just like this guy, Lamau.
That's pretty funny. Yeah. I thought this guy's like a generic like dad picture, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I don't know if it's based on an actual person or what. But yeah, it's meant to look like Mr. Walton or the idea of like a post-war old-timey American father figure.
Yeah.
It's funny to imagine that like that stereotype involves smoking a pipe, because smoking a pipe is fucking disgusting. Smoking a pipe is like foul. It's like a foul thing to do. But it's this put together image of yes, a respectable dad.
It's classy. He's got his pipe, and then
it looks cool in an image.
His wife.
I think you wouldn't want to be around a guy who smoked a pipe in real life. I think it would be extremely unpleasant, unless you're also a pipe weed smoker, and then it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they have the smoking room.
Yeah, true.
In various business.
But then they smell. But then they smell everywhere they go. They're gonna smell like it everywhere.
I know. Yeah. They're just being.
I guess.
They're just guys.
I
being
guess
dudes.
back in the day, everything must have just smelled like smoke. Like everywhere you went, must have just smelled like smoke all the time.
Yeah,
everything smelled like shit back in the medieval times because they were shitting everywhere.
Well, that's understandable.
Back in the day, like the shit that guys could get away with was like 10 times more than like the shit they could get away with now.
Now I can't even ask a girl to have sex with me twice, or else Cheesy jumps down my throat and calls me atrocious.
Now I can't. Now like they send you nudes when they know I don't want them. I just don't want them. Stop sending them to me.
All I know about J.R. Bob Dobbs is that he never takes no for an answer. He will never stop asking. He's got. It's called the Sigma grind set. It's called the grind set.
I was gonna say about how like there's this like kind of illusion of like people like Ted Bundy, where like the reason he murdered so many people was because he was so suave and whatnot. I was like no, because the standards of like hitting on women was so low back then. There's this kind of like there was this TikTok trend I remember a couple months ago where like people were like doing they were like hearing to their like stories of how their grandma got their grandpa, and it would always be like the grandpa would commit like a sex crime or sexual assault to them, and then they would get married. And then the clip is like played over with the fucking what's the name of the show? Do 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 boom do 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 do.
Law and Order, right? Law and Order.
Yeah, SVU.
Right.
Yeah, Special Victims Unit. And it's like, yeah, that's fucking true. Yeah, like back in the day, like if you wanted to get with a girl, you'd sneak into her window and assault her at night, and then you'd marry her that same week. Because
their parents would insist on it. It's like, oh, you raped my daughter, well, you better marry her then.
You better marry her.
You better marry her then. Take responsibility, young man. Exactly. I suppose boys will be boys, but as long as you take responsibility, right?
Yeah, it's atrocious, terrible time.
We have to go back.
We gotta go back.
I mean, have to go back, though. I mean, think of all those statues we're missing out on.
It's the wildling way. It's the wildling way. That's how you keep the gene pool broad and deep. You gotta kidnap a wife from a neighboring tribe.
God, you know who's
tribe?
A neighboring tribe.
Neighboring tribe. You know who's really ruining the gene pool?
Oh, I committed kidnapping and sexual assault against members of the enemy tribe. Oh, I impregnated them against their will. That keeps the genes strong. Our tribe will prosper. Ooh.
You know who's really like ruining the gene pool? Like, you know who are like the worst people?
Brown people. I'm sorry, what?
No.
What did I say?
We're fixing the gene pool. In my opinion, but
all right, tell me.
Well, comedians, ugly comedians that have hot wives are like ruining the gene pool. They're they're putting their ugly just because they're funny, Really, you're gonna let them ruin our humanity with their ugly children just because they're funny?
Because by eating a lot of food, they become very large, and then according to Lamarckian genetics, that means that they'll pass on the largeness gene to their offspring. So they're going to have fat children.
Exactly. They're ruining the gene pool.
I agree.
Exactly.
I've never been swimming in the gene pool. I've heard it's great. I've heard it's nice.
I think it was Galactaby posted something about how in the Lion King, like they understand what genes are. Like Scar is talking about like the gene pool, but there's some other thing where like they're completely baffled by some like really very simple like mechanical concept. I don't remember what the example was, but it's like, yeah, why is Scar? Why are these lions in the Pride Land of Africa? Why is he talking about the gene pool? What does he know about Gregor Mendel? It's messed up.
Man.
He's read a book.
He's the only lion that read a book. He's the only lion that read a book, and it was Mein Kampf, and it turned him fascist.
I wish that Galactaby like would be on a podcast or something, because I really do like his tweets.
I really like his tweets too. I think he makes funny. He's just always got some funny little like
just weird.
Isn't it weird how this early 90s cartoon had some? I don't even whatever. He's just pointing out some dumb shit. I
DM'd him a couple of times, being like, "I really want you on my podcast," and he said, "Like, I really hate my voice, so I'm not gonna do that."
That's too bad.
And I'm like, "Dude, like, please get some of that, some of that fucking white boy self-esteem."
Not to out him or anything, but I asked Arthur Viator, the guy who made Zeta Gal, if he wanted to be on the podcast, and he said, "Yeah, basically the same. He like didn't like the sound of his voice or something like that. He just didn't." Yeah. I got him to join the server, but like, yeah, I really wanted to talk to that guy, but he just seems not comfortable with presenting himself in an audio medium, which is unfortunate, but what can you do?
Yeah, that's lame.
I mean, I hate my voice, and I'm still here.
Everyone else hates it too. That's fine. That's not true.
But Gabe, your voice is like a sweet angel speaking to me. How can you say these things?
I'm afraid your baby's with the angels now.
Oh boy. Yeah, Galactaby is my white whale. of
What is
podcast guests.
to get on your podcast.
To get on my podcast. Yeah, it's funny. I made that joke somewhere else, and I also got the same reaction. They're like, "Whoa, what?"
First I thought, "Oh, what, you want to kill him?" And then you went, "Oh, it's like, oh, what you mean? He's like a fat white woman that you're attracted to?" And then, no, he's
Frasier.
Like, your white whale is someone. Well, I mean, I guess you could use it.
Someone very close.
Something that you.
White whale is like it. It could be used as like someone you're really searching.
Something you're chasing after. Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
I'm grinding. I've figured out my goals. I figured out my white whales for the year.
I've got two things. I got two lists. I got my list of bugbears, and I got my list of white whales. My bugbears are things I do not want, and my list of white whales are things that I do want.
Where'd you put your pet peeves?
That's bugbears. That's just a subcategory of bugbears.
Bugbears?
Yeah, bugbears.
Oh.
Yeah, like water bears.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I guess.
Also bugaboos. I think bugaboos and bugbears are the same thing.
Bugaboos. Chugaboos.
Not like the Boogaloo Boys.
That's it. I'm out of rhymes.
Pet bears and bug peeves.
What if we just said a bunch of random nonsense words for a while?
Juggalo.
Yeah, that could fill out the episode.
Gigolos, Geely,
Juggalos.
I hear styrofoam.
Java Jigga, that's a Twitter account.
I hate Java Jigga.
Why do you hate Java Jigga?
Because they're the person who did the fucking whole graphic novel section, manga section. It's so fucking over.
No, they're not. Wait, is that them?
Yeah, that's them.
No, I didn't realize it was them.
Every time, like I've never seen a good take from them. I swear I've only ever seen like annoying ass takes from them.
Oh, I kind of thought okay.
Maybe they did something.
Well, I mean, okay. You know what? I mean, I'm actually not that mad because I don't even disagree. Like it is over in the sense that like they're making more. Yeah, they're making more manga because the money's there.
It's been over. Like the thing is, like it's been over since like the 90s. Everyone has been saying, "Oh, it's dying." And it's like, yeah,
right.
Just read, please.
Then get drawing, you idiot.
Yeah. Read Daniel Klaus. He's gonna have a new book in October. You can pre-order it now.
Really?
Yes. Actually, have you read Patience, which was the last book? That one came out in 2016.
What was the one you got me to read?
It was David Boring.
That was also Dan Klaus, right?
Yeah, that was Daniel Klaus.
Yeah, that's the only one I've read. Hey, I just hit 1,600. Just hit 1,600 Twitch followers. Heyo, that's 40 followers. Whoa.
I think you should read Death Ray next, Ben. I think you'll like Death Ray. It's kind of like David Boring, but it's kind of
maybe I'll order it on Amazon when I'm ordering Clarissa.
It's Daniel Klaus doing his version of like superheroes in real life, but it's like I think no one ever talks about how like he kind of really shows how pathetic it is. Like there's been other things where they're like superheroes in real life, but like I think Daniel Klaus probably hits it the most realistic. And what would happen?
How do you feel about who was that guy who was the superhero in real life? Like in real life,
Phoenix Jones.
Right? Jones, yeah. You ever see that? There's an Atrocity Guide video about Phoenix Jones.
Yeah, didn't he end up selling drugs?
Yeah, he was selling drugs like on the side.
I think
he was busting people for selling drugs while he was like, that's the terrible thing. I wouldn't begrudge him. I wouldn't begrudge him a side hustle. But the fact that he was busting other people for it while he was doing it is like, ugh, that's so disgusting.
That was part of the plan to like come off as a superhero that drug busts everyone but your own. That sounds like that sounds like a plot to some probably like Spider-Man story or something. That's
a really good video. I wonder if Atrocity Guide's made any more.
I think they have.
I really like that channel.
Good. Yeah,
it is good. It's like down the rabbit hole but better, and they still make videos.
I think they pump out stuff faster, which I really like. I really hate that Down the Rabbit Hole would like spend so long on just one video. I think they've been working on one for a long ass time, and it's like.
It wonst be worth the wait.
That's the kind of annoying thing.
Okay, the Wings of Redemption video, bad. Most of their other videos are very good. But I don't. Do you know what the new one is going to be on?
I think that I hear people back and forth talking about it. I thought I heard someone say that they're doing the Keemstar retrospective or they're doing
that sucks.
Hopefully not that.
That sucks really bad. That blows. I hate
like
that.
Some sort of expansion on furries, or they're doing
garbage.
Did they already do Guy? Did they do Guy Online already, or
I don't know if they did Guy Online. I don't think so. It's embarrassing. Okay, Atrocity Guide has one. Oh no, Atrocity Guide's only made one in the last 6 months.
Yeah, the last 2 down the rabbit hole videos I thought were kind of like not interesting.
Wings of Redemption. I would say Wings of Redemption is a bad video.
Really?
I
thought
boring.
I thought that one was interesting. I liked how it was like secretly an Origins of Keemstar video.
Yeah, I didn't feel like that was intentional
in the background.
I mean, that was like an accident. 8.6. Oh god. Okay, great. Cool. His worst video has the most views, so this is going to be what his fucking stupid channel turns into now. Awesome. Cool.
Oh fuck. I haven't seen the last Atrocities Guide video, even though I did a podcast episode on the movie that they're talking about. In that
kidnapped and forced to make action films.
Yeah, they're talking about the only North Korean kaiju film, Pulgasari.
I've heard you talk about that.
Yeah, Pulgasari is great. We do an episode on Unofficial Tokucast on it.
I haven't seen the 2 newest ones. They both look. The one about Bob's Game is really good. I mean, like I've watched all of these and like they're all really good. It's a great channel.
Yeah, Bob's Game is like one of the few examples of like earlier we were talking about just make games for yourself. Bob's Game is like the ultimate that because the guy's like insane.
Have you seen the Mandalore gaming video about fuck Mandalore gaming? I think I might have mentioned this one before, but I can't remember the name again. Atrocity. Oh fuck! It's the one where you play as the edgy teen who kills pedophiles.
That sounds kind of familiar.
Simpsons game?
No.
I know about the Kanye game.
Anonymous Agony. That's another one that is just like somebody made it in RPG Maker. Bob's Game looks so dumb. Like it's like hey, what if I made a game about me in real life walking around my house?
You should make that game, Ben, about your life. What was what's the name of that one guy? Oh, Austin McConnell. Yeah.
Who?
That guy, he's the guy who did, he made a video where he was talking about that, like, film that he made that was bad. All those years ago. I think,
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's called, I made a movie, It Stunk.
Oh, and Austin McConnell.
Yeah, Austin McConnell. Yeah,
oh yeah, and didn't that guy plagiarize his video about like the Special Olympics team?
Oh, did he?
It might have just been a case of like he just like made another video with like a very similar content to one that John Boyce made. And I don't know if it's like ever technically been called out as plagiarism, but the John Boyce video is better, and John Boyce is better than Austin McConnell. Fuck Austin McConnell.
Austin McConnell has such like the quality of his videos jump so much like back and forth. I feel
I haven't seen a good one in a while. Maybe
the majority of them are kind of like mid, and also I think you ever like.
I liked his one about the Harry Potter play. I thought that one was pretty good.
You ever like, and this is kind of like specific. This is kind of a certain content creator where they're like they have pretty good insight on like writing and like criticism and whatnot, but when it comes to them making art, it's always kind of like, wow, this is bad.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Many such cases, yeah.
Yeah, Austin McConnell is kind of like that. Mm-hmm. Because I feel like he has really good insight on certain things, but then when he was talking about his because he's all like, oh, we're making kind of like an animated movie based on public domain superheroes, and I'm gonna make my own like little animated superhero cinematic universe with public domain characters, which isn't that bad of an idea. But when I heard his kind of retelling of one of the characters' stories, like his version of it, it's like, wow, it just sounds just as dull as like the original. Like, why don't you like do something completely different?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, because there's already like there's been so many comics about public domain superheroes and other public domain characters, and like I think people have done really like beyond amazing jobs being incredibly clever with those characters, or going in such interesting directions that like whatever like Austin McConnell is trying to do, it sounds kind of like whatever. And I'm pretty sure when this movie is finished, it's gonna be like very mid. It's not gonna be like, and he's not gonna be like incredibly good or incredibly bad. He's just gonna be like okay, and we're gonna forget about it.
Yeah. Okay? You know Vito Giswaldi?
Yeah. Isn't he?
Is he making like a comic?
I don't know.
Is he making like he's making some kind of superhero thing, and I don't know what the deal is with it, but I don't like that guy, so it's probably bad. But I don't know what I think it's called Super Killer, and I don't know what the deal is, but I kind of want to know just so I can be like, I was right. It's stupid.
Yeah, he's the guy who just does the constantly like, oh, it's gone woke and now it sucks, or he
does. I think he does that like semi-ironically, but not completely ironically, but like semi-ironically.
Is he? Yeah, his thumbnail. Learn about superkiller.org. What is that? You know, it's funny. Like yesterday, a couple of days ago, I think I made like a tweet, Fred, saying like, "Hey guys, post your comic recommendations that aren't like Marvel or DC." And someone recommended the comic Common America, which is not a good comic.
Common America. Oh, I know about Common America.
Yeah, Common America sucks ass.
Oh, the one that Merriweather collabed with.
Yeah, it's fucking...
Even though they're like a bunch of fucking...
far-right motherfuckers.
Yeah, a bunch of fucking MAGA heads.
It's like the most mid person I know teams up with like the worst person I know. Yeah, I was thinking about making a video about
cool.
it. Because I think... Because it fucking... Have I talked about Common America before on this podcast?
I think maybe a bit. Yeah, I know about it from you.
It's so funny, and it's just so funny, like the whole and I probably have said this before, where her origin story is literally like, oh, what's Peter Parker? Oh, his uncle got shot due to him being like selfish, and he's like, I must take responsibility for these amazing powers I've gained. While Common America's origin is like, one time my science teacher told me to play baseball with boys, but I'm a girl, I want to do girl things, and then she gets amazing superpowers.
That's incredible.
It's just amazing. And this was the Marvel killer. This was like, yeah, we're gonna outsell Marvel and DC. Fucking.
That's amazing.
Here comes.
Tell me about Super Killer. Give me the 5-second pitch on Super Killer.
Here comes Super Killer. The multiverse is home to a variety of superpowered individuals, nobles, heroes who risk their lives to protect the world from destruction. Unfortunately, for multiversal assassin Sam King, these heroes won't be going down without a fight. So he okay. This comic's gonna kick some ass. Okay, God, fucking like these guys who are always like, oh, I'm gonna make my better superhero than Marvel and DC. They always look awful. Like none of them could design a good looking superhero. Look at this guy. He looks so fucking generic. He looks like a background character from My Hero Academia.
Learn more. This comic is a hilarious blood-soaked superhero romp where absolutely no one is safe. Okay, so it's edgy superheroes.
I really
it's superheroes with blood. That's terrible.
Here's a
fucking sucks. It's way worse than I thought.
Isn't that Deadpool already?
Yeah.
This is like imagine if Deadpool had a bad design and sucked.
All right. Well, I mean, I come away from this pitch having what would I tell someone if I wanted to recommend them Super Killer? I'd be like, it's a superhero, and he kills people.
Oh wow! Never heard that one before. Fucking the 10 out of 10 idea.
I don't know. Wow. I thought there would be a
think,
hook, but there's no hook.
I'd be lost at superhero.
Well,
I haven't been interested in a superhero design.
They lose you at superhero.
For 100
They lose you
years.
at superhero, but then you say but, and then you go huh, and then you get your ear back again, and then they put their mouth to your ear and they say but he kills people, and then you go no, you lost me again.
A superhero literally doing anything is like unappealing to me because I just don't like.
There's
what
probably
they are.
some twist on the formula that might be.
If they wear a costume, get out of here. If they wear a mask, if they have a double identity, it's the same thing over and over again. Superheroes are always the same. Stop it. I'm so tired of superheroes.
The thing is, people talk about stuff like superhero fatigue. Ultimately, you just need like one good superhero movie, and then people usually shut up about it. If someone's not interested in superheroes, that's fine. Like, there's no problem with that. I don't really care.
Okay, I get it. Okay, so the idea of super killer. Okay, watching the trailer, he kills other superheroes. It's basically like he kills characters that resemble other heroes that you might be more familiar with. Like he kills Superman types, and he kills magical girls, and he kills what's this guy?
What? Who? Super killer?
A guy who looks like Batman. He kills characters that remind you of comic of.
God, this fucking sucks.
What if a superhero went around killing characters that you're familiar with?
God, this character.
I'm on it. My expectations were low, and I'm still disappointed.
Gib, do you know this character?
Martial law? No.
No.
It's drawn by Kevin O'Neill, which is a British artist. You should know this, Gib.
But he put an American flag on the gun?
Because the story takes place in America.
An American flag on a gun is like mwah, that's good.
Anyway, Super Killer just sounds like this. And
I can see he's got like a Batman cowl on his little thing there, his little belt there. Yeah.
Cool. It's funny because martial law is kind of like imagine if someone like what's the name of that one political cartoonist who labels everything? He's like a far righter.
He's a libertarian.
Ben Garrison.
Yeah.
So like imagine if Ben Garrison like wrote like a superhero comic. But the thing is that what's great about like martial law is that he's like my favorite fascist. He's a really awesome fascist character.
Hell yeah.
And basically like so the gist is that he's basically a cop for superheroes, right? But the thing is that in their universe, superheroes are like several things. Aside from like being like propped up as like protectors of like good in society, the majority of superheroes are like former like war veterans who have superpowers and are fucking insane, and they just kill random people on the street. Yeah. And martial law comes in and fucking shoots the shit out of them and rips them apart. And yeah, this actually martial law is like a big influence on Villainverse.
Wait, you might have mentioned this guy before, maybe.
Yeah, and the book was like co-created by I think one of the guys behind Judge Dredd. I think this also Linkara hates this book. He really fucking does not like this character.
Why?
But I love this guy because Linkara is for every like
because he's woke.
Actually, I would say he's just stupid. But
damn.
But for every kind of like interesting thing Linkara has to say, I feel like he always has two stupid things to say with it too. Because he talks about like, oh, I'm tired of stories where superheroes are bad. We already know what superheroes being bad is like. They're called super villains, and it's like fucking Linkara. Like,
wow.
Do you not get? Do you not
understand the idea of a deconstruction?
Or the fact that do you think cops are like all good? Do you think like
wow, yeah, that really blows.
Do you think there's not like some sort of fucking moral maybe there's something else going on? Maybe the fact that like you can't individually stop all crime one at a time as a person, even with fucking superpowers, and it's like
The idea is that the superheroes are bad is not, what if we made the superhero bad instead of good? It's like the superhero does the things a superhero does, but we see that in fact they are bad, actually.
I think what's great about martial law is that it has a really good design. It's also very funny. Everything is so exaggerated in martial law. It's like, it's also cartoony, you know? Like, nothing is supposed to be taken like really seriously. Like, I think in the first story I kind of have a problem where they like take themselves too seriously at certain parts, but everything else is like it's very like goofy with it, and I mean the biggest example is that all the characters have their like beliefs just like written out on them, and like, oh, he has fear and loathing on his like stomach. His right arm has barbed wire because one of his power is that he doesn't feel any pain. So like he fights other superheroes and they can't really hurt him. And I think my favorite story is the second martial law story where he fights the Avengers, and they're like all members of like an insane asylum, and he's mostly, and it's the story works so good when like they're just doing like goofy shit. Like there's like a one scene in the second story where he's like chasing a Punisher proxy who has like a swastika on his forehead, and they're fighting in an elevator, and this Punisher guy is about to like electrocute him with some wires, and he says the word superhero to martial law, and then martial law like fucking like gets so pissed off from hearing the word superhero, is all like, oh, you said the secret world, superhero is my Shazam, and he fucking like rips apart whatever's holding him. And it's the more goofier it is, I think the more funnier it is. And it's great. I really like it. This super killer looks really fucking dull. Like this concept has been done fucking better.
I see nothing appealing about it. Well, I'm glad we put that to bed.
The thing with me is that superheroes aesthetically are dead to me. I hate colorful costumes with wacky powers that a child could come up with. And even if it's good, even if it's like a great thing, I just don't like the look of a superhero. I feel upset when I see such things.
Yeah.
I feel enraged.
Yeah, there's something a little off-putting about the whole aesthetic of the spandex clad hero. I agree. It's a bit, I feel a little bit like about it the way that I did.
It would be cutesy if it hadn't been like pushed in
when I was
like film
when I was a little
the last
kid,
like 30 years.
When I was a little kid,
I'm completely desensitized to it.
When I was a little kid, I didn't like movies that had animals, like cartoons about animals. I thought animals were for babies. I wanted humans only, please. Well, now as an adult, I feel the same way about superheroes. It's for babies, and I just feel sick when I see it. Yeah, a little bit.
Like even shows like The Boys that people tell me are good, I'm like, yeah, but like it's a fucking superhero thing. Right. They're gonna have powers. They're gonna be like powers. I
get it. They're gonna show that the good guys are the bad guys actually because they serve the status quo.
I already seen Watchmen. I don't need to see it again in a TV show.
We've been going for 4 hours.
That's my trigger.
4 hours. I feel like maybe it's time to be wrapping up and maybe get into One Piece discussion pretty soon.
Yes.
Cheesy.
Let's.
Do you have? I mean.
Do you have a?
If there's any last words before we make you walk the plank, speak them now. I guess.
I'm not interested in stories of colorful characters with powers that children would come up with. Okay, just say you won't read Villainverse, Gib. Just say you don't like Villainverse.
I will not.
I already read it.
Say it to my face.
Until you make more of it. Whoa.
Yeah, more is coming. More is coming.
Villainverse is different. It feels different.
They're villains.
They're not in New York or like some alternative, like the same New York where petty crime is the reason somebody puts on a superhero mask. Why would you do that? Why would you?
Villainverse is not like. I mean, they're not even like in a society. They're just in like a completely chaotic. They're just all in a bunch of like spaceships, just like trying to kill each other. I don't know. It doesn't feel at all like a superhero story. It's just a bunch of like monsters in space that like want to. Sometimes they fight each other, I guess.
Yeah.
Just everyone, just
Anyway,
everyone, like literally everyone that exists in the world is trying to kill everyone else, right? Because it's all villains. Yeah.
Pretty much. Well, there is a society, but like it doesn't matter. It's not crucial to the story I'm telling, so it's not like we don't really see it. But yeah, anyway, pre-order McPagliacci. You got like 2 days left. On Sunday should be the last day. Actually, this coming Sunday, I'm gonna be on a live stream with Stereos.
Oh, cool!
And we're gonna talk about McPagliacci.
Ask him about his cancel Ben Saint shirt.
Yeah, I'll ask him about that. We're also gonna be talking about the toddler show Bluey.
Ugh.
I'm gonna Bluey pill Stereos on it. I have some insight about the show. I was on the ground floor for the show, so
congratulations.
Bit of a big deal.
Thank you. Yeah, it's crazy. Imagine being into a kids show for toddlers.
I can't even imagine. I would destroy myself. I almost said kill myself, but I would never say that. Anyway, yeah, cool. All right,
yep, pre-order McPagliacci.
All right, thanks for joining us, Cheesy. Now get out of here.
You guys gonna? Huh? You guys aren't gonna do a voicemail?
We're gonna do voicemails after we do One Piece discussion. Then we do voicemail.
All right then. Well, it's been good. I'll talk. Should we sync one more time?
Yeah, we can sync one more time.
Came in.
Yeah, that's good. All right, okay. 3, 2, 1, sync.
Sync.
3, 2, 1, sync.
Sync.
Eliezer should probably use that one and not the early one. Maybe.
Sounds good.
All right.
I'm gonna stop recording. Thanks for having me on. I'll talk to you guys later.
Our pleasure.
See ya.
Thanks for jumping in. All right, later. All right. Yeah, so I read One Piece. I read the new One Piece while Cheesy was talking about One Piece, I think. So
let's go over it then.
1078 escape limit.
So we've got Germa 66 and Caesar Clown. They have formed Neo-Mads.
Yeah, I mean Neo-Mads.
So they're two mad scientists together at last.
I think we could have gathered from the last one that they were going to team up, but okay.
I wonder what they're gonna do.
Probably some mad science, if I had to guess. Cool.
Cool. I wonder how Judge is going to react to hearing that his son Sanji is in league with Vegapunk.
I saw. For a while, I felt like we had too much Caesar Clown. I was kind of sick of Caesar Clown for a while, but we haven't seen him in a bit, so. Okay, yeah, bring him back.
Yeah, I mean, what was he has been one of those consistent. He was in Punk Hazard.
He's been in like a lot of arcs.
Luffy punched him, and then Law took his heart out, and he was a bargaining chip in Dressrosa, and then he continued with them with Law, I think, as Law still wanted him as a bargaining chip for some reason. Like the thing that they wanted to trade him for didn't go through, so he didn't trade him away.
So you gotta
and
keep
then
him,
something
so
they ended up on Whole Cake. They ended up on Whole Cake, and I don't even know how he got there, but he was involved with Capone gang Beji, and they had the whole like Big Mom assassination, and Caesar is just like, I just want to go home. I don't like this anymore. Well,
and now he did. All right. So,
he did.
Uncle Kizaru's coming. Okay. I'm just gonna complain about Nate's complaints because I watched him critique this chapter. Nate doesn't like the diagram showing where people are. He says they're pointless.
They are a little hard to follow. I think when it's something big like what's it called? The big Skull Island in Wano. Onigashima.
It was very places. Important. I think the diagrams were extremely important in Wano. You had to understand that the flying thing was going to crash into the other thing, and you had to understand that like the lava was like descending through floors and was going to hit the weapons cache and detonate.
I think it's more just to give you a grasp of the scale of the place, because you can't draw like scene setting. You can't waste time setting the scene every chapter. You already know from the previous chapter that they're in a place, but if you've forgotten, this is where they are, and just give it like very quickly here, just in case you're confused. And it is sometimes useful. I don't really internalize them that much.
I mean, most of the time I just gloss over them.
Like this building, I can't remember which building is B, C, or A. I have no idea who is going from which place to which place or where everyone is. They're just saying, during this scene, we're in this place. And I guess it might be helpful later, but I don't hate it. It's not doing much for me, particularly.
Yeah, sure.
Because everybody's walking around, and like on the map is not shown where the Seraphim have been fighting people.
Yeah.
I don't really remember where everyone was.
I mean, it's true. I don't think about it like all the time. But it probably is, largely for people that are maybe a chapter behind, or just to
if you're a chapter behind, you just read the chapter.
I mean, just to establish that like these people are in separate locations that are related. And then
it's not really it's not always for knowing. It's not always for like getting a grasp of the whole situation. For this, I think it's just to show where these characters are without having to draw anything.
And then this
big.
next panel, this one of Stussy, Nate called this. Can you believe it? He called this scuffed piece. He said the line work was rough, it was looking scuffed, and we are in scuffed piece. And like, it's fine.
I mean,
it's fucking fine.
It is fine. I know what he means though. Over time, Oda he's gotten older, and maybe he's a bit looser.
Yeah.
If you go back to early chapters, it's a very much completely different
I like
style.
That. I think it looks.
Oh, you like the new?
Yeah,
I like the new as well.
Lines. They don't bother me at all.
They show you the thing. That's how it's got to be sometimes. Sometimes it's just you got to get through a panel of somebody talking on a thingy, and it doesn't really matter if it's the most beautiful thing ever. You want to save those moments for when you're doing like the big reveals, the big punches.
Okay, so
and like it's largely really good, even if it's a bit sloppy line art wise compared to previous.
Fine.
But it's got so much character.
Sloppy,
like,
I say impressionistic.
Wrong. Well, sloppy in that it's like compared to previous One Piece. Lines don't always connect. There's some like maybe the pen they're using is a bit thicker. But like it still has the character, so that's the main thing. It's
been like this for a long time. Like I literally don't care, and I literally don't understand how someone could look at this and be like, it looks worse than it used to when the lines were cleaner. Like I don't understand feeling that way about the difference.
I don't get it really. I know that you can observe things, but I don't know why you would get mad.
Not even getting mad. Just to me, it looks better this way. The cleanness of the lines did not impress me before. If anything,
I would say that they're different. I like old One Piece as well. Cleanness and all.
I like scuffed piece. I like it better. I'm reading. So the government is taking the situation even more seriously than Ohara.
Yes.
So that's bad. That's a bad sign.
They're going to do a super bomb. Also, I forgot that Stussy was with Jinbei, and we hadn't seen Jinbei, I think. So my theory that it was Stussy with the gun, wrong. Or Stussy. I don't know how to say it. And I'm just going to say it wrong every time.
It's got to be Stussy. It's got to be Stussy.
Stussy. But then they say Luffy instead of Luffy. So what can be known, huh? What can it possibly be?
You're right. I mean, you're right. I'm gonna say Stussy until I'm proven wrong.
Stussy.
Factory A, Fabrio, Stratum. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry if this is annoying, but to rag on Nate even more, he got like in a previous page, this building was written it was spelled like Fabiro. It was spelled Fabirio, but it's actually supposed to be called Fabrio. And he spent like 5 minutes being like, "Oh, Oda made a mistake. Oda goofed. He put an extra I in the name."
I mean, it could be hidden by the little bit there.
Yeah,
like there's space for I where the panel.
Well, the text says Fabrio.
Yes, but that's translated, and it's a fan translation, so they may not have realized.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I guess. Yeah, it could be. Honestly, true.
It's one of those panel things where he does like a tiny sliver of a panel to show that we're changing scene.
Yeah, changing scene or time is progressing. Third floor.
So
lab.
yeah, so Sentomaru is hearing from Stussy that the CP0's mission was to eliminate the Doctor and wait for the arrival of wait for whose arrival? Kizaru, yes. So the Admiral. And so Sentomaru's like, okay, everybody, all you little goofs, and I don't even know who you are, these little citizens, get out of here, save yourselves.
These random egghead citizens are awesome.
Yeah, I love in that they're all running away. The big robot in the back with the clockwork head.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I think I like the little hooded guy down in the middle.
Also, the little hooded guy. I mean, all of them. They're just so
nice, they're great.
Nice little.
That guy on the right. I like the Phineas and Ferb guy over on the right.
Yeah, he is kind of like that.
Sexy lady in the front. She's very cute. You know.
If only it was so easy to draw sexy ladies for me, then I could draw them all the time.
Oda doesn't even have to think about anything.
He's just brainless. He's just drawing all this with no brain power.
Oda just sneezes and a sexy big boob lady just appears in a panel. And he's like, it's not good enough.
That's a good power.
It's pretty good.
Okay, so we flip over to third floor lab building C. I had no idea.
Sure.
We got Frankie, who's not fully stoned. He's only had a bit of weed.
How did that happen?
He took a bite of stone.
Yeah. How did he only become half petrified? How does that work?
I believe it's been shown to happen with her powers before. I don't think it's like... I don't know, though. I don't know if it's like her vision thing, like a Medusa, or whether like her beam is where you turn into stone, or whether if you see it, your body turns into stone fully. I'm not entirely sure how it works. Maybe Frankie is just resisting the cuteness.
He either was like, not fully taken in by the cuteness, or maybe the beam just didn't fully hit him.
He's so big, you see.
He is quite large. All right. So
Usopp
and Lilith are fucked.
They're
just dead unless she reverts them, right? That's the stakes here.
I think so.
Yeah.
It could be a thing in the future where it's like, oh, Chopper, you found a way to unstonify people.
If anyone can like reverse the effects of a fruit, what if crazy idea. What if sea stone could just reverse it?
I feel like that would have been tried before. And it would have been known that works.
I mean, if I'm thinking like a fruit did something, sea stone is what I would think to like undo the effects of a fruit. But yeah, it wouldn't necessarily work.
It wouldn't work for every particular fruit, because like, what if the fire fruit? What if Ace set fire to something? You couldn't put the fire out with sea stone. You would just need actual water.
Yeah. Well, it was just an idea. But Vegapunk, I'm sure Vegapunk could probably come up with something.
Yeah. So, little guy, I forgot his name.
I think it's Pythagoras.
Yeah, it's
Frankie
he says Pythagoras. Little lemon gets fucking crushed to death.
This is the guy that like he puts his head in like the big body, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poor little guy.
You snake, who
getting
ordered
fucking
you to
killed.
Do this? Crush. So Lilith is dead. Pythagoras seems to have been killed here. Lilith is stoned. Pythagoras crushed. Wait, I said she doesn't fully stone him. She just leaves him like that.
Well, she stops because somebody says wait.
Oh, it's not Frankie yelling.
Yeah, somebody's saying wait. It could be Frankie.
It looks like she's walking away from this explosion. Like I thought she crushed Pythagoras and that like caused the explosion and then she's walking away from it. And Frankie was yelling like wait. But no, she's looking to the side. I think it's someone else.
That's a big explosion.
Yeah, is that from crushing Pythagoras?
I can only assume because it's like
nuclear
one panel.
Powered?
One panel gets crushed and then the other one he explodes.
Yeah, I don't quite understand what's exploding, but I guess it's. I think it would explode immediately when her foot crushed him, so she would be caught in the explosion and not walking away from it. But
a little confusing.
A little weird, yeah. I don't get it.
Then we got Robin and Chopper and Big Lady. What's her name?
I don't remember the big one's
Atlas.
name.
Atlas.
Yeah, there it is. Cool.
So they're hearing about all of this death and destruction that's happening, and Robin's saying, we should probably go and find the real Vegapunk because, that's important. And so they will go, and so I think they're going to. Robin and Chopper are going to be the ones fighting in that environment.
There's a room that's been sealed off for a while now. I wrote it off since the place isn't useful. Okay. So they're following they're following Nami's scream because they think Sanji will go there too. And then Sanji...
No, they're saying that Nami will be fine because Sanji will go to her. We should instead focus on finding Vegapunk. And Atlas is like, okay. I think he could maybe be in this place, and it's probably the right place.
Yeah. Okay, so Brook and Nami and Edison. I don't even remember what Edison's deal. Did they found him like this, right? Because Edison got like jumped by someone.
I think
they found him busted up.
But they also were fighting the Jinbei Seraphim just then.
Oh.
Nami used the cloud that she got from Big Mom. I forget his name. I forget everyone's name. There's too many names. She zapped him, and then Sanji is there, taking the punches, fighting him, while they are thinking about stuff. Brook is going to go scout for Vegapunk with his funny ghost ability.
So this bit of Sanji getting punched, this was another thing that Nate spent a lot of time on, because his eyebrow is reversed. Normally his eyebrow curls at the bottom, but here it curls at the top, and apparently this is like confirmed in an SBS. Apparently this means that like he's activating his Germa powers. It's like a Germa. It's like the left eyebrow. Okay, like you know how the eyebrow that used to be covered curls at the top, and the one that's now uncovered curls at the bottom. But the fact that it's in this panel curling at the top means that the eyebrow swirl direction has reversed, and his eyebrows swirl the other way from his siblings. But now it's gone the other way, so now it's swirling the same way as the siblings. So he's in like Germa science mode. Apparently.
Is that something to be complaining about? I thought that means it makes sense. It's not just a mistake.
Nate was complaining. He was looking at another panel. I think the idea was that there was another panel where he did seem to be using like Germa science, but his eyebrow was not in reverse mode.
Yeah, one of them is a mistake then.
I mean, I was interested because apparently this is like a real thing that's not bullshit, and like it's in SBS's. So this eyebrow swirl thing actually is real. So I guess when he says it's the undying power of love, it's actually like, I mean everything he does is the power of love, right?
Yeah.
Because he's motivated by it.
I think he's like, he didn't like his Germa family connection and his power. He didn't like using the funny capsule with the suit and the cape or whatever.
Yeah.
But he is a super soldier. So I guess he's like harnessing some of that power to get punched in the face and not even... Doesn't look like he's using Haki. I guess he might be as well.
So, I'm sorry, remind me... They said that, like, Sanji was the only one that didn't have superpowers. But, like, he does have superpowers, right?
He can't... Yeah. They call him a failure because he had too many emotions, I think. The other ones were more emotionless and violent. But because Sanji loved his mother and his mother was nice... That he was like, he's the freak. And maybe he's like the half super kid. So he's got some latent powers, but he's more of a human than his siblings. And his siblings aren't shown to be like totally like inhumane either. They have emotions.
The girl has emotions.
Yeah, so it's not even like it's a true thing that they're like robots.
Yeah.
Sanji just doesn't like being nasty.
Apparently, the eyebrow swirl direction is like is some kind of tell with that, so that's interesting. Never picked up on that before. All right.
Yes.
Zoro and Luffy.
Luffy,
fighting Kuma.
Kaku
weird
and
little
Lucci.
baby Kuma.
Baby Kuma. And Hawkeye.
And Hawkeye, but he's
run
gone.
away.
He's reprioritized the order of his targets. He's going after the weaker Straw Hats to demoralize the stronger ones. Devious.
Yeah, so Zoro and Kaku have to go stop Hawkeye, which is, I mean, makes sense. They're already like paired up against that guy.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's the two strong and the other two strong with swords going after the guy with swords, and the other guy's going to go. I
kind of feel like this actually puts the odds more in their favor. I don't know. I feel like a 2-on-1 fight is more unbalanced. 2-on-1 fights is better for the two than one 4-on-2 fight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can do pincer attacks. You can do strategic maneuvers. You see.
It is funny also that Luffy calls Kaku Usopp because of his nose.
Oh, I didn't even catch that. Quick, go get him, Usopp. I didn't even notice. Lol, that's good. All right, so Luffy's punching. Lucci said, "You can't just punch him.
Doesn't matter how many times you try hitting it, that won't work." And it looks like it's not true. But I guess it. I mean,
he's
true.
definitely recoiling from the blows. Maybe he's just not doing any real damage.
Yeah, if nothing else, he's getting interrupted, so he can't be doing anything.
Yeah. Okay, and then we've got only
Bunny.
Only one day remains before the famous Egghead incident. However,
this is funny. This is like the first future tense. Like, what you're reading right now is gonna be so big in a few days.
Is that like narration, or is that like her memory? Is that memory she's experiencing in the Kuma bubble?
No, I think we're just looking at Bonnie to see where she is. She's crying.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's not about her, this narration. It's about the Egghead incident.
It's very strange. It's very strange for the narration to just come up with, a big important thing called the Egghead incident is happening one day from now. But let's go back. But for now, let's journey back into the past.
I think, it's maybe odd phrasing, but it's really just, how did we get here? And that's... Yeah. That's what they get to. So Marijois, and they're getting... Marijois is getting the call from Egghead about the Void Century.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Vegapunk is researching the Void Century. Okay, this is the informant. This is the traitor.
Yeah.
Informing on
Vegapunk. CP5 agents were dispatched. They didn't learn anything. And their ships were attacked. And so they sent more agents, and then it turned into a big thing. I wonder about this, because, like, I suppose the idea for this traitor is to... Excuse me. I need a water right now.
Oh, and I have to pee. You know what? Let's take a quick break. 1 second. Seltzer, pure aqua seltzer, berry flavor. Yeah.
Okay.
So
as I was saying, I'll say what I was saying again.
Mm-hmm.
So CP5 agents were dispatched, and then their ship vanished, and we know they ended up in a pod. And then more agents were sent, and they also ended up in the same pod, starving to death. Now the reason for doing that, I wasn't sure at first, but now I guess the point is to escalate the mystery for the government if the agents are disappearing. Because if you just say, Dr. Vegapunk is researching the Void Century, so anonymous informant, the government sends agents, they find nothing, they go back, they say, there was nothing there, seemed fine. Maybe they think, oh, it's just a prank call, it's not a real thing.
So you think the traitor specifically trapped them so that they would send more powerful agents?
Yes, I think
that does make sense. Yeah.
Yes, and eventually they got to talk to the Gorosei, totally exposing the full extent of the genius scientist's treachery. And so they decided upon the assassination. Cypherpol 0 was sent, and then
the final.
The five elders
option.
Anticipated that Vegapunk would resist. They sent one of their own, escorted by Admiral Kizaru. This is weird. It's talking in past tense about the present.
It is weird, yeah. Well, they sent them. This is how the decision was made.
Sure.
To do this, so it did happen a little while ago.
A little while. They also reinforced the fleet. They deployed with backup from several naval branches. I like some of these designs. I like the long beard guy with the
we saw
streak
that
in his
guy.
beard.
We definitely saw that guy before. I commented on that guy in like a previous chapter. He was like standing. I think he was like with the Gorosei or with Kizaru, and I was like, "Who the fuck's that guy?" So he's
looks cool.
Yeah, he does look cool.
And the many chins man.
Is that a fish man? I think that's a fish man. That's got to be a fish man.
The caution level was raised to total war imminent. So like weeks ago when I was saying, wow, so everything's going well, they're just going to get Vegapunk and leave. So easy. Right. Nothing's going to go wrong.
Right. Yeah, they're not.
How could it possibly continue? Of course.
They seem intent on pressing the issue. Yeah.
Then the sudden, unexpected appearance of Emperor Straw Hat Luffy's ship.
Look at these simple clouds. Look at these cartoony clouds behind. This is scuffed piece. You know what? Nate's right. This comic sucks.
Wait, where?
In the one of the Going Merry.
You mean the Sunny Go?
Is it not called the Going Merry?
No, that's the old.
Oh, that's
ship.
the first one. The Sunny. Yeah, the Sunny Go. No, you're right.
Thousand Sunny.
The Thousand Sunny. Yes. Just look at. There's no tone in the sky, no shading on the clouds. Scuffed piece.
Yeah, but it looks good.
It's fine. It could have used a little. It could have used a little screen tone. It could have used a little depth, but it's okay. It's fine. I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
I like that.
I'm not mad.
I like that. I don't really think of the Straw Hats as like an emperor. Like Luffy's an emperor.
Yeah, did they declare him one when the last? Yes,
Big News Morgan declared him one after the events of Whole Cake. I think.
Does he get to decide that? Is that his job?
Well, I think there's no like official status. It's not like
it's not like the Shichibukai, which was like an official government job.
It's an official government thing, and it's not like anything in particular. It's just like who is considered the biggest, baddest pirate in the entire world. Yeah, the emperors.
So I guess Big News Morgan does get to decide that, because he fucking...
He controls the narrative, and he thought, wouldn't it be fucking funny if this happened?
Yeah. Lamau.
And now, after the events of Wano, they know Luffy has the whatever fruit. The Nika fruit. Yeah. The Nika fruit, and they're like, they're looking at him more like with we thought you were just a rubber boy, but actually you're a protagonist boy.
But actually, you're a joy boy.
Oh,
you ate the joy fruit. Yeah. Should have called it the joy fruit.
He does laugh a lot, so maybe it is.
Wait. Sorry. Is it the Hito no Mi Nika model? It's not the Nika fruit, right? It's the Hito no Mi model Nika.
I forget.
I'm almost positive that
what does Hita no Mi?
It's the same as human. It's the same as Sengoku's Hito no Mi model Daibutsu.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got the different models. You got Nika, you got Buddha, and you got Chopper. Model normal.
Normal guy. The most powerful of all.
What a funny fruit.
So many different forms. Yeah,
like,
it's like
if
cool.
you think about like the idea that it's devil fruits are like evolution and all that. It's like humans have gone onto land. They left the sea behind.
Yeah.
And one of the devil fruits' evolution is just man. Maybe it's like the first devil fruit.
Well, didn't in an SBS Oda say that if a human ate the Hito no Mi, it would turn them into like the ideal version of themselves?
That's funny.
Yeah. It is very funny though that like there's a bunch of different I assume if there are more Hito no Mi's, they are other forms of like legendary person.
Legendary god type people.
Yeah, god type people, but then there's one that's just guy.
It's just a guy.
Normal guy. Maybe, but an ideal guy, like a really cool guy though. If you eat it, you become a really cool type guy, not just any guy. But still a guy. Lamau.
So the government is like, what? Straw Hat? That's an important character.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This chain of events is going to culminate tomorrow, and the outcome will shock the world.
Wow.
Spoilers.
Wow. We'll be surprised and delighted. We'll be
spoil everything.
We'll be shocked by what we see. Amazing.
So
I for one can't wait to turn the page and learn more. So
we finish with the Shaka shot through the head reveal.
Brutal. Fucking brutal.
Yeah, it's this helmet's just cracked open, his blood he's not alive anymore.
He seems to be dead. Seems fully dead. Vegapunk, why are you doing this? Slide something, and here we go.
It's Stella. I mean, it's not Stella, it's York. It's the foodie.
You know what? Yeah, okay. So she's the traitor because she wants to be a celestial dragon. And it kind of okay, I guess I wonder if like they offered it to her, like they'd make her a celestial dragon if she did this. But it makes sense because she's gluttonous. And like the thing about being a celestial dragon is that you just get anything you want. You're just a spoiled piece of shit. She's like, I want that.
She fits the bill, I guess, for the mindset. She just wants to eat and play video games.
Just like that guy Luffy punched. She wants to be that guy. This
is yet another time where Sanji's cooking could save the day.
Perhaps
Sanji could make her a big sandwich, and then she would eat it and be like, you know what? I don't need to be a celestial dragon. I want to join your crew and eat your food.
This is fine, actually. Yeah, true. Hey, okay, so why did he not know that she was doing this? Doesn't he know it? Doesn't he know everything she knows?
As we were saying last time,
there must be some way of...
I was talking about like how it could be Shaka before he got shot like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And they don't seem to have like a connected hive mind. They seem to be able to transfer data through the big brain, the big egg.
So in what sense is this Vegapunk at all?
Because this is the person who poops all of Vegapunk's poop.
Yeah.
And eats all of the food, I guess.
I guess.
But here's one thing I don't get. I'm pretty sure York was the one who was turned into stone and blown to pieces earlier.
What? Like in the last chapter?
No. A few chapters ago when they first meet Hancock. Let me find the chapter. But like it was Lilith and it was Usopp.
Yeah.
And
half of
York
Frankie
was there.
What?
York got turned to stone and smashed, and then they fell down off the bridge. And I'm just gonna check that is the person that happened to, because I can't think of who else it was.
Yeah, show me that. That seems weird.
And I'm like, okay, if that was the case, let me just find it first. 1075. When do we find that they're walking around? Yeah, so York is in 1075. She is with Frankie, Lilith, Usopp, and they find Pythagoras' head. He's just walking around. And then, yes, here we go. I guess for spoiler reasons, I'll DM it to you.
Go for it.
But yeah, this page, she gets turned. This is York. She gets turned into stone.
Huh? Yeah, she did.
And then in that chapter, I'll link the chapter, I guess. In that chapter, Boa Hancock uses her Biamu to explode everything. But I guess we don't see.
Let me look at this.
Do we see her turned into rubble?
Into rubble. Hamburglar. Okay, see York. She's saying she's yawning, walking around. And then, Edison order you to hold your horses earlier? You should really still be waiting out there, even though you're so cute. Turns to stone. And then...
She's kicked to the side.
Wait, what?
See, what I thought was that she blew her up and killed her.
When is she... Oh, yeah, she kicks to the side. Yeah, I don't see her being killed or exploded.
She blows up the bridge and they all fall down, so...
Yeah.
I guess it's not like a problem. It's just that we may have assumed that she blew up York during that, but she didn't. York is still up there, made of stone.
I gotta admit,
Hancock turned her back out of stone and then jumped down to fight everyone as York left to kill Shaka.
I did not think that being turned to stone was like the last time we were going to see York or anything like that. So
I mean, I read that situation as York being killed, and I thought, oh shit, they're going to start killing these Vegapunk characters.
That's interesting.
They're semi-disposable as characters.
At no point have I ever been under the impression that like being turned to stone by Hancock is like you're dead.
Well, no, neither do I. Okay. But like I thought that she exploded her afterwards.
Oh, true. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't. I guess I just wasn't paying attention. Nah, I don't know. I didn't think they'd be killing these guys off with like, nah.
But what happened to little Pythagoras?
Well,
she stepped on his head. What's that explosion, huh?
Yeah, that I don't know. I guess she just made an explosion.
She may have done an explosion in between panels.
Yeah, I think she just did an explosion. She crushed Pythagoras, did an explosion. I guess the idea being that she was exploding Usopp and Lilith and maybe Frankie, killing them behind her. But I mean, I'm sure they're not actually dead, so...
Yeah, we didn't see them explode.
Yeah. So... I don't really think any... I mean, some of these guys might die. Maybe Shaka's really dead. I don't know.
I feel like Shaka could be dead. I mean... Yeah.
Shot through the head. And like, what do we need all these Vegapunks for anyway?
Yeah, the idea they were all going to join the Straw Hats together. It's a lot of characters.
Wait a minute. I mean,
gotta kill them. Do you
think one of these Vegapunks is going to join the Straw Hats?
Well, I thought the idea was Vegapunk was going to travel with the Straw Hats to get that information that he has.
Yeah, but that's not the same as joining the Straw Hats.
Well, no, I don't think anyone's going to join the Straw Hats from this.
Although
they're going to travel with them.
I mean, when you say that, and I agree, but at the same time, that gets me thinking. Like, what if this whole thing plays out, and like most of these Vegapunks end up dead, but like one of them stays alive, and they just become a new crew member, and they're the crew scientist. Well, I guess Frankie's already the crew scientist.
He's the engineer. He can build stuff. He is a good Vegapunk-esque
Honestly, I could see that. I could see that maybe happening. Maybe like they all die except Lilith, and then Lilith just joins or something. And just as a permanent member or something like that. Doesn't sound that crazy.
Yeah, it could be. Lilith is cute, and it is the one of... I mean, a lot of One Piece ladies are very cute in the same way that they could easily add to the Nami, Robin, cute girls on the Straw Hat crew thing. Gets all the fans going. Fans love it. The fans love it when there's a cute girl on screen.
I sure do. Yeah. Oh, what if we got Pythagoras? What if we got little ball, ball Pythagoras who joins the crew?
I actually would like
that's
that.
Pretty cute.
Little Pythagoras.
That's cool.
That's different. Yeah. I don't see it just because these Vegapunks, I think they're gonna stay with Vegapunk. However long he remains relevant to the Straw Hats pirates.
I'm imagining now, like, this plays out that, like, maybe Stella dies and most of the other Vegapunks die, and maybe there's just one left, and he joins the crew. I think that sounds plausible. And it's like, hey guys, technically
they will travel with the Straw Hats to escape.
Oh, I mean, yeah, certainly they'll travel with Vegapunk.
Certainly they'll leave with a Vegapunk. Joining the crew, it doesn't mean so much as it used to, because Carrot was with the crew for so long, and she ended up leaving. Yamato could have joined the crew, but he's like, I'm just gonna stay.
Yeah, you're right.
In Wano for a little while, and they've got all those allies. They've got those frenemies. They've got people out in the sea doing their own thing. The crew itself, I think, is quite good at where it is.
Yeah. I think I mean we're nearer to the end than to the beginning now. I think I foresee a scenario in which maybe like at least one of these Vegapunks become like a permanent fixture on the ship, like, you know, for however as they make their final journey to Raftel or whatever.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, even Jinbei felt like a bit of a weird addition because he already had a crew and he had to say goodbye to them to join the Straw Hats. Yeah. And it was just sort of weird.
Yeah, he already had a good crew and they were cool.
He could have been one of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. He could have been a responsible ally.
That's what I would have assumed he would do, but I guess that's...
But he joined the crew because
need a helmsman.
I think there was expectations.
They need a helmsman.
I don't even think that was...
That was like gotta have a helmsman, Gib. You can't pilot a ship without a helmsman.
That always felt like an excuse to give him a reason to join, because he didn't have a lot of other reasons to join.
Other than that,
it's not like he was at rock bottom and they were like...
And they like him.
Yeah, and he's a strong guy and he wants to help them. He has his own crew. That's the thing that's meaning... The fact that he has his own crew means they have to invent a role that he has to do on the Straw Hat ship, which was always a bit funny.
It's dumb.
And think
also I'm just racist, and I just don't think that we should mix crew. I just don't think we should mix racists and crew. Okay, like
I wanted him to join as just a big
humans
fish.
Only. Humans
I think
only.
That would have been fine.
And Chopper counts
big
because
fish
he ate the
man
human.
Who's like strong.
What?
Did you not hear what I said?
I was rambling.
Oh, I just said I wanted him to join as a big fish, and I think that would have been fine. He just needed to be a strong guy on the crew, and now he's like an addition to their intimidation factor, and he can do all of the things that require swimming because nobody can really do that except Zoro and
Jinbei?
Sanji.
Yeah,
Jinbei.
I mean, yeah, true. Yeah, true.
But like the idea that the Straw Hat crew grows in member it's gotten to capacity, I think, for the amount of screen time you can give to each one of them.
I don't think there's enough. I feel like if you weren't there by the time skip, it's like that was the crew. The crew that got separated at the time skip and then reassembled and got back together 2 years later, like that's the crew. Jinbei is also here now, and that's cool. but come on. Come on.
It's one of those things because it's like the way they joined the crew earlier was like more emotional, and and more serious
Mhm.
because they were so small in number. They needed everyone they could get. And it's not even about like needing them. It's just sort of the characters they had really needed the Straw Hat Pirates.
Yeah, Jinbei didn't need the Straw Hats.
Like Brook, his crew was dead, and he finally has, like, he's the most recent one. He has such a sad story of like sailing on this boat for who knows how long, living as a skeleton because of a devil fruit he ate.
Yeah,
and all of his crew is dead, and he's just he hasn't met anyone in a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, they rescued him from
and
a
his
really
shadow,
grim
and his
thing.
shadow was they got his shadow back for him, and they were friends. And Luffy was just asking, "You want to come with us?" He was like, "Oh my god, a crew! Oh, I'd love to." It was so cute.
Yeah,
and that it's the same with it's the same with everyone.
pretty
I think.
much. Yeah,
They all like cry
Yeah.
at the chance to join the Straw Hats, except Zoro. Zoro's like, yeah, fucking whatever.
Zoro's
I'll join.
the first one. When it's him and Luffy, it's just like, yeah, let's team up. Cool. All right, let's go.
Let's team up.
I mean, he smirks
And, like-
and he makes this. He's like, well, if I'm going to be the strongest swordsman, the only one I can serve under is the Pirate King. So you better become that, I guess. All right, cool. Let's go.
Yeah.
And that's very
So
Zoro.
cool.
Yeah.
And then things like
How
Robin
fucked up would it be if Zoro like wept tears and he's like, finally a family.
yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a big emotional thing, but the thing is, they made it such a big deal that Jinbei was joining the crew as well. Jinbei did get emotional.
Sure. Whatever.
I think it wouldn't have made sense if Zoro didn't have any reason to leave whatever group he was in. Zoro was by himself, so it's like, sure.
Yeah.
Sanji left his kitchen because he wanted to find All Blue, and he's very emotional about that. And Robin had her whole thing where
she was in she
she
in
joined
Baroque
because
Works, but like she wasn't going to stay with Baroque Works.
Baroque Works. She was a double agent for them. She's trying to learn about the poneglyphs and stuff. And then later, she sort of, her past catches up to her, and there's like a whole thing to get her back. It's like, you're a friend of ours, and it's like, oh my god, oh, thanks guys, thanks guys for saving me. And then Usopp had the whole thing where he joined just to see the world, and then he forged in fire their strong bond in Water 7. When he was going to leave because they were going to get rid of the ship because it was no longer seaworthy.
I'm getting chills just thinking about it. Oh, what a battle. Oh, what a battle.
And God, Water 7 Enies Lobby is the coolest. I love it so much. It's my favorite arc.
Enies Lobby is the not I'm thinking of Impel Down. Water 7 is Frankie and Puffing
later.
Tom and the Big Going Mary. What happened to Enies? What happened to Enies Lobby?
They saved Nico Robin from being executed.
Yeah. Right, of course.
And then the Sebastopol was activated by accident by Spandam because he's an idiot.
Right. Wait, which one is?
So it's like
Spandam's the guy with like half a face, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't used to have half a face, but now he does. He's been punched and kicked so much.
Well, good for him.
And he was
that's character development.
Real bastard.
Is he like friends with Kobe now? No, I'm thinking of
You're thinking of
I'm
Helmeppo.
thinking of Helmeppo. Yeah, I am. Who's Axe Hand Morgan's son, right? Am I?
Yes. He's still out there. I hope he comes back.
Yeah, we saw him
finds the One Piece
in some intro panel. I remember there's like one. Remember Axe Hand Morgan? Boy, that guy sure seemed like a big deal back in the day, huh? Weird. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the Grand Line. Yeah.
And so they're all characters who had nowhere to go except the Straw Hats. And Straw Hats is something they needed. Jinbei just sees Luffy as like he's the future Pirate King.
Yeah.
But also, I gotta be their helmsman. I just gotta. They need a helmsman
Is he there as like an envoy from the Fishmen to like serve under the Pirate King as like a show of unity between races? Is that the idea?
That's got anything to do with it.
It's just personal like loyalty to.
I think
to
he sees Luffy as the person who will liberate the world and and be the coolest guy ever.
It's probably true.
And so he wants to help him in his quest, and he will join his crew.
Okay, I mean that's all reasonable enough, I suppose.
It's not the worst thing ever.
It all makes enough sense, I guess.
Yeah, it would make more sense if he didn't have a crew of his own.
Yeah, we've said this before.
So,
it seems more reasonable that he would become part of the Grand Fleet, but he would be, a very honored and esteemed member of the Grand Fleet of the Straw Hats, and part of their personal envoy to the Fishmen would have made perfect sense. But we could do this too, I guess. Sure, leave your crew, Jinbei.
I guess in the sense the Sun Pirates, Jinbei's old crew, are going to be part of the Grand Fleet for Luffy ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I guess this is kind of how like Whitebeard's crew is all the same. Like we're probably supposed to imagine that all the people in Whitebeard's crew, they probably used to belong to their own teams, or maybe they were even captains of their own fleets or ships before, and like still to a certain extent, like they command loyalty among those other ships that like are not maybe technically part of Whitebeard's fleet, but because they have loyalty to the captain that is like Whitebeard's guy.
Yeah, see,
they have a connection there.
That would be cool. Like if it's Luffy's so influential now that captains of fleets
join
can just crew, join him if he asks them to. But that's the thing. I don't think did he ask Jinbei to join? He did, right?
I kind of don't remember the specifics.
I don't think it was clear enough. I think it was like, I'll join you, but I just gotta be like 5 or 6 arcs later.
He said he had to do something, and then if he succeeded in his mission, he would join their crew. And then he finally got back from that, and he's like, "Well, time to complete that arc. It looks like I'm joining."
It was
now.
Big Mom. He has like ties to Big Mom, and
yes,
that was the whole cake. I think after that.
Yeah. That's right.
And then he appeared in Wano, and he's like, "I'm gonna join." Did you miss me?
I'm sorry. Jinbei just doesn't feel like part of the family.
Not yet.
Never.
I
never.
Hope so.
Never.
I hope he will.
Never have a filthy fishman. I'll never call one brother.
But like with all that said, I think the idea that a Vegapunk, the last remaining Vegapunk, will stay with the Straw Hat crew because there's nowhere else to go.
That
means
that makes a lot of sense in the same way that someone like Brook is like my old crew is gone. Yeah, like I've lost everything else, and now you've brought me out of what was a terrible fate. And yeah, if all the Vegapunks got killed except for Pythagoras, and Pythagoras is like, now what do I do? Oh no, I'm just a little robot with all the knowledge in the universe. Like, well, why don't you come to Raftel with us? Yay! Hooray! Oh. I will. Thank you, Father.
I'd love that. I'd love the little guy to be part of the crew.
I will call you Prime Unit Luffy. You are now my central processing system. You command my servos.
He can talk with Frankie about robotics. He could be like, Frankie could build him a new body.
Yes! It's I said Lilith before, but no, I wanted to be Pythagoras.
Lilith would be like just another humanoid, like normal person on the ship, and she'll be in like a swimsuit edition of the Straw Hats, like a wallpaper.
I defaulted to Lilith because she was the first one they met, and because she's got probably the most aesthetic design. She's the coolest looking. Yeah, she's got the riz. But Pythagoras is the cutest and the strongest, and he's my boy.
It sucks that the traitor is York, because I liked York. I wanted York to join the crew. She's huge. There's not enough huge women on the ship.
Well, we could get Atlas, I guess. I guess.
Oh, Atlas.
Atlas is cool. Fun. I like Atlas. York is fine. I mean, she's weird in an off-putting way, and I guess I appreciate that, but I don't know if I want her like around all the time. You know what I mean? I'm gonna Next time I'm on Tinder, I'm messaging. I say, hey, don't send me a nude. I don't appreciate not seeing any nudes. Thank you for understanding. By the way, I appreciate you. You're weird in an off-putting way, and I do appreciate that. And they're gonna get so hot. They're gonna be so hot for that.
I just don't want you around all the
you're
time.
weird. I appreciate how weird in an off-putting way you are, and I love that about you, but I don't really want you around all the time. And they'll say, yeah, that's true. That is, yeah, you're not the first, but you're not the first guy to tell me that, honestly, in those exact words. Pretty good chapter, yeah. Didn't guess it would be York, but it's cool.
It's the person you least suspect.
I appreciate. They don't even have to explain it. I understand immediately. Oh, she's tempted because she's a glutton. And the celestial dragons live a life of gluttony and decadence, and that tempted her to betray them. I get it, and I like that. Perfect.
Yeah. So like in this one panel here, Vegapunk saying, "What are you saying? You know the Marijois. You know what Marijois is like from that visit a long time ago. How could you want to be one of them?
I do.
After witnessing how vile they are?" And she just laughs. It's just like, haha. I like that though. You made me like that, father. Yeah,
you sound like Shaka. He also had that opinion. But it's dumb. I like it.
I'm confused a little bit. Not confused, I'm just curious. What is she gonna do next? Is she gonna kill Vegapunk with a bullet to the head right here? I'm assuming she's not going to, because he's tied up. But what do they need him for? What does she need him?
So would she die if that happened? Wouldn't she die because she's attached to his brain?
I guess we could go back and check how they describe who all these people are and what their deal is.
They share information through the brain, right? And if Vegapunk dies, I'm pretty sure the brain dies because it's his brain. So I feel like maybe if he died, the brain would die, but she is an independent, so she would just persist as her own person with no link to the brain. That might be true. It really just just feels like these are not Vegapunk in any meaningful sense. That he just made 7 guys who have a link to his brain.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going back to the chapters. I forgot about the mechanized sea beasts.
Yeah.
The sea beasts who are just all over the place.
Yeah.
And the giant robot in the ocean. I think the Marines are going to have a big battle with them. Wonder how that's going to play out. It's probably not going to
Kizaru. I feel like Kizaru is not even going to have to fucking think about.
There's a lot of them.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. He probably can't defend the entire fleet. That's that is that don't. That I suppose that is an issue. It might delay them. But the merry-go got through it. I'm sure the Grand Fleet can get through it.
Thousand Sunny.
Sorry. Yeah.
Sunny.
Thousand Sunny.
Okay, I'm reading. Look at this good old-fashioned Egghead early chapters.
Where you posting them?
I'm reading through it. I'm trying to find the part where they first describe what's the deal with all these gods. It's the panel with Law turning into a woman because he's fighting Blackbeard at the same time. Wait,
why did that turn him into a woman?
Do you remember there was a panel where
was that in
he did the girl disease or whatever?
Oh no, I totally forgot about that. So it wasn't Ivankov?
Yeah. Blackbeard and Law are fighting.
Wasn't
currently?
They're fighting now? God damn.
Well, not now. As I'm reading, this is happening during the Egghead.
Okay, so not that long ago.
Not that long ago.
I forgot about that. That sort of rings a bell. Yeah.
Oh, I don't think we see. Oh, and Pudding is in Blackbeard's ship. No, wait.
No, Pudding is with No, Pudding's not with Big News Morgan.
No, Pudding.
That's
not Pudding.
Alabasta girl. Vivi is with Big News Morgan.
Yeah, Pudding is
Pudding with Blackbeard?
in Blackbeard's brig, I guess. She's in
as
prison.
a prisoner. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's sort of.
So I guess at the end of Whole Cake, as Caesar was leaving, Blackbeard was there to scoop up Pudding for some reason.
This seems a valuable
and now
hostage.
Law is around. Man, this is all very important, and I can't remember.
It's really important. These are important people.
God, that giant robot, he's so fucking cool. I want him to do something.
Oh, the one that was like inactive because they couldn't activate him because they don't have the power to power him. Yeah.
No, the one that finds them. You see, remember how big he is? He's holding their ship right now in this image.
Is that Pythagoras?
No, it's a different guy. It's the guy that Lilith was riding inside.
Who?
Lilith.
Oh.
When they got there to the water, there was like a giant metal shark.
Oh, yeah.
And then there was a giant robot
thing. Yeah, okay. I forgot she was in a robot.
And she came out and she said, "I'm Dr. Vegapunk." And they were like, "Huh? I didn't know Vegapunk was a woman." They didn't know yet.
There's a giant monster down there. Giant monsters down there. It's like some kind of futuristic city. It's exactly like that.
Kind of like, what if the city was the
She
future?
said the world of tomorrow is here, but actually it's the world of yesterday.
Oh, I forgot that the fucking swamp fruit freak with the long tongue is still on the ship, on the Straw Hat ship.
He is? I also forgot that.
He's a stowaway.
So they don't know that he's there, or did they agree to let him come with them?
Well, I don't think they agreed. I think he's just
He's just there.
He's just
I completely
out.
forgot about that.
It's funny. Like One Piece has so many like stories that are happening in the background that you have to really pay attention to understand.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah. Wow.
This is a wiki moment. I'd go to the wiki to see what he's doing.
Yeah. I assume he's just in a barrel or something.
He's such a fucking loser. I love him.
He's such
a scoundrel and a bastard, but he has no successes in life. He's constantly losing to the Straw Hats, and he's just sort of like hiding.
He should be so powerful. He's like a Grand Line pirate. He's not one of the new generation, but he's like a really strong pirate with a freaking Logia fruit. But he's just this worthless, like, just hides in a barrel all the time. What is his name? I don't even remember his name.
Yeah, I can't remember either. When does he say? I'm on chapter... What chapter is this? It's 1065. Are they explaining it? They're in the lab. They see the Jinbei's Seraphim and they fight him for a second. They fight him for a whole chapter, basically, and then Edison is there. Oh yeah, Pythagoras had a big butt. And Edison was the guy who always was small.
Well, Edison is like normal size, right? And Pythagoras is the little guy who has the little head. He's just the little head.
No, Pythagoras is the little guy. The Pythagoras is the normal sized guy who can detach his head, and Edison is the little guy.
But Pythagoras' head is smaller than Edison.
No, look at.
You're gonna have to show me what you're talking about.
I'm looking at the introductions. Oh. Okay, but Pythagoras... when Pythagoras' head comes out of his body, it's like about the same size as Edison's head. But he just has no body. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's about what I thought. What's the difference? It seems to me that there's like the only difference between Pythagoras and Edison is just that Pythagoras has a big body that he can jump in and out of.
Guess I'd have to read it again.
I guess they embody a different trait, but I couldn't tell you what that trait is. It's really funny that the one that betrayed them isn't the one that embodies evil.
Yes.
I love
that's
that.
A classic switcheroo.
I mean, yeah, it was like, of course it wasn't going to be that. Of course, it was too obvious.
God, there's so many chapters. I can't remember where anything is.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for when they explain how they work. I think Vegapunk is going to talk about his fruit. And he's going to say, like, how the stuff works. Okay. You met a little girl earlier who called herself Vegapunk, right? That's one of my clones. There are 6 on the island. Each one is a facet of myself and an expert in their own key field of study. You get my full personality if you combine them, but they can get 6 times the work done apart.
You get my full personality if you combine them, huh?
So they're not literally him. They're like a separated, like if he was one clone and then he separated it into 6 people.
He took his personality and then split it into 6 aspects, and then he just built a body for each of them.
Oh, this is interesting. Each of them connects to punk records once a day to synchronize on memories and knowledge.
Once a day? Oh, okay.
And they say tomorrow things are going to go down. So, the next time they synchronize, I guess... Well, they would already know. They would all already know the stuff that Vegapunk has found out about the Void Century.
Yes.
Which means that Vegapunk Stella could die, and then one of these other ones could join the crew instead.
Well, I don't know about that, because all the information is stored in the brain, so I feel like they would lose it. Oh, no, but if they've got it in their mind from the brain, they might retain it.
Yeah, the brain might stop working, but if they have the info,
they
just can't connect to the brain anymore because the user is dead.
Yeah, I think I want to say probably, yeah. They only connect once a day. So they don't need the brain to like continue to live.
So Shaka's been shot in the head. Atlas is fine. Edison, I don't remember. Pythagoras was stepped on.
Edison was like beat up, but it's not clear if he's like dead.
And Lilith is turned to stone.
Pythagoras
and York is
seemingly crushed and exploded.
Yes.
York turned to stone, but fine and evil. Yeah.
You all share the same brain? Think of it as sharing the same library. If I could let everyone in the world connect to my brain, all of humanity would have access to my knowledge.
Based Vegapunk.
Yeah, it would be cool if you could get the Void Century information, just broadcast it to the entire world. But I think Egghead will be destroyed before that can happen.
I'm sad to say, I kind of agree. It seems...
the Marines that they're sending, there's too many of them, I think, that they can fight them and win. They have to run away, and so Egghead will be commandeered.
Egghead seems like it's like, wow, this could solve all the world's problems. So I think it's probably going to be destroyed, and they're going to be like, oh no, we only have one shred of hope left, and it's, what's stored in Pythagoras' little robot mind, little lemon head, yeah. Yeah, that's what I. We're gonna have to regrow a new. What's the brain fruit called? I mean, this is a brain fruit, but I don't remember what it's called in Japanese.
Brain fruit. What does he call it?
I can't remember.
A nomi.
Right. We're gonna have to wait for a new nomi to grow.
Oh, he says that's because I ate the nomi.
Nice. Lol.
Great. That's One Piece.
That's One Piece. Good chapter. I love One Piece. It's better than ever. It's better than ever. You want to go to voicemails?
Yes, I hope there's not that many.
There's a normal amount. All right. Well, let's get into it. I see the first one is called the Ben Saint Cancellation Hour from Quickman@exe. 3, 2, 1, go.
Heh, what's up, y'all? Quickman.exe here. I've taken a break from parrying off Ben's attacks to jack into the PCP voicemails and cancel him. Without further ado, here are 3 problematic quotes by Ben Saint. A person of color, haven't seen those before. This little boy ought to relieve my boredom. And finally, with a cameo from Rusting Robot, Ben, that's a child. She's a high schooler, it's fine. Truly deplorable. How does this man have a platform? Bye-bye, Ben. See you in Mega Man Network Transmission.
First of all, who among us has not at one point in their life seen a person of color for the first time? Second of all...
It's a bit late for you, Ben.
We're all born
How'd you
knowing
go
nothing.
so far?
I got so close. I got so close. And was the second one? Child?
Little boy?
This boy should relieve my boredom? Yeah, because they're full of joy and enthusiasm and lust for life. Not lust for anything else, though. And then the third one is high schoolers can be 18, and that means it's fine. It's fine. Next one is called Twizzlers at PrinceIsolation@Twitter.com. 3, 2, 1, go.
I was listening back to one of Ben's recent Battle Network streams, and he was talking about trying to make licorice, and then he mentioned trying to make something like Twizzlers. And I just have to say that recently, Twizzlers aren't that common where I live in the Netherlands. And I just found them a few weeks ago at like a local candy store, I suppose. And I bought some, and I tried them. And my girlfriend at the time also tried them, and we both agreed that they are disgusting. What? They taste like nothing. They taste like eating rubber. What the fuck is that? I thought that American food was supposed to be completely annihilated with sugar, but it tastes like nothing. I genuinely threw it away because
they're literally made with
just
wheat
as
flour.
Fun chewing on cardboard. Anyways, thoughts? Is it different here? What the fuck happened? I know licorice. I'm not a big licorice guy either way. But Dutch people like licorice, but it's fucking black. It's dark and it's strong. It tastes strong at least. Twizzlers taste like nothing. What the fuck was up with that?
I mean, I think if you're going for I would prefer the cherry Twizzlers to the black licorice Twizzlers. I like black licorice, but Twizzlers are not real licorice, so I would try the cherry ones, I guess. I like how rubbery and chewy they are. I like it, and I like that their flavor is mild. I like them.
I like turkey Twizzlers. You ever heard of those?
Oh, the twisty fried things?
The twisty fried meat product.
Yeah, I've never had one, but I would definitely eat one. I would definitely eat one, no question. I want one. I want them. They look cool. Next one is called... Do you like black licorice, Gib?
I think I've had it when I was young, and I thought it was a bit weird. And I haven't reapproached it, but I didn't hate it. I think I could eat one.
Some people find it disgusting, and I think those people are disgusting. I'm a big licorice friend myself.
It's sort of like a mint, not mint flavored, but the sensation of spicy sort of peppermint.
It's a little bit. It's a little bit minty, sort of. It's like an herbal. When you drink birch beer tastes partially like mint and partially like licorice, and I love it. It's kind of like an herbal, somewhat minty. Yeah, I think that's a fair comparison. It's kind of root beer.
It's not a sugar. It's a the herbal sort of.
It's a spice.
Spicy.
It's a little bit of a spice flavor. It's you ever go to an Indian restaurant and they have the little bowl of the little brightly colored little candy beads that are really small?
I haven't heard of those.
Oh, those are candy coated fennel seeds, and those have a similar flavor. I really like licorice, and I'm a big fan of it. And a lot of people think it's gross, and I think it's fucking stupid. I've liked it ever since I was a little kid.
I need another licorice to
You should. I wouldn't
to
recommend.
remember what it was like.
I wouldn't recommend black Twizzlers. I mean, they're okay. They're not the best. I would get it like sometimes you can get it like thicker pieces, like cut into chunks. Sometimes they have sort of like a 6 holes, like honeycomb sort of shape. I like those ones. They're kind of chewy. I think those ones are pretty good. Anyway,
I remember there being like a licorice selection, licorice all sorts.
There's a company called Getz that makes caramel candy,
Yes,
especially cowtails. They also make a licorice version of like the creams, like it's like chewable black licorice with like a creamy sugar interior, and I really like those.
I remember these licorice all sorts. I think I kind of liked some of these.
Oh, I've never had these. I've never
These
had these. No, maybe I have. These look
British.
familiar. You ever had Good and Plenty's?
Nope. Well, I don't remember.
Let me find a picture. Good and Plenty's are.
I just remember this little mascot with the pink face. He's the licorice boy.
Good and Plenty's are a licorice, a candy coated licorice candy. They're like M&Ms, but instead of chocolate, they have licorice in them, and most people would be very upset about that. Here's a picture of Good and Plenty's.
That looks like diarrhea pills.
You know, I see it. It looks like Pepto-Bismol, yeah. Okay. Next one is called Old Lady Appreciation Hour. 3, 2, 1, go.
Honestly, that one lady in the Battle Network 2 game who went to America to sell her chopsticks that she made with her deceased husband, and
on the plane,
and she keeps talking about him. I feel so much emotion for this old Japanese woman.
There's an NPC on the plane when the plane is going through its tribulations, and you can talk to her, and she tells you that she went from Electopia to Nettopia, because in Electopia she and her husband had a business making chopsticks, and Electopia is basically Japan, and Nettopia is basically America. So she was basically like, oh, me and my husband always had a dream of going global with our chopsticks business. So I'm going to Nettopia to try and sell my chopsticks in America and like start a branch location. And my husband's spirit is watching over me or whatever. And it's pretty sad, but it's even sadder when you realize like it's not going to take off because Americans don't eat with chopsticks. This business venture was doomed from the start.
It's a cruel joke by putting her in that game.
Just be happy that you had a successful chopstick making business in your home country. That's more than most people get.
She's doing it for him, Ben.
She should do it for herself. He's gone. He doesn't need a successful business anymore. I'm looking at these licorice all sorts. I see the one that's like a black tube with like white in the middle. Is that like sugar stuff in the middle, or is that just like more gummy stuff?
I think I remember having these when I was like 6.
I want to try these.
Remembrance.
I want to try these. They look awesome.
Yeah.
They're so weird looking. They're really strange looking. But I want them.
What if you had color in your licorice?
Weird little colorful pieces of licorice.
Did licorice originate from the UK? I feel like it's probably one of those things
I
like
think
Victorian in origin.
I know. I think it's older than that. I mean, I think it's like probably like a traditional. I mean, maybe not in its current like in its modern like chewable gummy candy form, but like as like a flavoring for stuff. I think people have probably used it.
Oh yeah, it's a plant. It's
it's a plant derivative.
Where's it from? Where's the history? They're just telling me the different types.
Yeah, Wikipedia is just talking about. Oh, okay. There's a different article for licorice confectionery.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. But...
Yeah, health effects.
German Nordic licorice characteristically contains ammonium chloride instead of sodium chloride, prominently so in salty licorice. What?
Sounds good. I've been finding it's miraculous how like adding salt when food tastes bad, a lot of the time it just needs salt and then it tastes good.
Just eat salt.
I saw a TikTok recently where like the lady was saying like when people complain that food is underseasoned, like most seasonings are just like dehydrated vegetables that are powdered. If people say your food is underseasoned, it usually just means there's not enough salt, or else it's missing something like an acid, like lemon juice or vinegar. And I think she's right. I think most foods taste good when they have the appropriate amount of salt in them. I'm thinking back on my dad's meatloaf. My dad, he would make meatloaf all the time, and sometimes it wouldn't be that good, and I would think that the problem was that it was over-seasoned, like it was too herbal, like it had too much seasoning in it. And I think, thinking back, that it just could have used more salt. I think that would have fixed a lot of what I didn't like about it.
I like at the bottom of this licorice confectionery Wikipedia article, it says, see also, Licorice International and List of Unusual Deaths.
Okay,
it's very related.
When apparently. I looked on YouTube for like how to make licorice, a lot of the recipes, like they called for like condensed milk, and I'm like, what the fuck? That's not candy thing. Maybe for like some kind of homemade shit. But yeah, I'm looking here on the licorice confectionery page, and it says the ingredients are licorice extract, sugar, and some kind of binder like starch flour, gum arabic, gelatin, beeswax, molasses. So that, I don't know why, but like when you look on YouTube, every recipe you find involves condensed milk. And I don't think that does not give you a product like you would buy in a store. Not even close. It can't possibly.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on. Okay, next one is an image. But it's legal, bro. It's 100% legal.
He's right.
It is.
You can listen to it right now.
Yo, we gotta legalize the Procrastinators podcast. I'm running for president. If I'm elected president, I will legalize the Procrastinators podcast. Free them. I don't know what else to say about this. Yeah. Other than true, it is legal, bro. Next one is an album. Oh, it's just one image. Yo, Mr. Ben, where's my money, bitch? No homework for the win. Jesse, shut the fuck up, libtard. Don't fuck with an April boy. Breaking Ben episode.
What does April 1. Boy mean?
Is that? Oh, is this Jesse?
I think.
Oh, it's Jesse. Oh, it's Jesse.
Breaking as in Bad.
Right. Okay. Jesse, shut the fuck up, libtard. This is exactly how it goes. But don't fuck with an April boy. My giant egghead.
Just
sad
like
but true.
One Piece.
Maybe that's why I like the current arc so much. This is just funny. When waint. I'm laughing. I'm having a good time. Next is it's
another image.
It's a VVV. It's a Vinny's doodle. Sorry, no comic Gib. Working on it now. It's fine. Hey, don't sweat it. Don't stress about it. What's going on here? This is unfinished. You can see Uwoopity's uncovered physique. Why did you put green on green like this?
Because there's green.
Is that my skeleton?
If you scroll down, it's different versions of the same image.
Yeah, I mean the last one is the clearest. Yeah, last color correction is the green. This one's the easiest to see. These look cool. I like that Whoopity's got the brain floating inside of it.
I like the Caliborn skull.
Is that Caliborn? It does look like Caliborn.
Just reminds me of him because of the green skull and the red.
It looks very much like Caliborn. I don't know if it's... I don't know what it's... Like, yeah, whose skeleton is that? And also, who is that sultry-looking slime
Slimoid
thing
at the bottom?
Slimoid down at the bottom there.
Just a little guy.
They look like they're having a good old time. Cool. I like my big green eyes. Thanks, Vinny. Thumbs up. Next one is called Gib Giving a Sex Ed Class, ? 3, 2, 1, go.
And sometimes things come out of it, and that's what I'm here to do today. I don't know anyone who can do it as good as me, and I'm not shit, and I don't suck dick, and I'm not bad, I'm not gay, I'm not gay. What is this from? I remember it, but I... Oh, jeez.
I know exactly what it's from.
Oh, is it from the lecture?
No.
I'm gonna win.
I'm gonna win!
What did I say?
I'm not bad and I'm not gay. Everyone laughs at you, and then you cracking up, I'm gonna win. Everyone laughs even louder.
What's it from? I forgot.
You want me to tell you?
Yeah.
It's from it's 10 Paces and Draw.
Oh. Yeah.
It's doing the contestant interviews. What makes you think you're gonna win this contest? I don't suck, and I'm not bad, and I'm not gay. Hey, rewatch 10 Paces and Draw. I worked really hard editing that thing.
I should, but I find myself so embarrassing.
Oh, I was talking to the audience more so,
Oh.
but I mean, I worked really hard to edit that thing. That thing needed, if only there was like any B-roll at all. It really needed B-roll. But I made do with what I had, and I think it came out pretty fun. Someone was talking about it in my Discord recently. I was like, yeah, that was a pretty good video. I think I worked really hard on that thing, making it watchable, and it kind of came out pretty good. That line is like really, really funny. Okay, next one is called.
I'm glad everyone laughs.
It's funny because like what you're saying,
it that you can hear people laughing afterwards.
Because you're saying it and you're like laughing at yourself as you say it, and then because you're laughing at yourself, everyone else starts laughing at what you're saying, and then it makes you laugh even more, and then you continue, but then the fact that you're laughing more makes it even funnier, and then everyone else laughs even more. It's really good. It's really good.
Yeah.
Next one is called Ben's Prophecy. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, I'm Ben Saint. I'm going to kill all my friends.
Also from 10 Paces and Draw.
Yes.
Lamau. True. Next one is called Munchie's Real Opinion About the New PCP. 3, 2, 1, go. Let's see the music.
It's pretty fucked up, if you ask me. I don't like the show. The pacing is bad. And there's just not a... The pacing is just really bad, and I don't like it.
It's funny shit. That was funny shit. The pacing is bad, and the pacing is bad. What more do you want? Next one is called Doodled Ben at Work. I didn't plot the space when I started. Lol. I'm a green lil guy. How about that? I think that's supposed to be you. How about that indeed, lol.
How about that indeed, lol.
Lol. Cop Killer Shield. It's a really long sword. It's really long.
Really short legs.
Pretty short legs. Pretty short legs.
I thought those were knees cut off, but no, those are your boots.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Sick. Okay, next one is called Cal. 3, 2, 1, go.
Some general advice. I'm looking to move out into a shared accommodation like you do. I just want to know, is it generally a good thing to do? I've got this weird fear of like my stuff getting stolen by my roommates. Yeah, like is it like really horrible, or do you recommend it? Thanks.
I haven't really had any major problems with like people that I've moved in with, honestly. It's been fine.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about their perspective, why would you as a person go and snoop around someone else's stuff and risk getting caught?
Yeah.
Unless you were really like I don't know. Like, I feel like most people just want to be left alone. So you're not going to have those sorts of like interactions like that.
Most people understand that you don't shit where you eat. And if you fuck around with your roommate's stuff and you like steal their shit or you go through their shit or you violate their boundaries in some way, Like, you're fucking with someone who you now have to live with, and like it's really bad, and like you're gonna ruin your own life by doing. Most people understand that. I have never had any trouble with anyone that I've moved in with. Some of my other roommates had trouble with people who moved in to their spare room. Like, people would move into a spare room and then they'd be like doing weird shit in there. Or they'd be like, an asshole, or they'd make a mess in the kitchen or something. I mean, worst you're going to have to deal with is like people don't clean up after themselves. Don't do the dishes. And that can be really annoying, for sure. But that's the worst I've experienced.
Are the worst part. There's no it's not really likely that you're going to have to like fight someone to get your video games back or whatever.
I've never had anything like that happen with like just someone who just happens to be living in the same house as me. So I mean, yeah.
Buy a katana though to protect yourself.
Oh, I mentioned that the break-in. Well, okay. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but like a couple weeks ago, a guy who lives here found a giant like combat knife in our couch cushions. Just somebody's giant sword knife was in our couch cushions. I think it probably belongs to another guy that lives here, but has just been away for a while. I think he might have just left it in the couch, and it's in like a case, it has a case that it's like clipped into. So, and that the junkie or whatever that broke in and did whippets on my couch, there was a huge sword knife on the table in that room, and it was not moved. So you know what? That's reassuring. He could have had a weapon. He could have stolen the giant sword, but instead, he stole half of a rice cooker. And that tells me that his priorities are in order, and I don't have to be afraid of him. So that's nice. Next one is Gib reassures Ben on his opinion on slavery. 3, 2, 1, go.
They'll have like a thing on the like submit your PDF, and there's a box checked use slave labor, yes or no. If you click yes, much cheaper, you get much better returns. But if you uncheck it, less money.
The profit
less money
margins,
for you.
Though. Hey, slaves need jobs too. Click. It would be wrong to take that slave's job away. The blacks are black.
We're all trying to make it in our little world.
Well, I guess there's no I don't ethical like consumption under capitalism anyway. It crushes the blacks, even though it costs more, but that's the price.
I mean, you like what you like. If you enjoy that process, that's not a problem. That's just how it is.
Yeah, I do to a degree. I mean, I don't know. I feel like they don't want to think about that.
I would say you're just not on that Sigma grind set. You're not gristling in the grind.
I'm not on that Sigma grind set. I'm off the grind set. That went on too long.
Oh, a little too long. I thought they were gonna have like another funny like edit at the end.
Yeah. After the crushes the blacks part, like what more did it need?
You needed it. If you were gonna continue on, you should have added an even more out of context, bad sounding thing.
Yeah, the
worst.
And
then for me to say, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, exactly. I get it. It's funny. I was talking about slavery, and then I was talking about blacks. Little did they know I was talking about blacks in the context of printing. Out of context, it sure does sound like I'm talking about race. Oh,
Craig is dead because we've been going for 6 hours.
Oh, boy. Well, let's get him back. Well, I wish we weren't going for 6 hours.
Yeah, we need to start cutting these shorter.
Yeah, this went on too long. Cheesy was talking too much. We let Cheesy run away with the conversation. I hate that guy.
I don't know how to say, all right, shut up.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that.
We should have we need to rein Cheesy in. We need to wrangle him a little better. Lesson learned. Next one is called like 18 exclamation points. 3, 2, 1, go.
So
it's too loud.
Is the two-piece signature chicken with the regular side and the biscuit,
No, it's
or
not.
the
It's fine. Volume's
three-piece tenders regular side and a biscuit better at Popeyes?
I don't need
'Cause
Popeyes.
I've got this this
There's no Popeyes in the UK.
coupon, and they
It's like
cost the same
it's more of like a
thing.
southern
I'm like,
restaurant, I think. There might be like
basically
one
the
around
same
here.
thing. The only difference is one is two-piece signature chicken, and one is three-piece chicken tenders. And
More
I
like
don't want to get ripped
Popeyes.
off. So I'm really gonna need you
like-
to go to Popeyes right now.
I don't even know.
Buy both of those and tell me which one is more food or better.
Listen, man, I can't help you. Let me just
You're
look,
on your own.
let me just look real quick if there's any Popeyes. Oh, there is. There actually is one. Well, there's actually two in Boston.
Boston's a big city.
Well, there's actually three, and well, that one's kind of up. That one's kind of up north of the river in like Everett, so that's like not really. I mean, no, okay. There's actually three. Okay, but I mean, there's a lot of restaurants around here. I've never been to one. I went to one Popeyes one time in like Virginia, and I thought it was good, but I couldn't tell you shit about what's on the menu. The give and take cancellation hour. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, I'm the evil shadow dragon Medeus, here to cancel Give and
Oh
Take.
no.
Fuck.
What'd I do?
Once Give and Take said, the more people that are dead, the better. And once
Wow, could
Give
you
and
say
Take
that?
said, I don't want
can't
to
remember
shield.
that
How the fuck could you say that?
specifically.
I just want to kill. I just want
I
to
remember that
kill.
part.
I knew it.
I think that what this tells us is that Give and Take says a
always knew
lot
this
less
about you.
cancelable things than Ben Saint. But she went to bed late last night because she played a lot of Fire Emblem, so maybe that's something. Cancel her. Yes, cancel her.
Did I mention that on Friday I streamed for 10 hours? My stream went on for 10 hours and it was horrible.
Somebody mentioned that in my chat.
It was
that you
dog
streamed
shit.
for 10 hours.
I hated it.
And upon hearing that, I realized that I didn't want to suffer the same fate, so I only had like a 4-hour stream.
No, I don't recommend it at all. And you know what's really... There was a part where I accidentally fucked up making a save state and I like destroyed my...
I heard that, yes.
I lost my save state. I saved at the wrong time. I saved at a game over and I had to restart the in-game save, and I had not made an in-game save in a long time. I literally lost like 2 hours of progress. I was so angry. And the game, okay, the other thing about it is that the game, I mostly have liked Battle Network 2 more than 1, but I'm at a point in the game where it's near the end and it sucks dog shit. It's worse than the first one, actually, because I've gotten to a point where there's no more new maps. You log in and it's near the end and they just are like, oh shit, there's ice all over the net now. There's a bunch of different colors of ice. And to break the ice, you have to get these colored things. And they literally just make you run through one dungeon to the end to get the thing. And then you come out and you go through another dungeon to unlock the thing. And then you got to go back through the first dungeon to get another thing. And then you go through the second dungeon to go, and then they just send you back and forth. Like, go find this guy. He's over there in this place you've already been. Oh, go tell the guy that sent you to find me that I'm fine. And then you get there and there's like, oh, cool. Well, now that I know that he's fine, here's an item. Go bring it to him. And I streamed for 10 hours and I literally I barely unlocked any new territory. It was all just back and forth to places I'd already been before. It's so bad. And then on top of that, this fucking save state, which is that part's my fault. But the save state thing happened and I lost.
Sounds like a terrible
It was
time.
not
I had
a fun stream, but maybe someone enjoyed me getting angry about it. If silver lining.
Yeah, my Fire Emblem stream, the map was very difficult, and I had to restart like a bunch of times. And after the 4 hours was over, I had only completed one map. So I wasn't prepared to do another one. But that was still enjoyable in itself, because sometimes Fire Emblem is just really tough, and like the strategy has to evolve with your many losses, and you're like, okay, so I know that they're going to do this, and their reinforcements are going to appear here, so I need to do this and that, and I need to be lucky. That was the only really annoying thing, was that sometimes the enemies would crit me and kill me in one hit, and I just had to be lucky before I could get into a good position where I could like control the situation, control the pace of the fighting.
That's kind of what I don't really like about. I used to really like tactical, like grid-based RPGs like that, and I think one of the reasons that I don't play them anymore. I mean, first of all, I just kind of stopped playing a lot of games in general, but I don't really feel like getting back into them because they're just really slow and they just take really long. One battle in one of those games is like a really long engagement. But I guess that's fine. Like it's tactical and you're making decisions the whole time.
I think it's better than running back and forth and redoing content in a pointless wild goose chase sort of situation like what you're going through.
I mean, what I'm going through is complete horseshit, so yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably. I do not want to sound like I'm defending what Battle Network 2 is making me do.
The worst possible thing to pad out the length. So if you ever heard like, oh, this game takes this many hours and this other game takes that many hours, now you know how much padding the second game has, I guess.
There's a part where it's you break some ice and then you find I don't even remember. You finally get the ice to break a thing open and you reach this NPC you couldn't reach before, just on a map that you'd been to before. But you have to go back to this map and go all the way through it and find this NPC. And the NPC is like, yeah, to break that other color ice, you need a heat program. Look for a heat program. And what it turns out you have to do, the heat program belongs to this, you just have to think of this on your own. There's no hints about it. It's a grill, like an electric grill at a campground contains the heat program. You have to go there, talk to a program that you just have to figure this out. You have to go inside, jack into the grill, talk to the program inside the grill. He'll tell you where his boss went that has the heat program. So you go and you got to go through another map that you've been to before, find the boss there, and then come back to the grill and talk to him. And he's like, "Oh, thanks, you found my boss. Well, here's the program you're looking for." You just have to think, "Oh, there was a grill at the campground. I wonder if that's where the heat program." And I mean, I'm sorry, a grill is just such an innocuous thing. I wouldn't think like. When I heard that hint, I had absolutely no clue at all. I had no inkling at all, like, oh, where would something hot be? Like, yeah, I guess when I say it out loud, it sounds obvious, but like almost no attention at all was drawn to the presence of this grill. It's just a thing that would be at a campground.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't played the game, so I don't know how familiar you would have become with the campground. Was there anything leading you in that direction, or did you just have to remember it on your own?
I had been to the campground before, and there is a little bit when you get there, like your friends, like you have to gather up some ingredients to cook some food on the grill. But I mean, I don't know, maybe somebody else might have figured it out. For me, it was like, it doesn't seem remarkable at all that there's a grill at a campground. It didn't scream to me like, oh, this is a thing where I would obtain fire if I needed some in the future. I don't know. I didn't put it together. Maybe somebody would have, but it seems like really obtuse and like I didn't like it. They could have hinted at me a little bit better than just being like a heat program. Okay, good luck. Next one is called the Munchie Minute. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so at first I thought it was just a joke, but now with it being mentioned on Ben's stream as well as on Ben's tweets, ChatGPT just keeps mentioning it. So is the Munchie Minute real?
No.
Is that something that existed? I mean, I know it wasn't about Ben Shapiro owning a liberal snowman, but was there a Munchie Minute?
Snowman
Is that a thing that existed on the PCP?
No. I know, it's funny.
Wow.
Okay, I Google Munchie Minute, and there's a YouTube link, and the video is called Monday's Munchie Minute, my top 4 nursing shirt tips. Oh, it's like a breastfeeding. Munchie. What? This channel with 25 subscribers, a video with 50 views posted 5 years ago, Munchie Middlevert Mama.
What the fuck?
And it's like breastfeeding tips.
I guess it's good that you can can get tips if you need them.
My top 4 nursing shirt tips. I don't know what specifically you would need tips about that on, but maybe some...
Everything's got to be a top 5.
Sure. I mean, I don't take issue with the top 5 format, but what do you need tips on nurse? I didn't know that. First of all, I didn't know there were special shirts for it, and I don't know what tips you would need other than get one. But you know what? I'm not going to watch the video, so I have no room to criticize. Next one is called "But My Heckin' Copywriterinos." Okay. Sorry, that got me. 3, 2, 1, go.
The best part about making Blu-rays is knowing that DJ doesn't know how to. And it's important to make Blu-rays so that you can remind DJ heads that they aren't allowed to have anything good in life. They're allowed
Definitely.
to have anime pillows and music movies, and that's about it. Hey, that's a pretty good Blu-ray. Not that a DJ head would know.
What was that last bit?
I couldn't understand a single word. Maybe it's because my headphones are it's very close to my ears.
His point was the important part of making Blu-rays is reminding people that Trixie can't make Blu-rays and digiheads don't get to have anything good in life. And I agree. Thank you very much. This guy gets it. Next one is called HTTP. Well, it's an image. Here we go. Raton. Speaking of gas giants and other planets, have you all played Outer Wilds? I know I was wrong. I'm not sorry. Yellow receipts, $500. Are there Blu-rays on this chart? There should be. Yeah, this is me. Yeah, this is the Ben Saint stream experience. I know I was wrong, but here's why I shouldn't apologize. Oh no, this is about the receipts. Okay, that's why I know I was wrong. I'm not sorry. Lamau. He actually just went back to Net Square.
Back to Net Square.
Oh, this is the NPC that told me. Oh yeah, that guy who was just here. Oh, you got to go to that other place to find him. That keymaker you've been looking for 7 hours. He actually just went back to Net Square. You just missed him. Femme Saint stinks really good. Auga. Please don't block me, Ben.
That's a nice
drawing.
It
is a nice drawing. Prince is really good at drawing. Please don't block me, Ben. It's just for funnies. Ha ha ha. I'll probably I retweeted Prince's stream drawings, the last one, because I think they're really good. So I'm gonna tweet this one also. It's free advertisement. Watch my streams, everybody. Saint Comics, twitch.tv/Saint Comics. How many subs am I up to? 6,000? No, I mean 1,603? Oh yeah. Yeah. Line go up. Oh, 1,604. Guess who just got another little Ben head in the jar? Oh, is it one gonna splash out? No. They're staying in there.
Oh, can you see the jar?
I have OBS open right now just so I can see a little notification whenever I get one. Wait, let me show you the jar.
I know the jar.
But let me show you the current status of my jar.
Oh.
Check this out.
It's a lot of heads.
It's got a bunch of heavy coins that have been in there for a while. And then there's like 30, 40 heads. Someone's going to drop a nice heavy 1,000 bits on top of there, and they're all going to go. I think that's what's going to happen. Next one is called. Oh, it's a Vokaroo link. It's a Vokaroo. It's what you call a Vokaroo. I don't know why I posted it there. It was unnecessary. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1, go.
So, hey, what's up? How's it going?
This is gonna be some dumb shit.
I'm 2 episodes late, so I don't have anything topical to say, but I need to appear in every episode.
Yeah, true. You don't want to leave that mental real estate unoccupied.
I'm just chilling.
Hey, thanks for the call, Buster. Hey, thanks, buddy. Yeah, good to hear from you.
Finish the episode.
Okay, guess what? It's over.
Okay, that's the end.
That's the podcast. It's really long.
Over 6 hours. You, I know who you are.
Yeah.
Are you happy now?
Are you
Big
happy
episode
now?
for you.
Idiot. Die.
I would like some of my Sunday back. I don't think I want to do another 6 hour plus long episode.
Yeah, it's too long. We need to wrangle Cheesy.
It's not just cheesy. I think we just sometimes go on for too long.
It's easy.
Even 5 hours
it's
is
easy.
too long.
It's easy to blame Cheesy, so I will. Okay. That's the end of the episode. Check out my Twitch, St. Comics. Whatever. Become a patron for. Oh, the OVA for the bonus OVA commentary, which we will have out soon. I know.
Yes, I guess we gotta do that.
1606.
Okay, goodbye.
Okay, goodbye.